Chapter 681. Louise von Schwarz remained in the imperial palace as a pivotal figure in the Demon King's army. Though she needed to return to her homeland as soon as possible, her essential role in the Demon King's army meant she had to familiarize herself with all the necessary aspects of the imperial palace. Louise quietly observed Reinhardt, who sat frozen in his chair. Despite their lengthy period of cooperation, Louise's interactions with the Demon King were mostly conducted through Rowan, leaving her without much personal acquaintance. The first time she saw his face directly was at a General Command meeting, just before the withdrawal of the Allied forces. Since then, she had seen him a few times after entering the Imperial Palace, but this was the first time they had met alone and conversed. Despite being a vital and closely tied collaborator, Louise was practically a stranger to the Demon King. In comparison, Heinrich probably knew him better. "This is our first meeting like this," she noted. "Yes, it is," he agreed. Observing the frozen Demon King, Louise cocked her head. "Why don't you speak more comfortably? You're set to become the emperor of the entire continent, and I am clearly here to serve you," she suggested. She wondered if Reinhardt was cautious around her because he considered her a friend's older sister. Could it be that a being above all should freeze just because the person in front of them is slightly older? Had the stories about the Demon King she heard from Heinrich been somewhat distorted? He seemed far from the ruffian Heinrich had described, appearing instead somewhat pitiful, which was amusing. With a temperament like this, the future of the new empire seemed uncertain. While she might not like Rowan, Louise held no animosity towards the Demon King. On the contrary, she was grateful to him, for he was the one who attempted to save Heinrich from the brink of death, and since he was the one who ended the gate incident and brought them to this point, she couldn't help but view him as a grand figure. Still, why was he trembling with such anxiety? She couldn't understand why. Contrary to what she had heard, could it be that the Demon King was actually quite timid? Louise wondered if she needed to revise her perception of him. Finally, after much hesitation, the Demon King spoke. About that. About what? Well, I have something I want to tell you." She felt a strong urge to urge him to speak already. Considering he was set to become an emperor, she found his lack of confidence astonishing. This empire felt incredibly precarious. About marriage. With that single word, Louise instantly grasped the situation. Why the Demon King had been so frozen, why he was so hesitant. As soon as she heard the word he had finally managed to blurt out, she had no choice but to understand. Louise stared at the Demon King. She didn't need much time to deliberate. The new empire could hardly be considered stable. Therefore, they needed to build alliances with numerous groups, sometimes placing them beneath their feet to establish a foundation. Thus, it would be beneficial to establish more than just an alliance with the Schwarz royal family, which was the number 2 nation, and intertwining with the royal family of the new empire was a necessary task for the heir of the Schwarz royal family, for the new empire, for the survival of the royal family. And with this single choice, Louise, who would become a citizen of the empire, would separate from the Schwarz royal family, confirming Heinrich's ascension to the Schwarz throne. Louise was joining the empire with a legitimate and certain justification. And likewise, Heinrich became the king of Kernstadt with a valid and sole reason. A situation she had imagined, but wasn't sure how to make possible, had become achievable quite effortlessly. For her, it was more than a good thing, it was something she simply had to do. "There's no reason not to do what's necessary," Louise declared, nodding her head. "Thank you in advance." Somehow, with a very businesslike demeanor, Louise extended her hand. The Demon King grabbed it with a flustered expression. I should be thanking you." Louise looked at the Demon King with wide eyes, incredulous at such a character. But that was only for a moment. She took a moment to take a deep breath. There was something the other party needed to know, even if it was something she had to do. "But there is something you should be aware of." "Ah, it's about Heinrich." The Demon King, swallowing nervously, nodded with a stern expression. "I know about it." "Ah, I see." Louise said nothing more. "Could this be what it feels like to have your soul sucked out?" No, it seemed more like it was shattered. "You really did it." Upon hearing that the mission was completed, Charlotte looked astounded, her eyes wide and her hand covering her mouth. "You told me to. I didn't think you'd actually do it. How shameless can you be? This, after asking me to do it, how could you be surprised that I did, regardless of anything else?" regardless of anything else. I couldn't believe the day had come when I had to do such crazy things. What the hell is an emperor? I don't want to do it. I already feel like I'm going crazy not wanting to do it. So she accepted, without even hesitating. I'm getting married, and quite a lot at that, even with someone I never even imagined. And I'm going to have to keep doing this sort of marriage. I agree with Charlotte saying that for someone like me, marriage is a job, but ending up married to everyone in the end. I knew that day would come eventually, but now that it's suddenly right in front of me, I feel like I'm going crazy. It's too scary. What's going to happen to me? I'm already dizzy. How much more dizzy will I get? Don't worry about the preparations. I'll handle everything. Charlotte seemed to say she would take care of scheduling or other issues. For some reason, she seemed to enjoy tormenting me. Charlotte looked at me and grinned. It's been overflowing with malice since this morning. So only the last hurdle remains, right? The last. There's more. No, as for the people you have to marry, it ends here for now. But as a matter of courtesy. As Charlotte approached me with a sinister smile, she whispered softly in my ear, "You should tell Heinrich yourself out of courtesy, right? Ah, you should tell him you're marrying his mother." I bit my tongue, but unfortunately I didn't die. After the Allied forces returned in large numbers, all the Temple Origin fighters had gone back to the temple, and Heinrich was no exception. With the end of the Gate War and the aftermath spreading, the whole continent was boiling over, and the temple was no exception. Anxiety, despair, fear, and a faint glimmer of hope. These emotions intertwined, everyone striving to navigate their opaque futures and unsettling realities in their own ways. And so, I had called Heinrich to the Imperial Palace, not in the bedroom or the reception room of the Central Palace Tetra, but in the garden at the front of Tetra, without a single escort. "Should I address you as Your Majesty now?" Heinrich, who had responded to my summons, wore an ambiguous expression. "No, just continue as before." "Is something bothering you? Why the long face?" "Well, I guess it's just the beginning for you. I can't be of much help anymore, being a guy whose only asset is superpower. Do you need something from me?" "No, it's not that I need something. I just have something I need to say." I felt like I was going to vomit. I wanted to die. I had considered how to break the news, but there were no answers to be found. There couldn't possibly be a right answer to something like this. I abruptly stood from the bench and walked over to Heinrich. And then I grabbed his shoulder. There was no way to do this other than just say it. "I'm getting married." At my blunt declaration, Heinrich tilted his head in confusion. Congratulations. With whom? Harriet, Charlotte, the Saintess, or could it be all three? If one could die from embarrassment, that time would be now. Vroom, look at that. Harriet. What should we do? Charlotte dragged a reluctant Harriet to the window to observe the sudden explosion of fireworks in the garden in front of Tetra. They were too far away to hear the conversation, but they could clearly see Heinrich, his face flushing red, furiously chasing Reinhardt. "You die, you bastard." Heinrich's furious shout was loud enough to reach the windows of Tetra. "Isn't this dangerous? It's fine, he won't die from that." "You really?" Few had ever witnessed a war hero trying to kill an emperor, and yet here they were. "Sigh, at this rate, the grass will burn. What should we do?" "This isn't the time for that kind of talk." Charlotte was laughing and joking as she watched the spectacle. Everyone was falling apart in their own ways, and Charlotte was no exception. Finally, the main person of the story, who had been oblivious to the commotion, appeared and personally restrained Heinrich, and only then did the uproar cease. In the end, Heinrich was taken away by Louise. I still felt nauseous. The realization that the guy I used to tease, who could barely make a campfire, could try to kill me, gave me a chill down my spine. The second floor of Tetra. After the situation had calmed down, Liana, who had been clueless about the situation, detained me and asked what had happened. I was drinking a cup of tea. "Ah." Having heard the whole story, Liana nodded with a nervous expression. The absurdity of the situation was enough to startle even Liana, who would usually have been amused. But whether it's necessary or not, it's definitely necessary, so. I couldn't say for sure that Charlotte had no ill intentions, but it was clear that this would have happened regardless. The strongest nation is, of course, the Empire, and the second would be Kernstadt. If these two forces combined, in reality, there would be no power capable of opposing the new empire. Liana, of course, understood that reinforcing this union was a crucial matter. It was just a little difficult to accept. Speaking of which, so you're going to marry 5 people at once? Yes. Harriet, Charlotte, Olivia, Airy, and Louis. He had to marry all 5 at once. As Liana counted on her fingers, she suddenly pointed at herself. What about me? What? Why am I not included? What? What did she want to do? She was. Wait. Liana furrowed her brow as if she was displeased. Do you not need me anymore because you will taste the sweet honey of marrying your friend's mother? I'm hurt. What are you saying? And don't phrase it like that. Then what should I call it? But still, her words were too blunt. He was already dizzy. Did she need to make it worse? By the way, I wasn't against the idea of marrying you if you insisted. Stop, stop. Just stop. Well, I guess I wouldn't enjoy the life of a concubine, waiting for an emperor with many wives and staring at doors that never open. With that, Liana took a sip of her tea. In reality, I don't have anything other than my superpowers, so there's no real political benefit. The grandeur of the Grant's Duke family, which had once ruled the entire continent, had vanished with the death of the Duke of Grant's, Liana's escape, and the gate incident. But she was a supernatural who could, perhaps, shake the world at her will. The reason Charlotte hadn't forced a marriage with Liana was probably that there were no political gains to be had from it. Of course, if it was beneficial, she'd probably push for it, which was the problem. Wait, why was Charlotte making decisions about my marriage? Why was I obediently doing as told? Wasn't this the puppet emperor situation? Was this right? As she sipped her tea, Liana looked out the window. But I don't necessarily have to become your wife to help you. She would continue to be one of the 4 heavenly kings. With that, Liana gave a sly smile. Right, this was the perfect distance between her and him, and that was fine in its own way. Chapter 682 time had passed. As per Charlotte's plan, the wedding would be a simple affair, but it was a ceremony laden with profound implications. It signified not only the proclamation of a new empire, but also the formal acknowledgement of humanity's subjugation beneath the demon king's feet. The Guardia's imperial family had finally and completely bowed down to the demon king. The emperor had fled. The last successor of the Guardia's imperial family, Charlotte de Guardias, marrying the demon king as a demi-human, embodied this surrender. Louise von Schwarz of Kernstadt, the second most powerful state, also became the demon king's bride, thus declaring that the Schwarz kingdom too had come under the demon king's rule. Olivia Lanz, too, was to become the demon king's bride, betraying the teachings of the saint of purity, signifying that the 5 major religious orders had pledged allegiance to the demon king. The presence of a demon bride implied that the era of humans and demons would soon unfold. While the case of Harriet de Saint-Ouen might not carry the same weight as the others, those who had seen or heard of her feats in battle knew what it meant. The world's most powerful mage was to become the demon king's bride. With the wedding, a new empire was to be announced. Chaos was bound to follow. And whether prosperity or something else lay beyond the chaos, it marked the start of another long and arduous journey. The night before the wedding, I was sitting alone in my bedroom. I wanted to be alone. A bottle of whiskey, taken from the display case, sat on the table in front of me. Drinking the night before the wedding may seem insane, but it held no real significance. I could sober up whenever I wanted. I pondered the things I had lost. It didn't seem much, but it wasn't as if I had lost nothing. Eppinhauser, Loya, the folks from the Rotary Club. They had become victims of the war, regardless of my victory or defeat. There was no turning back. I wondered if they would be happy with the present day. I wasn't sure. Next, I thought about the things I didn't know. Bertus and Savelin Turner had disappeared. Shanifel and the Royal Mages had scattered. I couldn't find Christina and Ludwig, or Anna and Louis Ankton either. The immortal was gone, but the magic that created the immortal must still exist. I didn't know what had become of them either. And then there was Antirianus. I didn't know whether Antirianus was hiding somewhere, biding his time to strike at me. The deal had been made, and Antirianus would have tried to kill me. But I didn't die. I didn't know why that was. And then, again, that remark about surviving until after the ending, I didn't know what it meant. Was it not after the ending now? The gate incident had ended. So, what was this ending supposed to be? If they left me alone for the rest of my life, that would be enough. What mattered was that no more notifications, like event announcements, were popping up. There was no information, challenges, or rejections. I couldn't see any of those things anymore. Ever since the last rejection, such abilities seem to have disappeared. Perhaps just living like this was the only reward I could receive. If that was the reward, it didn't seem too bad. It would have been more terrifying if they had tried to take me somewhere now that everything had ended. The system had disappeared, as if after the ending, disappearing without a word was some kind of virtue. The world that remained was entirely mine. Cheat-like aids, messages, previews, none of those would exist in my life anymore. The last preview wasn't malicious. I had perceived it as a sort of get-ready-to-die-in-vain sensation. In reality, it was to inform me that this would happen if I accepted the last deal. Yes, that damn candy peddler. He helped at the decisive last moment. Things lost remained lost. Things unknown remained unknown. Things that ended remained ended. I had to live the next moment. After taking a sip of whiskey, I looked out the window. The pale full moon reflected faintly in my dark bedroom. Perhaps I wasn't sure how much longer I could live. But in every moment of my remaining life, I would inevitably think of two people when I saw the moon. Luna, Ellen. Even if I could never see them again, I would inevitably think of them when I saw the moon. Ellen had left, and there was nothing I could do about it. Being with me was more dangerous. I knew she left thinking of me. One day I would forget. Just having been pulled out of the pitfall Ellen fell into to save me was already a miracle. I should be satisfied just for having succeeded beyond the boundary of countless possibilities. Another sip. When I swallowed the whiskey, hot breath rose up my throat. I couldn't remember the last time I had a drink. Time would cover everything. Even now, my situation was abundantly rich. So there was no reason to think about those who were not here. They would do something in their place. The guilt would still torment them. They might be hunting monsters. They would try to do the maximum they could without showing off. I reached into my pocket and pulled something out. A round, ivory charm. A charm engraved with the image of the moon and the sun. It seemed to have been made by grinding some kind of bone. Ellen had taken it off, and I had picked it up. Now it had no meaning. Whether it actually helped Ellen, she was now free from its constraints. Of course, it meant nothing to me. I would never see Ellen again. I should let go of this foolish attachment for the days to come. Should I throw it out the window? Should I break it with a little force? I pondered for a long time, a long time, a long time. And then I laughed at myself. I had spent hours deciding whether to discard this trivial thing. I had no choice but to realize it. It was a meaningless object. I couldn't even discard this. Such a sloppy charm, which had lost all its value. Damn. I realized under the cold moonlight that letting go of my regrets would be impossible for a lifetime. So I took another sip and another glass. By the time I had downed 2 glasses, 3 glasses, 4 glasses, knock, knock, there was a knock. I wonder if I would hear the voice of a guard announcing a visitor in the future. Upon opening the door, a familiar face was there. Should I call you your majesty now? Forget it. It was Elleris. Drinking the night before the wedding, you don't look good. What does it matter? I guess so. Under the moonlight by the window, Elleris and I sat facing each other. As per your command, I tried to find traces of Antarianus, but, as expected, there were none. That's right. Elleris had searched for traces of Antarianus at my behest. The final battle in Dayan. After that, Antarianus's whereabouts were unknown. It was clear that there had been a battle after I had fainted, both in terms of time and circumstances. Could it have been Luna? But Luna had said she wouldn't help anymore, and she would have meant it. Still, I couldn't conclusively rule out Luna. She might not have wanted to leave me to die so miserably. After taking the souls, Antarianus had fought someone, and then he disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There were places I could guess, but I had no certainty. Fine, the fact that I'm alive is what matters. Ellen would feel the same. It was a long journey, a long and arduous time. Meeting Charlotte in the Demon King's castle, fleeing to imperial capital, wandering aimlessly there, overwhelmed. Through the advice of a monk, I ended up meeting Elleris. The beginning was the Demon King's castle, but everything started when I met Elleris. Facing Elleris on the night before the end of everything felt like destiny, Elleris silently gazed out the window of the palace. I never imagined I would see such a sight from here. Me neither. I never wanted to. It's strange. A seat that so many would want to occupy, and the person who least wanted it ends up sitting there. We both chuckled at that. Elleris did not want war. Neither did I. Neither of us wanted the throne or the reconstruction of Darkland. I told Elleris to quit being a servant of a ruined country, and Elleris was moved by my aversion to war. Yet, we were the root cause of all this. I had explored the gate incident that wouldn't have happened if I had stayed put. Elleris had activated Arkasha. There was a war, and I ended up sitting in a place I did not wish for or want. If a tragedy occurred because of a person who did not want it, was it all their fault? Was it okay to avoid responsibility? Whose sin was it in the end? Was it me, the root cause of everything? Was it Elleris, who directly activated Arkasha? Was it Ellen and Charlotte, who dug behind my back instead of trusting me and talking to me? Was it Bertus, who directly ordered my arrest? Or was it Antirionus, who insisted that activating Arkasha was the answer? I don't know. I don't even want to know now. It's a problem that can't be solved by thinking about it. And if we knew, then what? What would it matter if it became clear who was most at fault? Nothing would change, just that everyone shares the guilt. While it's unclear who is at fault, everyone is saying it's their fault. And so everyone met their own end. I had become the emperor. Ellen had disappeared. Charlotte was to become the regent of the new empire. Bertus had fled. Elleris was silent, and I drank a glass of whiskey. Everyone had reached some sort of conclusion. Those who held a degree of responsibility for these events each met their own end. But Elleris had not yet faced any ending. Don't go. However, there was no way I couldn't know why she had come to see me in the middle of the night, just before my wedding. She was obviously intending to leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't be wearing such a sorrowful expression. Your Majesty, no, Your Highness. No, Elleris shook her head. Valia. If she left, Elleris would no longer be my subject, so she wouldn't need to serve me anymore. You don't need me anymore. Elleris, wearing a sad expression, spoke those words. There was a time when the presence of Elleris was absolute. Without Elleris's help, my range of action would have been severely limited. No, life itself might have been impossible. Whenever magic was necessary, Elleris was always there to assist me. But now, that role could be taken over by Harriet, and if not Harriet, then anyone else. As you know, I originally spent a long time in a place unrelated to Darkland. So, it's just a return for me. Indeed, there was no real need for Elleris to continue staying by my side. Plus, few know that I operated Arkasha, but there's no good in having me, who did such a thing, by your side. That too was correct. After leaving Darkland, Elleris spent a long time in a place unrelated to it. So, may I go now? She was not originally a being of the demon world. She probably never intended to get so deeply involved in Darkland's affairs. She was merely passing through. However, contrary to her intentions, she played a much larger role than expected, took on decisive tasks countless times, and had innumerable deep sins. So I could understand, to a degree, why Elleris, trying to leave for my sake, made that choice. It wasn't a return. She was probably trying to do something to deal with her guilt in some way. So she would seek another harshness that pushed her mercilessly. She would attempt something no different from self-torment, just as Ellen had chosen to do. Elleris, you were driven into a corner. Yes, I was. Elleris, with a sorrowful expression, silently nodded her head. If you hadn't believed me when I said I didn't want war and killed me then, none of this would have happened. That's right. If she had killed me then, none of this would have happened. If you found my actions suspicious, couldn't trust me, and killed me, none of this would have happened. Elleris had constantly doubted whether she could trust me, but in the end, she couldn't lay a hand on me. I was the first to tell Elleris that I knew the future. And if you hadn't operated Arkasha to save me, none of this would have happened. Antirionus's proposal, Sarkigar's pressure. Elleris had operated Arkasha and caused the gate incident. She didn't want to lose me. That's what Elleris had said. Even if it meant swapping with the world, she didn't want to lose me. She said she hated war. She said she hated fighting and death. In the end, during our time together, Elleris came to value me more than the world itself. Just like that. So much so, we had an argument. So, despite all that, you want to be resolute in the end. At the words that were nearly a rant, Elleris silently bowed her head. No, I shake my head. Don't go. Elleris laboriously lifts her head to look at me. Seeing my eyes, the whites of Elleris's eyes turn bright red. It must be the same for me right now. It was inevitable that Elleris, seeing me like this, would feel the same way. I guess I can do without you now. Who wouldn't know that? There were many who could replace Elleris. There was Lucinil, there were other vampire lords, and there was Harriet. We've argued to this point. In the end, Elleris sheds tears. It was impossible to replace someone with someone else. An empty place is an empty place. Who can replace the part Elleris occupies in my heart? No one can do that. Someone could sit there, but while the void could be filled, the loss cannot. Don't go. I wish Elleris wouldn't go, having pushed back until the very end, listening to the words telling her not to go. Loss is loss. Roles could be replaced, but the place in the heart could not. I can't handle doing it twice when I don't have to do it in the first place. It was not a criticism, because we argued and ended up like this. We argued till the end. I hope she doesn't leave at these words. Upon hearing those cruel words, Elleris rose from her seat. All right, I understand. Then she gently embraced me. I won't leave, I'm sorry, I've hurt you more, haven't I? As if she thought she had caused harm, Elleris held me in a comforting embrace for a long time. The cold body temperature of a vampire. Although cold, it was always warm, just as it was now, as it had always been. This was what made me who I am now. Without this, I wouldn't have been able to start at all. It may not have been a happy ending, nor a pleasant journey, but we arrived together in the end. Thus, I didn't want to be torn apart without reason. We've come this far. I want to go beyond this point with you. Maybe my grip, tightly holding onto her, pleading her not to leave, conveyed this message. Elleris, trembling, spoke carefully. Even if I'm here, not much will change. If my absence hurts you, if it hurts that much, all right. To watch over you forever in this immortal life as a final act. Wasn't it said that vampire lords had their own desires? Let's conclude it that way. Elleris seemed to have decided when to put an end to the countless, long days of her existence. I'll be with you forever. With an arm wrapped around Elleris, I thanked her for promising to be with me until the end. Thank you, Elleris. For that promise to be with me at the end, just as she had been there at the beginning, I was simply grateful. The scale of the wedding, suitable for the one who was to become the ruler of the new continent, was by no means grand. It wasn't a public wedding. Not only was it due to the circumstances, but it was also an impossible luxury for humanity on the brink of collapse. Therefore, only the leaders of humanity from all over the world and the influential people were invited to the wedding. The truth about the marriage and the proclamation of the new empire were to be announced to the empire. Although modest due to the circumstances, everyone understood and accepted the situation. Still, the number of invitees was not small. Not only the leaders of each army belonging to the coalition, but also the surviving kings and nobles from various regions attended. It was nothing compared to the golden age of the empire. If compared to that time, the current situation was more like a modest banquet in the imperial palace. And of course, the attendees were filled with more fear and anxiety than anticipation. Should we trust this empire? Can humanity truly be rebuilt? Is it right that the reconstruction is left in the hands of the Demon King? The sensitive ones already knew. Those who were thinking of rebelling against the new empire did not come. Naturally, among those who attended, there were those who harbored thoughts of rebellion and attended with the intent to probe. In such an unsettling atmosphere where music was flowing nonetheless. The one holding the baton was Rainian Cessor, who always comforted everyone with music in the coalition forces. During the war and even after it, music was needed. The band followed the conductor and played cheerful music while people mingled. Of course, it wasn't just nobles and royals present here. Scarlet. Ah, Evia. Of course, Scarlet, with her red hair, was quite noticeable among the attendees. The dress suits you well. Where did you get it? Well, Charlotte gave it to me. She said I might need it. Scarlet blushed at the seemingly envious gaze of Evia, telepathic ability user Evia. She was also one of the hidden heroes of this war. Evia's telepathic ability greatly accelerated the speed of command transmission in the headquarters. It wasn't just those who fought who were heroes. Among those who didn't fight, there were countless heroes. Those who came from the temple were numerous, all deserving of the title of war hero. The musician Rainian Cessor, telepath Evia, Adelia, who was quietly dining next to the Archduke and his sons, and the countless others who could no longer be here. All those who died in the war were worthy of the title of hero. Evia quietly pointed to Rainian Cessor, the conductor of the orchestra, and spoke to Scarlet. It seems Rainian will become a bard. A bard. Yes. Rainian Cessor's contributions were also considerable. He could sit in the court orchestra of the palace, and there would be plenty of wealthy people still willing to employ Rainian. However, to become a wandering bard across the continent, especially at this time, he said he'll sing about what he saw and heard in the Allied forces. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know, but he seems to want to tell the truth. How hard the fight was, how tragic it was, yet how heroic it was. Upon hearing that Rainian would wander the world singing such songs, Scarlet nodded. I still don't know. My ability. It seems to have lost its meaning now, speeding up communication. While it was a highly necessary ability in the army, now that the Allied forces had disbanded, Evia didn't know what she should do. With the war over, the responsibility for survival now fell on individuals. The Empire was not wealthy enough to provide eternal rest and meals to the war heroes. The command from the new emperor to live and eat well was a harsh one. It was a way of saying, "You've done enough, now take care of yourself." Perhaps in the future, something could be given to the veterans of the war, but right now it was difficult. Everyone was starving. Therefore, Evia, uncertain about her immediate future, had a somewhat gloomy expression even while attending the Emperor's wedding. "Scarlet, have you thought about what you'll do?" Scarlet bit her lips slightly at Evia's question. "I think I might become a knight." "A knight? You're skilled, Scarlet. That seems natural. As a knight, would you stay here?" Evia pointed to the ballroom floor, namely the palace. "Yes, I might. I might become one of His Majesty the Emperor's bodyguards." "Really?" Evia could only open her mouth in surprise. There were those who had faced the Demon King directly, but among their peers there were also those who feared the Demon King vaguely, like Evia. Especially those who had not been close even during the days when he lived under the name of Reinhardt. Scarlet was to become the Emperor's bodyguard. "Charlotte, she said that my power is strong in protection. She asked how I would feel about being in that position." "That was Charlotte's suggestion," said Scarlet. "In the case of a supernatural like Scarlet, her power was used in a unique way, often for destruction and neutralization. However, her strength was, in fact, originally specialized in protection. With a knight capable of neutralizing all magic and superpowers by his side, the Emperor's safety would be ensured in any situation." "Of course. I think I'll likely end up in a more pitiful situation, requiring protection more often." Regardless of her superpowers, Scarlet was convinced that she would rarely need to protect the Demon King, who was incomparably stronger than she was. She even had a grim prediction. In case of an emergency, she feared that the Demon King might risk his life to protect his own knight. She was almost certain of this grim future. Thus, as Scarlet and Evia watched the wedding banquet, the room was filled with countless guests. The Duke of St. Owen and his family, having dinner at one side of the room, were among them. It's hard to describe this feeling in words. I see. They were watching their beloved youngest daughter's wedding, but it was a joint wedding. The Demon King was marrying 5 brides, and their youngest daughter was one of them. Adelia, who was dining with them, still couldn't quite believe that Harriet had ended up in this unusual situation. They had recently met and talked for a long time, but it still felt surreal. The Duchess was sobbing silently, and the Duke couldn't bring himself to reprimand her. Their confusion was inevitable, and in one corner of the table, Heinrich von Schwarz sat with a vacant expression, his mouth agape. Around him, including Erich, Kea, Kono, Lint, and Cliffman, were seated, wearing expressions identical to Heinrich's. They were all in a state of shock. "What is this? Shouldn't we be celebrating? Your Mo. No, your sister would be very happy if she saw you like this." "Shut up, Liana." "Ha, ha." Cliffman, usually a reserved man, had to forcibly shut Liana's mouth. Everyone, including Heinrich and his friends, was too shocked to accept this astonishing situation. Soon, the wedding ceremony began. All the attendees stood up. The Demon King and his brides were instantly in their places, centered around the Demon King. In the closest spot, on his right, stood Harriet de St. Owen. There were no complex and lengthy procedures, no long wedding speeches, no moments spent discussing the new emperor's vision for his new empire. Louise von Schwarz, Harriet de St. Owen, the Demon King, Charlotte de Gardiers, Olivia Lanz, and Airy. Each dressed in a dazzling dress, they stood side by side as the Demon King, positioned between the 5, quietly opened his mouth. "Those who know me know that I hate long speeches. Surely no one's come this far without knowing who's marrying whom. So I'll skip the explanations. We're getting married. Also, today is not only our wedding day, but also the day we declare a new empire. From this moment, we declare the new empire. We've announced the wedding and the declaration of the empire, so we've done everything we need to do. In these times of poverty, it would be shameless to linger and chatter. Thank you for making the time. Obviously, not just for me, but for all of you who are busy. I don't want to keep you for too long. So eat moderately, get moderately drunk, and leave when it's appropriate. Now I hate anything that drags on. The war and rebellion were too long. So now let's keep everything short. Let's proceed swiftly and wrap this up. Everyone was stunned by his radical speech. There was no formality. It was rude. There were no procedures. It was chaotic. This was the new empire. They were getting married. It was a new empire. In just a few sentences, everything was over. Could this be the behavior of the new emperor, the new ruler of the continent? Was this kind of rule really correct? Regardless of what everyone else thought, the new rule had begun. What could they do? The man who called himself emperor had decided so. Chapter 683 Epilogue. The red thread. There were words that can only be written in blood. There were pictures that can only be drawn in blood. Such was the empire of the Demon King. After the Gate incident, the Demon King proclaimed a new empire. There were those who believed in the Demon King and those who did not. Thus, division arose. The divisions scattered, and each seed began to sprout. There were several wars. The seeds of division did not disappear, but were scattered somewhere once again. What was important was that the Demon King's empire never lost a single time. If asked whether there was no prosperity or reconstruction, that was not the case. Even as division and conflict continued, the world was recovering its civilization. Thus, sometimes staggering, but eventually moving forward in the flow of history, the 5th year of the new imperial era arrived. Desolation in a forest that had become a sea of blood. Ellen was surveying the scattered corpses. She stared quietly at the pieces of monsters, neither human nor beast, as if deep in thought, as if trying to guess their original form. Ellen took out a notebook and started writing. She wrote, and although it was simple, she also drew. She had no need to draw in her lifetime, but Ellen had grown accustomed to even this. But why did she need to draw? Monsters sometimes mirrored each other, but ultimately each looked different. Many had appearances that could only be described as bizarre, grotesque, and unfamiliar. Recording each individual monster by drawing them was, in truth, a meaningless task during the Gate incident. Despite that, Ellen did it. Ellen, who had spent a while in the blood-stinking forest, closed her notebook, put it in her backpack, and walked somewhere. The sun was setting. Ellen knew that the night of the forest and the mountain was approaching unusually fast. Tap, thump, the night had fallen, and Ellen sat in front of a bonfire. The fire drove away the beasts and sometimes drove away the monsters. But in truth, that didn't mean much either. Just as there were monsters that feared fire, there were monsters that were fascinated by fire. The fire at night might be dangerous because of its light, but in reality, there were monsters whose vision was not dependent on light. Therefore, having a bonfire at night in a no-man's land could be dangerous or not. It could be meaningless, or it could have meaning. So the conclusion was simple. Since a bonfire has the clear advantage of warding off the cold, it's better to keep it lit. That was one of the insights Ellen had gained during her long, wandering life. In the end, staying alert and falling asleep was all the effort she could make. Living a life of killing monsters in the no-man's land. Ellen could kill the monsters, but couldn't exterminate them. The days when monsters poured out of warp gates were over, but that didn't mean there hadn't been dangerous days over the past 5 years. Many monsters had dangerous attack methods, and these were sometimes fatal to Ellen. She was more often lost after the gate incident. It was hard to say it was just because of the monsters. There were more times when she was lost because she was starving or she ate something wrong. So now, Ellen realized that she had a body that wouldn't die even if she ate something fairly toxic. Of course, even so, she never once did something as foolish as roasting and eating the meat of an unknown monster. Ellen pulled out a notebook from her backpack. Naturally, it wasn't just one but several. She flipped through the pages under the light of the campfire. She pondered over some pages for quite a while she dismissed others as meaningless. Occasionally, she would add annotations to the contents she recalled. Could it be called a journal? Ellen had been writing this since a certain point in time. She had a strong intuition that it was something she needed to do. Hence, she occasionally visited places where people lived to acquire notebooks and pens. Of course, due to her rugged lifestyle, the edges of the notebook had become frayed. After checking the notebooks for a while, Ellen neatly packed them back into her backpack. Phew! Ellen pulled out some kind of root from her bosom and chewed on it thoroughly. She had no idea what it was. She simply ate it because she knew it wouldn't harm her. Somehow, Ellen had come to know a good deal about things she didn't even realize could be eaten. She couldn't even remember the last time she had a proper sleep. She didn't know when she last had a proper meal. Minimal food, minimal sleep, minimal water. She was surviving with just that. There were times when she got lost for days, when she ran out of all her food upon entering a place where she couldn't find any. It wasn't a fight against monsters, but a fight against hunger. If she hadn't been surprisingly robust, any ordinary person would have died of starvation long ago. What about going back to where people lived and taking a few days off? Even though she was completely disconnected from civilization, Ellen occasionally visited towns or cities where people lived. Obviously, she had to conceal her identity. Her food supply was running low, that was true. But for now, there was a task that needed to be done. And even if she were to return, there was no real solution. First and foremost, the most critical problem. She had no money. Living in the uninhabited wilderness was primarily about killing monsters. So there was absolutely no room for making money. She knew well that if she spent enough time in human cities, there were countless ways to earn money, but that in itself was risky. Exempera Bertus de Guardias and the hero, Ellen Artorius, were the Empire's most wanted. Whether willingly or not, the Emperor had no choice but to designate the hero and the ex-Emperor as the Empire's greatest enemies. Regardless of the Emperor's will, those who supported the Emperor despised the runaway ex-Emperor and Ellen Artorius. So she could not afford to do anything while staying in human cities for more than a brief visit. Even anti-imperial forces were no different. These were places that would certainly try to apprehend Ellen for various reasons. In some places to arrest him, in others to plead for the salvation of humanity. No matter where she went, Ellen was in a precarious position. Of course, there was no issue of her identity being exposed by just passing through. As long as she reasonably hid her identity and appearance, she just couldn't stay for long. Although she couldn't always observe, Ellen occasionally saw signs of civilization gradually reviving. The Adventurers Guild that Ellen once briefly experienced still existed, but instead of exploring the vast Darklands as before, it had shifted to a form similar to mercenary work, slaying monsters and getting paid for it. It was a fact that security was unstable everywhere, and there couldn't possibly be enough forces to clean up the entire continent. Therefore, individuals undertook the task of killing monsters and received compensation from the Empire. That was the current, changed form of the Adventurers Guild. If Ellen had been paid for killing monsters, she might have been buried in money. No, one should first doubt whether the Empire even had the ability to pay her that much money. However, living in the wilderness to avoid the Empire's eye, it would be absurd if she suddenly registered as a new adventurer because she needed money. Since her face was too well known, it was impossible to create a false identity. So, while there were ways to earn money, they involved taking great risks. In truly desperate times, she had disguised herself as an anonymous adventurer, brought in heaps of proof of monster extermination, and collected money. Given the nature of the Adventurers Guild that paid for monster extermination, they had no choice but to give money if there was an overwhelming amount of proof of monster kills. Of course, when she did that, the guild would be in an uproar, wondering who that person was. She had often fled with the money before the commotion grew too large, and it was genuinely dangerous. In the end, wandering through the wilderness was a perilous and harsh ordeal. Returning to human habitation was just as dangerous, if not more so, as wandering in the wilderness. There were still villages friendly to wanderers, who didn't care about the Demon King or the Empire. In such places, she sometimes received a little food and a place to sleep in return for helping with minor tasks. Leaving aside what Ellen looked like, there were people who didn't know who Ellen Artorius was. Places cut off from the world still existed, after all. Having finished chewing the root she had been gnawing on, Ellen leaned back against the tree's stump, drained, and looked up at the sky. In her days at the temple, she had food aplenty. She could survive on so little now, she wondered if it hadn't been wasteful to eat so much back then. Finding her thoughts amusing, Ellen faintly smiled. There was someone who used to chide her for eating so much, yet always cooked for her when she expressed a desire to eat something. With her head bowed, Ellen took a moment to catch her breath. She found it hard to stave off the intrusive thoughts about the life she had abandoned of her own accord. What if she had stayed? But her present reality told her otherwise. Bounty hunters lurked around every corner, hoping to capture Ellen and Bertus, while on the other side there were still those who hailed Ellen as a hero, praying she would one day save humanity. Her mere existence was the spark of war. Even in her absence, wars had erupted several times. Had she remained, larger wars might have ensued. The empire might have crumbled even before it could be fully established. There should only be one son. The existence of two sons would set the world aflame. And in truth, the past held no meaning. Her status as a wanted person held no meaning either. Reality existed regardless. The Demon King was married, and a lot of time had passed. She had never entertained the thought of interfering with that. She couldn't reclaim the time that had flowed on since her departure, clutching at fragments of past memories. Their story would have filled up and overflowed by now. She was merely imagining. What if everything had been fine? She was merely reminiscing. Back then, she should have eaten more, the food that Reinhardt had made for her, the moments when they could touch each other. That time, a bit more, even a little bit more. Finally breaking off her thoughts forcefully, Ellen closed her eyes. The wind was cold. The next day, Ellen rose from her spot by the dying fire she had kindled and slung her backpack over her shoulder. The confusion of the night faded with the morning. In a situation where there were things to be done, distractions did not find her. The creeping sadness and self-ridicule always found her just before sleep. She did what needed to be done, as she always had. She had decided to kill monsters in the wilderness. Unable to live in any place where civilization existed due to her condition, she roamed only where it did not. It was hard and painful, but it was a path she had chosen for herself. So Ellen walked through the forest. Reaching the signs she had found last night was not difficult. Ellen had learned to do things she had never known how to do before, not only drawing pictures but also tracking. The shape and position of broken branches, footprints, excrement, signs of predation. All these allowed her to estimate things like the size of the absent monsters, their range of movement, and their location. If Ellen had been an adventurer, she might have been the most outstanding adventurer of her time. Ellen had been doing this job since before the Adventurers Guild changed its policy to reward monster hunting. Sometimes Ellen found it amusing. Her older brother, Raggan Artorius, had been a legendary adventurer. He had become famous as a legendary adventurer, then a hero. But the sequence was different for Ellen. She was first known as a hero, then became an adventurer. Ellen examined the traces, gauging which direction the mist group had headed. She checked the faintly pressed bushes and footprints, then consulted her notebook. The contents of the notebook matched, and so she walked, tracing the remnants. The traces sometimes disappeared, but once she had the overall direction, they could be found. There were times when she would just mindlessly kill monsters. Wherever she went in the continent, monsters were there, so she just had to kill, kill, and kill. Because then, someday, she would be able to hunt the final monster. She saved people from monsters. That goal, at least, she could accomplish. But the process was not easy, and eradicating each hidden monster was an extremely difficult task. Therefore, the number of monsters would gradually decrease and become harder to find. That's why Ellen gradually realized how to track the monsters. Overall, it wasn't much different from hunting, but it was just hunting with a different prey each time. For giant monsters, they were easy to spot from afar. Regardless of size, however, every monster was lethal. So if she saw a giant monster, she would rush in and kill it, and certainly deal with smaller and medium-sized monsters too. She would find and kill hidden monsters. In those days, for the past few months, Ellen had been feeling a constricting fear. Despite the extreme shortage of food, she was prioritizing searching for monsters over finding food. That's why she was pulling out her notebook more often than usual. Ellen moved cautiously but quickly, passing by footprints and broken branches, footprints that matched the drawings in her notebook. She followed them. Monsters usually looked different from each other. There were even many monsters that could not be recognized as living creatures. Of course, there were similar ones, those with wings or giant monsters. There were many similar ones, but it was very rare for them to match perfectly. Not that there weren't any, but the colors or the horns were slightly different. But a few months ago, Ellen had come face to face with monsters that had identical forms. Of course, they weren't strong monsters. They all fell scattering blood, double-sided by her lament. But at that moment, Ellen had dry heaved in fear. Since then, Ellen has been continually searching, comparing the traces, wandering and scouring the vicinity, looking for something, hoping that it didn't exist, hoping it was just a delusion, drawing, collecting traces, searching, searching and searching again, hoping it was just one of those occasional things, hoping there were monsters of that form too. How much time had passed when she had been wandering the forest for over 5 hours, from a crack in a certain hill. Grrrr. Ellen heard the low, gruff cry of a monster. Srrrr. Pulling out her lament, Ellen kept her eyes on the cave. The monster was silently glaring at Ellen with its red eyes from the crack in the hill. A threat that meant it would kill if she approached. But Ellen did not retreat. She slowly approached the monster. Grrrr. As Ellen approached, the monster extended its clawed front paw out of the crevice. The warnings and threats grew more intense. Yet Ellen advanced further, her eyes wide open. Please, no, please, let it not be, she hoped, and with another step forward. Rawwoa, the creature that lunged at Ellen, its massive mouth lined with hundreds of teeth, charged at her. Swish! The monster, charging at her, was sliced in half from mouth to tail by a stroke of the void sword, its momentum burying it deep into the forest. Instant death. The monster was exactly the same as the one she had been chasing. It wasn't the first time she had killed such a beast. She had slain this type of monster countless times, and yet she kept encountering the same kind of creatures. She had no interest in the slain monster. Ellen had not been chasing it. She had been searching for this monster, but it wasn't truly what Ellen was after. Why had it threatened her? Monsters typically exhibit indiscriminate aggression towards everything except their own kind. But just a while ago, it had been growling, hidden in its cave. As if warning her to stay away, Ellen cautiously approached the cave from which the monster had emerged. It couldn't be, it must be a delusion. Such a thing shouldn't exist. With these thoughts, she had roamed this area for months, obsessively, because there were monsters that replicated by dividing and multiplying. She kept telling herself that it must be something like that. But even before entering the cave, Ellen had already sunk into despair. Squeak, squeal. From inside, faint whimpering sounds could be heard. Ah! Entering the cave, Ellen was left speechless. 6 or so little things, each about the size of a grown man's arm. Something that looked like miniature versions of the monster she had just killed, squirming around, their eyes barely open. Ah, 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 thump. Ellen sank to her knees before their feeble wriggling, something she had never encountered in any other creature. Ellen had found the monster, but the monster wasn't her true target. She had been searching for the monster's offspring. The offspring were, in and of themselves, evidence of reproduction. Not duplication or division, but the most ordinary form of reproduction. The existence of multiple monsters with exactly the same form suggested this possibility. Monsters that reproduce had appeared. Whether they were originally present or emerged as an adaptation, she couldn't tell. Therefore, there must be other creatures among them that reproduce. Of course, there could even be monsters that crossbreed with entirely different species. She had left this as a mere possibility, as she had never seen such a case with her own eyes. If one was possible, there was no reason why two would not be. Not only this species in front of her, but other species could also be capable of reproduction. She didn't know when this had started. But one thing was certain, the number of monsters wasn't decreasing, it was still increasing. Somewhere in the world. They weren't just appearing from gates, they were increasing through reproduction. This implied only one thing, the monsters would never disappear from the world. The moment of killing the last monster would never come. No, Ellen could see nothing but despair. Chapter 684, Are you ready? Of course. At his nonchalant reply, Charlotte looked at Reinhardt with a warm expression. When I ask if you're ready, it means something entirely different from your understanding. Are you ready? Didn't I say I am? He was still incorrigible. His outfit had been checked, his demeanor posed no problem. All he had to do was proceed as planned. But as always, the problem was something beyond his outfit. After inspecting the Emperor's attire one last time, Charlotte placed her hands on both his hips. Do you remember the reprimanding we got because of how you handled our wedding? Ah, yeah, I remember. He had wanted to proceed quickly, in his own way, but he had still been scratched at for mishandling their wedding, which was already a contentious event. Especially when the topic of the wedding came up, Harriet would still be on the brink of causing a scene. If you don't want another such incident, do it right. I understand. I agree with your usual theory that speeches don't need to be long, but they don't need to be rubbish either. Your speeches, they're undoubtedly rubbish. I'll do it well. You always say you will, but never do. I'll really do it well this time. I've heard that before, you know. Despite the reprimanding, he would still babble nonsense in front of people. The emperor's habit of incurring great debts with a single word hadn't changed. Then, can't you do it? What? Ah, of course I should do it. Yeah. The emperor quickly shook his head, sensing imminent danger from her gaze alone. Until the end of the preparations, or more accurately, until the moment it was about to begin, the emperor continued to be berated. After enduring such hardships, creak the door of the waiting room opened, and a knight with red hair entered. Your Majesty, it is time. Ah, yes. The Emperor's Knight Scarlet took the lead, and the Emperor followed behind. As if to watch how he would handle it, Charlotte's scrutinizing gaze trailed after him. In the vast square of the temple, countless people stood with tense expressions. The first thing the Empire did was reopen the temple. Due to the drastic decrease in the human population, it wasn't as grand as before, but a staggering number of new students had enrolled in the temple. While it didn't offer as many benefits as before, the tuition was no longer astronomically high. The temple was operational. That alone was enough. Since the empire no longer belonged to the Guardia's royal family, the temple was no longer called the Guardia's temple. The emperor did not bother to prefix the temple with any other adjectives, stating that the temple should just be called the temple. And so, the elementary division was its own, as were the middle and high school divisions. Moreover, it wasn't just humans now. Though they were few, there were definitely demons as well. Some demons resembled humans closely, while others had somewhat unfamiliar forms. Any sentient being capable of receiving education and understanding could enroll in the temple. It had been a while since demons began to mix into the imperial capital, so the spectacle wasn't exclusive to the temple. However, naturally, not everyone felt comfortable with this sight. Despite this, in the square filled with freshmen of various races, everyone was focused on one spot, the place where the emperor would appear. With the blast of a colossal horn, a tune signaling the emperor's entrance began to play. The voice of the royal mage, who was serving as the master of ceremonies, echoed throughout the hall. Some revered him, some feared him, some hated him. Presently, the representative of the gods, the ruler of the divine empire, the conqueror of the Guardia's empire, the founder of the Council of Mage, the protector of the human autonomous territory, and at the same time, the one who ended the gate crisis, the archdemon, thus, the ruler of all demons, the legitimate ruler of all mankind, and also the savior of the world, the apostle of the god of war, the invincible, the immortal, the demon king of flames. Emperor Reinhardt makes his entrance. Emperor Reinhardt. That was the name of the emperor. The Continental Emperor revealed himself before the people. There were no flashy robes or crowns. The emperor, dressed in simple attire, stood on the platform, looking down at the excited crowd. Behind him, Scarlet, the emperor's knight escort, stood at attention. The speech for the temple freshmen was an annual event. Every time he stood on this stage, the emperor encountered various meaningful glances. There was hatred, admiration, awe and fear. This signified that the emperor had not yet united the continent, let alone humanity. The emperor's voice echoed across the square. I've been doing this every year. Probably, Guardia's tea. No, I shouldn't say Guardia's anymore. Yes, just temple. When we reopened the temple and accepted the first batch of freshmen, I had to make a speech. I can't make long speeches. So back then I said only one thing: devote yourselves to study. That was it. But then, I regretted it a lot. As the emperor looked somewhere, subtly checking the atmosphere, he cleared his throat a few times. Then he looked at the faces of the people. Some people were taken aback by the emperor's tone. So, since then, I've been trying to squeeze out a little more. But I guess it doesn't suit me well. It never works. Me, that. The long prefix that comes before my name. It makes me uncomfortable. It's unnecessarily long. It feels shameful to brag about myself. But then, well, apparently, that's part of being an emperor. You all need to know what I've been doing so far, what kind of being I am. And it's not a lie. Ruler of all demons, right? Ruler of all mankind, yes, that's true. The owner of the divine empire, this is also true. Since I still possess two divine relics, I am also a representative of the gods. So, even though it's a bit embarrassing to recite it like that, it's true, right? Why should I feel ashamed of telling the truth? After I thought about it like that, I stopped feeling ashamed. Yes, those prefixes like invincible, immortal, that come before my name, they all have a reason. It's a long explanation of how great I am. You all should know how great the being that welcomes you. That's what it means. I'm listing the reasons for my greatness. Indeed, there might be children here who wouldn't understand what this means. Young ones might not yet comprehend terms like council of mage and such, right? So, let me simplify it for the children. I am extremely grand. You are currently facing the grandest and most dignified being in the world. Hence, you should feel very honored. At these words, the atmosphere in the hall paused momentarily. Even if he was the emperor, that was a bit much. They understood, of course. But to say such things himself, whether the emperor was great or not, the fact he spoke such words, it was quite off-putting. In that atmosphere, the emperor looked at the silent crowd and spoke. "What are you doing, you lot? You should be clapping." At that command-like statement, everyone started clapping as if forced mechanically. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone clapped, wondering what this was all about, their expressions increasingly perplexed. Have you seen it? However, the mischief that had been on the emperor's face vanished amidst the clapping. Greatness is like this. Among you, some despise me. Some among you probably hate me. There might be those among you who would like to stab me in the back. But when I say clap, you all have to clap. No matter what feelings you harbor towards me, you cannot defy me. Just like the remnants of mankind who opposed me had to kneel before me, living miserably within the autonomous territory I established, surviving on the scraps I give them. Even though they still hate me, they have to bow their heads to my feet, like the representatives of the autonomous territory begging for my help. You cannot defy me. Those who have opposed me have either died or became beasts begging for food. That is why I am great. How did hate, resentment, and anger matter? They clapped when told to clap. They would kneel when told to kneel. Domination is complete with just that. Having loyalty is good, but it's sufficient to have obedience. The emperor knew that now. However, this speech didn't fit this place at all, even though it was true. So, what was he getting at? This wasn't a speech to be given after conquering mankind. It was merely a temple initiation. Bragging about his greatness at a temple initiation was bragging in the wrong place. However, there is one way to be greater than I, the grand, noble, and absolute emperor. The one who rebuilt the fallen demon realm, conquered mankind, ended the Gate Crisis, accomplished the impossible feat of rebuilding civilization. There's one thing that even this great demon king, who achieved these monumental tasks, hasn't done. Everyone was puzzled when he suddenly mentioned something he hadn't done after bragging about all he had accomplished. Graduation. I still haven't graduated from the temple. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden nonsensical statement. The demon king couldn't have attended the temple in the first place. All students at the time would say the same since its operation was entirely halted. But in the end, the fact was the fact. The demon king didn't graduate from the temple, and with the temple reopening, there were quite a few among those who had served in the Allied forces who attended the newly operational temple and graduated. Among the classmates of the Demon King and the students from the temple in those days, there were those who had returned to graduate. In any case, the fact that the Demon King did not graduate was as true as the modifier that came before his name. Soon you will be able to do what I could not. At least, I can live a life that is just one step better than this great Demon King. I can say that there's at least one thing I'm better at than the Demon King. How grateful is that? I stand before a life where I can confidently say that I graduated from the temple, something even the Demon King couldn't do. I can live a life where I can say that the Demon King is a fool who couldn't even graduate from the temple. So, study hard, graduate safely. End of speech. Everyone was staring blankly at the fading figure of the Demon King, who was also the Emperor of the Empire. There was no applause or cheers for the departing Demon King. Everyone was taken aback. Regardless of how they thought about the Demon King, one thought was stuck in everyone's head. Reinhardt the Great was a very strange individual, a thought engraved in everyone's mind. I told you not to do that. No, but this time it was longer. Did I tell you not to make it short? I told you not to make it like a dog. Today was the worst, no, not the worst, but the second worst. The second. Is it really that bad? I didn't do well. Ah! Charlotte's hysterical voice could be heard from the waiting room as Scarlet stood at the door listening. It was a familiar scene to Scarlet, who had been with the Emperor longer than the Empresses. Of course, since it was not an ordinary day but an event, there were several Imperial guards with the Emperor. As the captain of the Royal Knights and the Emperor's personal guard, all of them were Scarlet's subordinates. One of them asked, "Captain, what if there was a script? Wouldn't it be better to have a script rather than having Charlotte fret like this? If there is a script, he won't read it." Scarlet's habit of being respectful to everyone was still the same. The Emperor had tried to correct that habit several times, but it never changed. More precisely, he can't read it. He can't read it. Of course, the Emperor was not illiterate. If there is a script, he will read it like, "My beloved people." Ah, surprisingly, he gets very nervous. He didn't seem nervous at all. But the fact was that he was so nervous he couldn't read the script properly, and his speech would become nonsensical. So, Charlotte had been trying to fix that strange, chronic problem for 5 years. But after failing every time, she would scold him after everything was over. "Why are you like this? Should we just die? Should we die together? Why are you so angry about not doing well? You haven't improved at all. You're not growing." At this age, growth is a disease. You can't even keep a single word. The other Imperial guards listened to the Emperor's voice from behind the door as well. No one was surprised, since it was a common occurrence. Scarlet spoke with a faint smile. "Still, isn't an emperor who can't give a speech better than an emperor who loses?" At her words, everyone made ambiguous expressions and nodded their heads. Undefeated, invulnerable, immortal. Those titles had been earned since the day he single-handedly suppressed an army advancing for rebellion. The emperor had never been defeated. He didn't even need an army. After the proclamation of the new empire, there had been several wars. These wars were inevitable, breaking out after all attempts at dialogue and compromise had failed. The Emperor took only Scarlet with him to every battlefield. No one else was allowed to join. Scarlet, too, didn't participate in the fighting. She was instructed to wait on the other side of the battlefield. "Must you really go alone?" The Emperor stood alone against the advancing enemy army. "I must instill fear in those who don't obey. They need to know that I can't be killed. If they understand that even I, alone, cannot be killed, they won't be able to raise their flags against me or the Empire anymore. Then there won't be any more incidents like this in the future. Is it presumptuous to be certain that there won't be? At least, the number of such incidents should decrease. In order to subdue those who refused to accept his rule with terror, the Emperor set out alone, and the Emperor's enemies learned why he was known as the Apostle of the War God. Chapter 685. Even if he wanted to listen to nagging all day, the Emperor had no time for it. After finishing his entrance speech, the Emperor returned to the Imperial Palace. Charlotte was by his side as he sat on the Imperial throne. The heated ministers began their respective reports. "Your Majesty, I bring news that the warp gate in the autonomous human territory has been destroyed." Again, the Emperor, seemingly fed up with the repetition, closed his eyes and pressed his temples with both hands. What do they want to achieve by destroying the warp gate, which is the lifeline of our aid? Are they asking us to transport supplies by carriage? Could it be that they want to starve to death? It wasn't the autonomous government that destroyed the gate, but as always, the citizens' right. "Yes, Your Majesty." The gate incident had come to an end. However, warp gate phobia was widespread across the entire continent. People believed that warp gates were massive ticking time bombs. It was only natural for people to feel vague fear and anxiety about the reintroduction of something that had nearly driven humanity to extinction. As a result, not only in the autonomous territory, but also across the entire continent, warp gates were frequently destroyed by terrified citizens. Thus, it was not an issue unique to the autonomous territory. Nevertheless, the benefits of the warp gates were not something people could give up out of fear. So, compared to the previous era, the area surrounding the warp gates was under strong military protection. Although we continue to proclaim that the gates are unrelated to those of the previous era, many people still refuse to believe it. In particular, citizens of the autonomous territory view the warp gates as entrances to invasion and feel uneasy, especially in the autonomous human territory, which could be considered a gathering place for the anti-demon king forces that rejected his rule. Warp gate phobia was bound to be more severe. Did we cover the cost of repairing the warp gate after the last destruction? Yes, we did. Really, they must have thought they could get away with being lax since we rebuilt it for free. It's time to change their mindset. The Emperor began to speak with a cold tone. From now on, the autonomous territory government will bear the full cost of repairing the warp gates. That way, they'll protect them with their lives. Deliver this message to the autonomous territory government. Yes, Your Majesty. There were many humans in the autonomous territory, those who had rejected the Demon King's rule and the followers of the hero religion. Instead of killing them, the Demon King had allowed them to live together in one place. As a result, rebellions occurred from time to time, but they were all ultimately suppressed. Furthermore, they could not survive without the aid of the new empire. Although it was a gathering place for those who hated the Demon King, the reality of the autonomous territory was that they couldn't even survive without him. This was Charlotte's plan. The Emperor issued orders while receiving various reports. Occasionally, he would listen to advice from Charlotte, who was standing beside him. Although the tasks at hand weren't very different from what he had been doing in Edna, the scope he had to manage was vastly larger, and the number of lives involved was on an entirely different scale. With a bored expression, the Emperor maintained his focus as he made one decision after another. There were important matters to discuss, but there were also trivial ones that seemed hardly worth mentioning. However, there were undoubtedly topics that, although insignificant, had to be reported to the Emperor. Your Majesty, we have caught the person who damaged your statue installed in the Aliga district last Monday. He is a 67-year-old man living nearby and is currently in the custody of the guards. Why did he do that? The reason is not important, Your Majesty. Damaging a statue modeled after you is a challenge to the imperial authority in itself. I believe he should be sentenced to death. And on Monday, I don't remember well, how did he damage it? The official reporting to the Emperor looked pale in response to the question. The Emperor heard so many things in a day that too many of them disappeared from his memory. He urinated on it. Urinated. Ah, yes, I think I heard about that. Yes, and the Emperor crossed his arms. The Emperor may have forgotten, but his officials remembered the shocking incident. An attitude of not understanding why he should be angry about it. He had reacted like this at the time. I never ordered the installation of that statue in the first place. The Demon King seemed to be searching his memory, lost in thought for a moment. I don't know who it was, but some sculptor said he wanted to dedicate it to me and made it. It's Ernak. As the Demon King's assistant Charlotte whispered the name, the Demon King nodded as if he remembered. That's right, it was that fellow Ernak who carved it as a tribute to me or something. Aren't all the statues and images of me like that? Yes, Your Majesty. Why is it a challenge to the imperial authority when a citizen damages an object they sculpted without my permission? In fact, such things existed throughout the empire, in some form or another. Artists and groups praising the Demon King created various works of art idolizing him. It is because a statue bearing your likeness symbolizes the emperor's authority. Shouldn't we stop people from making statues of the great and dignified emperor at their own discretion? That could also be seen as a challenge to imperial authority. Charlotte interrupted the emperor before he could finish, suggesting that if problems arise from unauthorized work, they should not allow it in the first place. If we start censoring in that way, we'll end up prohibiting even the poets from singing praises of your majesty's achievements, creating a needless atmosphere of fear. Undoubtedly, inevitably, you will find that situation more tiring later on. Is that so? Forbidding idolization in fear of idolization, Your Majesty, is in itself a very powerful form of idolization. And if you issue a ban and later find it more troublesome, leading to its repeal, the citizens will only feel unnecessary confusion. Inevitably, people will think that the imperial family lacks consistency. I see. Well, let's just forget about it. If left alone, people would idolize the emperor as they pleased, arguing whether it was right or wrong. If told not to, an endless list of things to prohibit would only create a meaningless atmosphere of fear, fueling resentment. In the end, repealing the ban itself would mark the climax of the emperor's pointless meddling. So leaving it alone was the best solution. Anyway, just let the old man off with a warning. He must have been drinking. When people get drunk, they sometimes do unpleasant things in places they shouldn't. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister sighed and nodded, knowing that the emperor rarely punished anyone in such cases. At least give a warning. Tell them if they pull that stunt again, they'll have to fight in front of the Emperor himself. I'm curious if they can manage that." The old man was released along with the Emperor's bizarre warning. After that, many reports came in. When the Emperor's judgment seemed to verge on mistake, Charlotte would quietly discuss with him and make decisions. Everyone knew Charlotte was the true power behind the new royal family. The reason she was respected even as a remnant of the Guardia's royal family was because everyone knew she never acted against the Emperor's will or ordered others to do so. And soon, the ever-present topic arose. "Your Majesty, there have been sightings of a hero in the Olland region of the western Kernstadt area." The atmosphere in the royal chamber, which had been quiet, became heavy. In the royal chamber and throughout the empire, there were two extremely sensitive subjects. One was the hero, Ellen Artorius. Also, there have been sightings of the deposed Emperor Bertus in the Olland region about 2 months ago. The other, of course, was the topic of Bertus de Guardias, the previous emperor. When we look at these two matters together, it seems that the deposed emperor and the hero are once again acting together. Can you take responsibility for that? Can you take responsibility for that statement? The minister who reported the matter lowered his head even further before the emperor's cold gaze. "Every time we've heard about the hero and the deposed emperor, we've dispatched forces. But as far as I remember, not once has the information been true. Most of the sightings of these high-priority fugitives were false. No one knew whether any of the reports had been genuine. Regardless, all pursuits had ended in failure." The Emperor stared at the reporter as another sighting was reported. "Your Majesty, I am merely reporting the information that has come in. Isn't it your opinion, not information, to infer that the deposed Emperor and the hero are together based on two sightings? That, that is, how much longer must the Emperor's power be wasted on false sightings, most of which have proven to be lies? Some of the people who provided the information didn't even know the appearances of the hero or the Emperor. There have even been instances where sightings were reported simultaneously at the southernmost and northernmost ends of the continent. However, it was not the reporter who answered, but someone else. "Your Majesty, the deposed Emperor and the hero are the greatest threats to the current empire. The moment they reach the autonomous region, humanity will rally again, and those within the empire who harbor impurities will be tempted. We must closely monitor even the smallest piece of information regarding those two individuals." The other officials did not hesitate to agree, as if acknowledging the truth in those words. It was true that the people in the autonomous region were essentially slaves, and that their resentment remained. If the wars so far had been the resistance of those who could not overcome their anger, a real war could break out the moment the vanished emperor and hero reappeared. Those who remained in the empire, hating the demon king, might also follow that turning point. Thus, the deposed emperor and the hero were real threats to the empire. There were still those who believed that the two were hiding somewhere, plotting in secret to save humanity from the demon king's oppression, and the believers of the hero in the autonomous region continued to have faith. Thus, for those who pledged loyalty to the emperor, the only way to eliminate the root cause of the empire's unrest was to find and kill the hero and the deposed emperor. Everything they said was for the sake of the empire's eternity and peace. There might have been incorrect information in their words, but there was no reason to doubt their loyalty. That's why a tremendous bounty was placed on the heads of Ellen and the deposed emperor, and the emperor could not deny its legitimacy. In order to justify the rule of the demon king, the hero and the deposed emperor had to be captured, and the propaganda continued. Now, they revered the demon king as the savior of the world and hated the hero and the deposed emperor. In reality, civilization had achieved some level of reconstruction. The absolute problem of hunger was almost resolved, and people were expanding their foundation of life by restoring the ruined cities and buildings. It was not an era of peace, but it was approaching that time. Most people believed in reality and substance. Many people's lives had improved after the rule of the demon king, so people believed in the demon king. However, ironically, no matter who held power after the end of the Gate incident, things could only improve. The demon king just happened to be the one holding the reins. It was a situation where things had to improve, and it was unknown whether things got better because the demon king took power or not. However, things were improving. And in fact, the Demon King did not commit unnecessary atrocities against those who accepted his rule quietly. Not all policies went smoothly, but there were obviously no senseless acts of tyranny or slaughter. Nowhere on the continent were people gathered and burned to death. The Demon King was actually taken aback by the fact that so many people had been terrified imagining such a thing. Moreover, he even created autonomous regions for humans who refused his rule and claimed to be their protector. Of course, everyone knew that the title of protector was just a name, and in reality, he was a watcher. In the end, unlike the early days of his rule, a considerable number of humans now supported the Demon King due to improved living conditions. Thus, they naturally came to hate the hero and the fugitive deposed emperor, who were on the opposite side. It was a natural phenomenon. So it was an unavoidable reality that the entire continent was pursuing the two, even if the emperor did not. However, the emperor still felt uneasy, even though he understood this. Yes, that's true, but not all the information is false. How long do we have to listen to stories from murderers who kill innocent people and then demand money, claiming they killed the deposed emperor or the hero? Every time such a story came up in a report, the emperor felt suffocated. Your Majesty, just because some accidents happen, we cannot stop the attempts to find the deposed emperor and the hero. They might have hidden in the autonomous regions. We should strengthen the surveillance of the autonomous regions, enforce curfews, and of course, prohibit gatherings to prevent people from assembling, and reinforce the guards more than they are now. Your Majesty, the cunning humans of the autonomous regions are merely taking advantage of your compassion. Not only should we identify the ungrateful and reckless people who have received your forgiveness many times, but do not know gratitude, but also the fact that the leaders of the past rebellion are included in the top echelons of the autonomous regions is a very serious security risk. The problem is not just the autonomous regions. We need to significantly increase the activities of the intelligence agency to identify the subversive elements within the empire as well. Yes, Your Majesty. There are countless subversive elements who have deliberately chosen not to be affiliated with the autonomous regions in order to operate within the empire. Once someone opened the floodgates, words poured out from all over, and the emperor silently looked down at his ministers. The emperor glanced at Charlotte, who was standing quietly by his side. Please save me. That was the underlying meaning of his gaze. Looking down at the emperor, Charlotte gave a faint smile and nodded her head quietly. From now on, I will receive the political reports. In the end, Charlotte took over. Let's leave out the useless conversations and start by organizing the reports according to each department. As always, this was the flow of events. They were all individuals loyal to the Demon King. There was no doubt about their loyalty. It was just that their expressions were aggressive. Their loyalty was so strong that they didn't hesitate to say that they should kill the deposed emperor's half-sibling, Charlotte, right in front of him. Some of them were even former members of the empire. This was because they were either irreplaceable personnel who had not been replaced even after 5 years, or had proven their loyalty to the point of not being replaced. That's why Charlotte, although doubting their intelligence, did not doubt their loyalty. Chapter 686. The Emperor exited the meeting hall and walked down the corridors of the central palace. The major matters had been dealt with, so Charlotte would handle the remaining affairs of state. Once they exchanged summaries and discussed matters, the bulk of the day's work would be completed. As always, Scarlet was by the Emperor's side. In fact, Scarlet had spent more time with him than anyone else. Is only the evening event left? Yes, Your Majesty. As I mentioned earlier, the banquet of the Meritorious will be held in the Spring Palace tonight. I see. It's been a while since all 5 empresses gathered together. Indeed. The Emperor had 5 wives, and their ranks were equal. All 5 were empresses. Although there were concerns that this could cause confusion within the ranks, the Emperor had decided to proceed in this way. Of course, among the 5 empresses, their influence varied individually. The most influential was, naturally, Charlotte, who handled the overall state affairs. However, that did not mean the other empresses were without influence. Aerie controlled and ruled the demon forces that had become a massive pillar of the empire. Louise, as one would expect, ruled over Kernstadt, the second largest power after the empire. The current king was Heinrich von Schwarz, But until King Heinrich became accustomed to state affairs, Louise was virtually the king, assisting him. Kernstadt had a larger territory than the direct territories of the empire. Even Edna Archipelago, which had been the base after the incident with the Demon King's Gate, had already become part of Kernstadt. The empire couldn't attempt much restoration or expansion due to the excessively dense population in the imperial capital. The empire focused on reducing the size of the imperial capital, which had become almost like a deformed city-state due to its immense size, and relocating its people. And there was more. The Holy Empress has already entered the palace. Ah, is that so? Olivia Lands, who had completely reformed the five great religions into a new group and became the ruler of another vast empire, also held tremendous power. Of course, there were those who had become too famous for their power. A person who had never existed in history, the most powerful mage, an unparalleled entity capable of using infinite magic, Harriet de Saint Owen. For her, a new title had to be created, a different position for a being of different stature. The current leader of the Council of Magic, the highest decision-making and intervention body for all things magic. The Archmage was also heading there. Harriet had become synonymous with that title. Since everyone was to gather at the banquet in the evening, the Emperor headed to the Spring Palace in advance. The banquet had not started yet, but the preparations were bustling. The Spring Palace, where Charlotte once resided as a princess, was still blooming with flowers. Charlotte, who often had state affairs to deal with, had moved her residence to the Autumn Palace, where the institutions handling state affairs were concentrated. In the courtyard of the Spring Palace now stood two people. Holy Empress Olivia, her platinum hair braided up, and Adriana, with her black hair, standing next to her. "It's been a while, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Adriana, standing next to Olivia, was now the Holy Empress's knight. Looking at the Emperor who had come to visit, Olivia Lands, her mouth covered, wore a gentle smile that belied any trace of her once venomous demeanor. If anyone had changed the most since getting married, it was undoubtedly Olivia. Despite her declaration of being a thorn in the Emperor's side, her demeanor had softened considerably after marriage, as if she had finally found contentment. The reason was simple. Empress Olivia was incredibly busy due to the establishment of the Holy Empire. Consequently, she rarely had the chance to see the Emperor. And so, whenever she did meet him after a long absence, she found it a waste of precious time to quarrel and bicker. Since their time together was so scarce, she cherished every moment, speaking only sweet words and behaving kindly. "When did you arrive?" "Just now, not long ago." She even responded to the Emperor's inquiries with the utmost respect. It was surprising how much a person could change. To be precise, she had regained the demeanor and speech pattern reminiscent of the time when she was known as the Saintess. For that reason, those who knew Olivia felt a sense of unease at this new behavior. "It's like, I've confirmed that she's fundamentally a very good person, but I kind of hate to admit it. Where's the fun in that?" That was how Charlotte evaluated the gentler Olivia. Of course, there were many days after the wedding when she cried her eyes out, lamenting that she couldn't see Reinhardt as often as she used to. "Why don't you stay a few days while you're here?" "I would like to, but I'm too busy." "The same goes for you." "That's unfortunate." Olivia was beaming as if she couldn't ask for anything more. "Oh, Reinhardt is here too." Everyone turned their heads at the sound of a voice from afar. Approaching them was the Archmage Harriet, dressed in casual attire, as if she had just arrived at the palace. Olivia's expression hardened. Doesn't that person ever take a hint, always showing up at the worst possible time? Or does she do it on purpose? Of course, many things had changed about her, but her intense dislike for Harriet remained unchanged. "What is it?" The approaching Harriet looked at Olivia with a cold gaze. "What about you? When you see someone after a long time, shouldn't you at least pretend to be pleased? And shouldn't you have the decency to disappear when I'm having a rare chat with His Majesty? I haven't seen him in a long time either." "Well, it's been longer for me." Knowing that he would be the first to bear the brunt if he stepped into their quarrel, the Emperor could only break out in a cold sweat, remaining silent. Harriet had a minor spat with Olivia, but claimed to be tired, and entered the Spring Palace ahead of everyone else. Despite her words, she knew Olivia didn't have much time and was showing consideration. Given that Olivia had to establish a new nation, her responsibilities, in some ways, were even greater than the Emperor's. She even had to undertake the dangerous task of religious reform, which was bound to provoke intense backlash. Her days were filled with risk and busyness. "How have you been these days?" At the emperor's question, Olivia sighed. "As always, there's still a long way to go." Due to the nature of religion, the territory of the Holy Empire wasn't limited to the empire's land. The temples, monasteries, and shrines of the Holy Order all over the world could all be considered part of its territory. She had to govern over areas and people that were scattered across the entire continent. The existence of the demon god was, in fact, a fallacy. It had taken an incredibly long time to convince people of this single truth, and even so, the majority remained unconvinced. It was difficult to upend common sense. However, these days we have demon priests, making things a bit easier than before. The demon god was the deity of the demon race. If the divine beings truly rejected the demon race, there shouldn't be anyone amongst them capable of wielding divine power. However, recently, the presence of demon priests has caused people's perceptions to change when they see demons wielding divine power. From the start, it seems right to just believe, considering that I possess Tiamata, but absolute numbers could be important too. That's true. Numbers are quite significant. Having somewhat finished his conversation with Olivia, the Emperor shifted his gaze to her side, the Holy Empress's guardian knight, Adriana. By the Empress's appointment, Adriana had become a knight to protect the Empress, much like Scarlet. Adriana had initially refused, insisting she was not capable, but Olivia had practically forced her into the role. And as the saying goes, the role makes the person. Given enough time, Adriana, already a formidable holy knight, had grown into a fitting guardian for the Holy Empress. "You've come in a dress today. What's the occasion?" "I was ordered to dress appropriately for the occasion." Adriana, with an uneasy expression, was clad in a dress more splendid than the Holy Empress Olivia's. It was clear that Olivia had intentionally dressed her in such a manner. Olivia covered her mouth and laughed at the sight of Adriana. "Now that we've abolished the law forbidding priests and holy knights from marrying, there's no need to hide your charm, is there?" From the moment the Holy Empress married, it was as if all old laws were discarded. Of course, all Adriana did was fiddle with the uncomfortable hem of her dress, her face filled with discomfort. The Holy Empire itself wasn't that large. However, the areas under its jurisdiction included all the lands where people lived. The holy religion was a deeply rooted religion and naturally existed wherever its followers were. Therefore, the Holy Empire was not only a state, but also the intelligence agency of the current empire, gathering information from across the continent. This was not intentional, it was an inevitable phenomenon. As such, the temples and shrines scattered across the continent inevitably became aware of everything that transpired on the continent. What about the autonomous region? I guess things are still okay there, considering there hasn't been any news. Thus, even in the autonomous region where the official governance of the Demon King's empire could not penetrate, there were churches of the holy religion. Naturally, these were very small, but they couldn't not exist, as there were still people who believed in the divine beings, even in places where the hero religion was dominant. According to Rowan, they seem to have lost all will to resist since the last war. But who knows? It wasn't too long ago that they rebelled, thinking they could overthrow us. However, I believe we'll be safe for at least 5 years. The commander of the Holy Knights, Rowan, had not been purged. After the war, she returned to where she belonged, the realm of shadows, where her existence rightfully belonged. Her work had changed not to heresy interrogation, but to gathering intelligence. She was the head of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Her role was to collect scattered information across the continent to detect threats to the Empire. Especially, her main duty was to monitor the autonomous region. Ironically, it was Louise who suggested this, the one who desired Rowan's purge. Rowan accepted the proposal gladly, saying that she couldn't stay in an overstepped position for long. She didn't hesitate to return to the realm of shadows after completing her work, arguing that the work she was good at suited her talents better. In the end, it turned out to be a better outcome when the former Holy Knight commander, Elaine Bolton, returned to his position and declared his support for the Holy Empire. Of course, the Order of the Holy Knights has now become a completely subordinate institution of the Holy Empire. If the Holy Knights originally gathered the power of the 5 great religions, It was natural for the Holy Empire to be a collection of the five great religious orders. Slowly, one by one, they are arriving. Olivia smiles as she sees two people approaching the Spring Palace. The Emperor springs up from his seat as if seared by fire. Both Adriana and Olivia smile at the sight of the Emperor. Adriana, isn't this picture always interesting to look at no matter who sees it? Shut up. Yes, I won't say anything. Since a certain point in time, a man whose face looks like he's chewing on rotten feces every time he sees the Emperor, and a woman who always has a cold expression. The two of them are walking towards the Spring Palace together. Not only the frozen Emperor, but Olivia also rose from her seat. The master of the Empire is Emperor Reinhardt, and the real power of the Empire is Charlotte de Gardiers. However, there is someone else who is most respected in the royal family. The regent of Kernstadt, Empress Louise. Empress Louise was not very close to the Emperor. Those who knew, knew. But to those who did not, it was because of some unknown reason. Those who did not know only knew that Empress Louise was the person the Emperor found most difficult. That was why, ironically, the person who the Emperor found most difficult and feared the most was the most respected in the royal family, creating a peculiar situation. Oh, you've arrived. Teacher, the Emperor bent his waist to 90 degrees to greet her. I still don't understand why I'm the teacher. You're so formal, Your Majesty. Louise looked at the stuttering Emperor and clicked her tongue briefly. And standing in front of Louise, the Emperor became like a mouse in front of a cat. So everyone thought that the dreadful Emperor Reinhardt was afraid of Empress Louise, and they were also afraid of Louise. In reality, Louise von Schwarz was a swordmaster, a tremendous talent in reality, and she herself is a war hero. If someone was afraid of her, there was enough reason. Of course, to those who knew the circumstances, it was just a ridiculous event. Despite the change, the still jealous Olivia found Reinhardt's actions in front of Louise simply amusing. I will go in first, sister. The current king of Kernstadt, Heinrich von Schwarz, rushed into the Spring Palace as if he were fleeing. After the proclamation of the empire, Olivia knew that Reinhardt and Heinrich had become a relationship that never meets in private. Whenever they locked eyes in a formal setting, they'd avoid each other as if they had seen something they shouldn't have, just like now. Would you like some tea? I already had some on the way. Then, how about a meal? Isn't the banquet about to start soon? Why would I need to eat beforehand? Oh, right. I wasn't thinking clearly. His flustered state, unable to do this or that, was akin to a puppy in desperate need of the bathroom. Empress Louise often stayed in Kernstadt due to her duties there, but occasionally she would return to the imperial palace for a few months. During such times, the emperor would be on edge, unable to sit or stand, living each day in anxiety. This was true even when Empress Louise wasn't in the same room. From his perspective, he wanted to do well by her in any possible way, but from the outside, it was hard to tell if he was trying to be good to his wife. Your Majesty. Yes, yes, ma'am. How many times have I told you to stop acting like an old, undutiful son who's anxiously trying to make up for his neglect of his aged mother? That strangely detailed explanation accurately described the Emperor's behavior towards Empress Louise. It didn't look like he was trying to treat his wife well. It looked more like he was trying to please a parent. The evidence was that he might forget the gifts he gave to his other wives, but he always remembered to send gifts and greetings to Louise. Well, I'm sorry. In the end, the Emperor hung his head. He wanted to treat her well, but he didn't know how, leaving him helpless. It seems like I've become not an empress, but an empress dowager. It wasn't just the Emperor. Olivia also respected her to some extent, as did Charlotte. And there was one more person who froze just as much as the Emperor. Another empress who had first entered the palace, but had rushed back out upon hearing of Louise's arrival. Oh, you're here, Louise, the Archmage. Her stammering was on par with, if not worse than, the Emperor's. Yes, have you been well, Archmage? Why, yes, would you like some tea? I've already had some. How about a meal? Isn't there a banquet soon? Oh, right. Right, I wasn't thinking clearly. She echoed the Emperor's exact words. She too sent gifts and greetings every birthday and every season. Ha! Louise didn't have high expectations for the marriage, given it was something she had to do. In fact, she had assumed there might be difficult times ahead. She thought that, due to the lack of a strong foundation or a deep connection with the Emperor, she might be ignored or treated as lesser. But this was an utterly absurd marriage life gone awry. Chapter 687, Epilogue. The Banquet of the Meritorious. As it was a banquet to gather the meritorious contributors of the gate incident, the scale of the arriving attendees was quite considerable. Numerous people had gathered, and naturally, the Spring Palace was bustling with activity. As it was a gathering for those who had achieved significant accomplishments, influential figures from various regions were present, and even individuals who were not influential but had accomplished great feats were invited. Since most of the people who formed the backbone of the empire were invited, the scale of the banquet was, of course, large, and all 5 empresses attended after the emperor. The last of the 5 empresses to arrive was Airy. Her mere appearance caused the people to unknowingly fall silent. The succubus queen. She was of a bloodline of great demons that ranked among the highest even within the demon race. As she belonged to the race of great demons among succubi, who were known as the enchanting demons, it was only natural that she attracted attention. "You have arrived." "Yes." Airy, who had ascended to the second floor where the emperor was, nodded quietly. The people, who were momentarily enchanted, eventually regrouped and engaged in conversations or danced. Among them, some covertly glanced at Airy. Airy was originally a great demon who had married the emperor as the representative of the demon race. That's what she had thought. In reality, Airy governed the demon race and was mainly in charge of finding the remaining demon groups in Darkland and integrating them into the Empire. Although Charlotte was also an archdemon, she lacked the ability to manage the entire Empire, leaving Airy to take on the task. Even after all this thinking, the fact that you're the most supported empress among others, isn't it strange? Airy responded to the Emperor's words with an ambiguous smile. You never know how the world works. Airy, who had been given the nickname Demon Empress, had the highest recognition among humans. The Archmage, the last princess of the Guardia's royal family, the regent of Kernstadt, the ruler of the Holy Empire. Each of them played a significant role, but Airy was the only demon. Humans supported Airy for one simple reason: the most beautiful empress. It was simply engraved in people's minds that she was a great demon of enchantment. The change in people's perception of demons due to just that one aspect was so significant that it was impossible to know how much it would have cost to achieve the same effect through propaganda. When Charlotte realized that such a perception was spreading among people after the demon empress revealed herself to the public, she didn't just stand idly by. As she had done in Edna, she mobilized succubi to provide psychological counseling and used the empress as a figurehead for activities like relief work for the poor. The only demon among the emperor's empresses helped people from the lowest social strata. Of course, not only Airy, but also other succubi had been doing this for a long time in the Edna archipelago, and they enjoyed doing it. Ironically, unlike other empresses who had many responsibilities and struggled with external activities, Airy was the empress closest to the people of the imperial capital, a large-scale civil project to improve the perception of demons. There was no one more suitable for the job than Airy. Thus, Airy was the most famous and most supported empress, being the only demon among the empresses. There were even people who disliked the emperor but supported only Empress Airy. In the simplest and most certain way, Airy had captured the hearts of the people. Perhaps the Shadow Walkers will join us this time. Really? Yeah, they're a somewhat gloomy race by nature. They're good at hiding, so they must have survived well. They prefer dark places and have keen ears. Don't worry, they don't practice cannibalism. They could work in the intelligence department. It won't matter if they live in the Empire. Sounds good. Of course, that didn't change the fact that she was the spokesperson and protector of the demon tribes. While the majority were humans, ultimately, it was a place where demon races had to coexist as well. Shelter had to be provided for the demon races who couldn't survive on human lands, and a foundation had to be created where only they could live. The emperor looked down at the banquet hall. There were familiar faces and unfamiliar ones. There were faces he hadn't seen in a long time. They greeted each other warmly, as it had been a while since they had seen one another. The emperor watched them quietly. The emperor then looked in the opposite direction. It was not Airy but Scarlet who was always by his side. Go down, your majesty, but I. In the banquet hall where everyone was wearing dresses or suits, Scarlet still wore her armor. Go on, you should greet Evia after such a long time. It wouldn't do to refuse a warm welcome and greeting from a familiar face while she vowed to protect him here. Scarlet hesitated before descending the stairs as the Emperor quietly watched her. The entire Spring Palace was virtually a banquet hall with countless people eating and drinking everywhere. Naturally, people gathered together in groups, and there were clusters of people all around the hall. There were many private conversations, and the content of those conversations ranged from personal to public matters. Among the stories buried in the flowing music, there were people who rejoiced in their long-awaited reunions. However, there were also many cases where familiar people gathered in one place. Harriet and Adelia, who had been apart for a while but now met frequently like they did in their temple days, were an example. The two were mumbling together at a table in the banquet hall with papers spread out in front of them. If we make it according to this design, I'm not sure about the efficiency, but wouldn't it lack versatility? It would be nice if it could be used in ways other than harvesting. No, you can do it like this. There's a joint at the front here, so when you replace it, it looks like this. Okay, and then it can also act as a plow, and you can dig as much land as you want. Ah, I see. By simply replacing the parts, it can be used for multiple purposes, making it efficient. Since the core is the same, it should be easy to change its functions. Exactly. Watching Adelia and Harriet discuss such matters in the banquet hall, Liana, who had emptied her champagne glass, put it down with a sound as if she had lost her appetite. Clank, damn it, do you have to talk about that stench of compost here, ruining my appetite? Ha! What? Do I have to listen to you talking about making farming golems all the way here? You two might not know, but it's disgusting to me. At Liana's words, Adelia and Harriet hastily tidied up the design drawings they had carelessly laid out on the table. It all started when Adelia began to stutter, pulling out the blueprint she had casually mentioned earlier, as Harriet responded to the topic. It was no wonder that Liana, who had dressed up in a long time with fancy earrings, necklaces, and a splendid dress, frowned upon the subject. Cliffman snickered beside her. Is it funny? Sorry. Naturally, without any thought, Cliffman bowed his head under Liana's sharp gaze. It couldn't be helped that Liana had an outburst when it came to farming. Liana was the one in charge of the vast farming district of St. Owen, which could be called the lifeline of the empire. She oversaw everything from agriculture to livestock, forestry to fisheries, and even the processing that came after. Liana de Grants was responsible for all matters concerning food. Her supernatural power, which had wielded absolute power in war, now bore the responsibility of feeding the entire empire. In a way, she had taken on a more important task than before the war. The area under Liana's jurisdiction far exceeded the size of an average nation, as it produced food for the entire continent. That was why a tremendous military force was stationed there, second only to the emperor. And Liana was one of the few unique beings with the authority to summon the Archmage in an emergency. Naturally, the Emperor was one of them, making Liana the only person other than the Emperor who could summon Harriet in an emergency. Therefore, all discussions about food were extremely important to Liana, but at the same time, they were also an irritating topic that she didn't want to hear about anymore. There was a reason why the Empire's massive food warehouse was established in the Grand Duchy of St. Owen. And there was a reason why Adelia laid out the blueprint and Harriet showed interest in it. But once the automation golems are complete, not only will food production skyrocket, but we can also distribute them across the entire continent, reducing your burden. This is a good thing for you, right? That was what Harriet said, and Adelia nodded in agreement. The technology used to create golems for war was now being transformed into technology for production. They made automated machines for agriculture. In fact, a large number of golems were being deployed in agricultural projects, and they were now dreaming of full automation, thanks to the golem technology of St. Owen Duchy and Adelia's cooperation. The knowledge used to create titans was now being partially used in agriculture and even mining. Of course, everyone knew the uncomfortable possibility that if the production line were to be slightly altered, agricultural golems could turn into terrifying war golems. Depending on the components installed, they could be used for production or destruction. In the end, Liana narrowed her eyes at the mention of it being something done for her convenience. Who said not to do it at all? Liana's beautifully painted nails trembled, her carefully drawn eyebrows furrowed, and she opened her red lips. Just not now. Do you guys know what I do normally? Do you think I sit in a fancy salon talking about whether it will rain or snow or stop? I'm in overalls, rummaging through compost bins, staring at rain falling heavily all day in the places where it's needed. I'm asking farmers questions all day long, not knowing why the crops are lagging. I'm comforting and taking measures for depressed people, wondering whether wild boars have eaten the roots, monsters have ruined the crops, or pests have become rampant. That was me. After a very long time. I wore a dress, put on makeup, painted my nails. I fussed about it. I came all the way to the palace. That's what happened. Do I have to hear that story today too? Let's forget about that story for today. We can listen to it tomorrow. You guys who are always locked up in the lab studying don't know me. You guys who only like studying don't know me. You guys who say it would be nice if we could just study, do you know my heart? Adelia and Harriet really said such things. They questioned why it was bad to be able to study. They didn't think of it as work in the first place. You guys don't know how much I want to play. Eventually, with eyes empty with despair, she muttered blankly, "Well, we can talk about this later at the Council of Magic." Perhaps Adelia and Harriet sensed the mood. They looked at each other and nodded. In the end, it was Cliffman who led Liana, the novice dancer, to the dance floor. Did you know he could dance? At Harriet's question, Adelia blankly stared at Cliffman and Liana dancing together. Doesn't he know by now? That kid, seeing his persistence, sometimes makes me dizzy. The one who answered wasn't Adelia, but Kea, who had approached from afar. Kea. Kea wasn't alone. There was a wheelchair Kea was sitting in, and behind it, a woman who had pushed him forward. It's been a long time. Adelia and Archmage. Hello, Senior. It's been a long time. Redina was behind Kea. Kea Voiden had awoken from a coma about 2 years ago. Redina had taken care of Kea, who had fallen into a coma after the war. Naturally, since they were both war heroes, priests would visit periodically to check on Kea's condition, providing assistance in daily life as well. But Redina was always by his side. In fact, Redina didn't have to take care of Kea to that extent. However, Redina stayed by Kea's side for all 3 years he was in a coma. There was no way to know if Kea would regain consciousness. She looked after Kea, whose heart was beating but nothing more, and one day, Kea opened his eyes. From then on, the two continued to be together. She helped with his rehabilitation, and they lived together. If his rehabilitation went well in the future, he might regain his strength and be free from the wheelchair. Redina always told Kea that, "Come on, eat this. Is alcohol. Okay. It would be better if you didn't drink. What do you want to eat? Do you want to take a walk for a bit?" Harriet and Adelia quietly watched them. While it was a miraculous thing that Kea regained consciousness, and they both visited occasionally to see how Redina took care of Kea. And although it seemed like Kea actually regained consciousness due to Redina's devotion touching the heavens, there was no limit to her persistence. If the persistent man was Cliffman, the persistent woman was Redina. It was good that things were going well, but in the end, they thought there was no need for such persistence. For a while, Redina fussed over Kea, asking if he was uncomfortable or needed anything. When Kea excused himself for a moment to chat with his friends, Redina finally caught her breath. Redina smiled at Harriet. "By the way, I've read the book you wrote, Archmage." "Ah, that one." "Yes, the Treatise of All Creation. Only the introduction has been released so far, right?" "Yes." The magic that had turned Harriet into an archmage. After the war, Harriet had tried to organize her enlightenment into writing. Redina was quick with magical calculations, but her overall magical power was insufficient. If she could only grasp the magic Harriet had discovered, she might be able to solve her chronic problem. So she had tried to understand the book written by Harriet, even if it was just the introduction. "I wonder if there's anyone who can understand it. I couldn't understand anything, not even a little bit." It wasn't a book that any mage could easily access. Like Adelia, Redina was also a member of the Council of Magic, which allowed her to read the introduction of Harriet's book. As expected. "I see. You don't need to be disappointed. In fact, I think you should write more." True. Honestly, I couldn't understand it either. But there was a reason why they said Harriet could continue writing, although they couldn't understand the content of her book at all. Only the highest-ranking mages could even have a seat in the Council of Magic. When Harriet, the leader of the council, said she would organize her greatest enlightenment into writing, everyone in the council objected. It was because the magic was too powerful, something that shouldn't spread easily. So Harriet had written only the introduction for now. She then told the people of the Council of Magic to read it if they wanted. However, Redina and Adelia couldn't understand it at all. So far, similar answers had come from the other members of the Council of Magic. Harriet explained the magic she had discovered and understood, but the mages didn't know why it was possible. There were those who couldn't understand how the magic itself functioned. Even if they understood how the magic functioned, they questioned whether it was something humans could achieve. The theory existed, and it worked. But the simple conclusion was that there was only one person in the world, Harriet, who could activate it. So, you should write that magic book. After all, no one else can use the magic. No one would understand it, even if they tried. However, for the sake of future generations, the great magic must be recorded. So, leaving behind a magic book containing magic that no one of that era could understand would have great significance. Speaking of which, you're not just an archmage for nothing, writing a magic book before even turning 30. It wasn't even a simple magic, but rather one that could rightfully be called the greatest in the world. At Redina's teasing words, Harriet couldn't help but blush. By the way, I heard Adelia is getting married soon. Ah, that. Yes. Adelia was soon to be married to the third son of the Duke of St. Owen. Somewhere in the distance, the Duke of St. Owen, who was also a member of the Council of Magic, was conversing with someone, and his three sons were also in attendance. So, we'll be family now. Ah, that I suppose. Seeing Adelia blush and lower her head, Harriet couldn't help but smile warmly. Chapter 688. The banquet hall was filled with countless people, among whom most of the participants from the temple were included. Those who were second-year students at the time of the gate incident were particularly remarkable. Not only were there the Demon King, the Emperor, and the two Empresses, but others as well, all of whom had distinguished majors and held significant positions. Evia, how is your studying going? At Scarlet's question, Evia nodded her head. Yes, lately I've been gaining some practical experience. It's not something completely new to me. Evia, who was unsure about what to do after the war, ultimately chose the path that best utilized her abilities. In the reopened temple, she was now majoring in military science. Although she was not yet in charge of any practical work, it was already confirmed that she would join the Imperial Army upon graduating from the military academy. And while it was still in the distant future, the Emperor planned to make Evia the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army. Her ability to communicate with everyone within her reach while seated would undoubtedly be more efficient when she was in command. Naturally, under the full support of the royal family, Evia was given an environment where she could focus solely on her studies. Scarlet and Evia surveyed the banquet hall together. The second-year students at the time of the gate incident were all important people, but it was not possible for everyone to attend or even survive unscathed. In particular, most of the B-class students were absent. Almost none of our classmates are here. Yeah, that's right. There were only 3 B-class alumni present: Charlotte, Scarlet, and Evia. Asher, number 4, was dead. Delphin Izzard, number 9, was also dead. Excluding Rainian Cessa, number 10, who had become a bard, all the others were missing. Detamorian, number 8, who had remained at the temple, was carrying out the Emperor's secret mission after the war. Occasionally they would hear stories about Rainian Cessa, who was confirmed to be alive along with Detamorian. Excluding those 5, everyone else was missing. Ludwig, Christina, Louis Ancton, Anna de Journa. Their deaths were almost a foregone conclusion. Since they could not witness their deaths firsthand, going missing in battle meant death. Ludwig had gone missing on the battlefield, so from the moment the final battle ended, he was considered dead. Trying to search for them would be futile. 2 were missing from Class A: Bertus, the former emperor, and Ellen Artorius. Both were missing and wanted at the same time. Where did they all go? Scarlet recalled the faces of those who were now impossible to find amidst the lively atmosphere of the banquet. Hoping that they were all alive somewhere, was it too dangerous a wish? Was it a frivolous wish? Evia, Scarlet, and Charlotte, who watched from afar, were all thinking about the people they could no longer find. As the entire palace was the venue for the banquet, the groups were divided into several smaller gatherings. Naturally, the temple alumni gathered together in small clusters. Although they kept a slight distance from one another, they shared a bond as they had fought and won the war together. Even the politicians and other officials who were not involved in the war could not easily enter the groups where temple personnel were mixed. even though they were not explicitly excluded. Of course, they were relatively young, so it was difficult for them to join in the conversation, and the attendees from the temple were originally unrelated to political gains, so they were not particularly interested. That didn't mean everyone there had nothing to do with politics. Excluding the emperor and empresses, the person with the most influence was undoubtedly King Heinrich von Schwarz of Kernstadt, who held the most actual power and political strength. Your eyes are going to fall out, kid. What's going to change if you keep looking at that? Naturally, the esteemed King of Kernstadt was being reprimanded by his friends for staring intently at something instead of focusing on the banquet. He couldn't help but be scolded by Kono, Lint, and Erich, since he didn't eat or drink, just kept his mouth shut and stared at something, even though they had gathered after a long time. However, in response to the scolding, Heinrich twisted his mouth and glared at his friends. Heinrich's gaze was fixed on the emperor. The emperor was now talking to Empress Louise, who had approached him. The contrast between the emperor's awkward appearance and the empress's disdainful gaze was striking. Can't you stop looking? Can't help it, can you? Have you ever been in a situation like that? Heinrich's brow furrowed at the irresponsible answers from Lint and Erich. Kerr, who had seen his expression, chuckled. I know it's not something you can achieve just because you want to, but sometimes I think it's fortunate I wasn't born into royalty or the imperial family. Thanks to you, everyone realized that power sometimes brings about situations too difficult to handle with a normal mentality, as demonstrated by Heinrich's case. It was something that had to be done, and it was necessary, but it made everyone dizzy. Kono Lynch shook his head. Why are you so worried? He hasn't even held hands with her so far, has he? In fact, that was true. The relationship between Empress Louise and the Emperor was extremely formal. They treated each other like work because it was a marriage arranged for political purposes, especially Louise. That's why they should treat it like work, but Heinrich, hesitating, sighed. If it stays like this, you don't need to worry or be afraid of anything in the future, do you? As Erich said, regardless of what Heinrich thought, if there was only an official relationship between them and nothing else, he could just ignore it. I don't know, I just don't know. It had been 5 years. A whole 5 years. Heinrich's thoughts were somewhat different now compared to before. Was it right for his mother to age like that her whole life? He couldn't know for sure. Naturally, as a master class, there was no significant difference in appearance between Louise and other empresses. Occasionally, seeing himself severely discolored, Louise would say such words with a sad expression. Don't worry about it. I won't have that happen in my lifetime. I wouldn't do something you hate. Heinrich felt as if he had been struck on the head at her words. Naturally, Louise must have felt pressured by Heinrich's every action and attitude. Unable to withstand such scrutiny, Louise had spoken those words herself. He felt as if he was being cruel. After that, Heinrich had no idea what to do. By the way, was it official that Reinhard was Heinrich's father? I'm not quite sure about that. Enough, let's just drop it. Please. Heinrich, who was the king of Kernstadt, was full of cold sweat on his forehead as he made the request. Fortunately, the perfect timing to change the atmosphere arrived. Cliffman, who had been dancing with Liana, seated her at Harriet's table, and after listening to some conversation, began to approach their table. It's been a while. Everyone expressed their delight as Cliffman pulled up a chair and sat down. Although they all belonged to the same empire, each had their own tasks to attend to, so it was rare for all of them to gather in one place. How's everything going for all of you? At Cliffman's question, everyone nodded their heads modestly. As the king of Kernstadt, Heinrich naturally resided in the capital of Kernstadt. Erich de Lafury had become a knight and was now a member of the Holy Empire's Holy Knight Order. Cliffman was in charge of guarding Liana, the Empire's agricultural district supervisor, at all times. The agricultural district was important, but above all, Liana de Grantz was an irreplaceable figure, so the overwhelmingly powerful Cliffman was assigned as her guard from among the Empire's master-class warriors. Well, if you count rehabilitation as work, I'm doing that too. Kea, who was still in a wheelchair, laughed and nodded his head. Naturally, Kea relied on Radina's help to get by, as he couldn't leave the wheelchair yet. But I'm worried about what's next. Even when his rehabilitation ended, there was no specific position prepared for Kea. His talent for immense mana and his incompetence in magic manipulation remained unchanged. If there were a war, he might have to use the Arc Crystal again. And at that time, he would have work to do, but it was better if that didn't happen. At Kaya's words, Kono Lynch shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. Hey, you can live your whole life without any problems just on your pension. That's true, but the same goes for you. Yeah, you're right. Although very few received the highest level of pension based on their contributions, all of them had achieved such high accomplishments. Of course, there were those who declined the pension based on their contributions. By the way, are they really going to give pensions to all the war veterans? Currently, only war heroes received pensions, but the long-term plan was to expand the pensions to all veterans. The likelihood of this happening was quite low, though. At Erich's words, Heinrich furrowed his brow with a cautious expression. Even if we can't give it right away, we plan to eventually, but it's still uncertain when it will be realized. We're also considering giving land as an alternative, but Reinhardt seems to be against that idea. Why would he oppose giving land? Isn't that better? There's plenty of empty land out there. But if we just give any land as a fief, they'll have to do the pioneering work themselves, right? Is that fair? They don't even need any particular accomplishments to be granted land if they're willing to develop empty land. If we give them land and then say, that's it, resentment will only arise. It's even worse than not giving anything at all. Ah, I see. Although they couldn't yet provide pensions to all veterans, there were certainly some who received them, and gradually expanding the scope of those pensions was one of the Empire's long-term tasks. In the end, they each did significant work in their own right or held important positions. Have you heard anything new lately? Cliffman looked at Kono Lint. Not really, Kono Lint shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's best if you don't have much to say. At that, everyone nodded their heads except for Lint. Kono Lint, of course, held his own place among them. It's quite fascinating how each of us is doing something, especially Heinrich becoming the king. To be honest, I find it more surprising that you're involved in such work. True. Yes, it is. How could that happen? At Cliffman's words, the others vigorously nodded their heads in agreement. What's with you guys? Lint glared at them with an uneasy expression. Come on, someone like you being an executive in the Imperial Intelligence Agency. That's just unbelievable. Kono Lint was one of the high-ranking officers in the current Empire's intelligence agency. It was even more chilling that you pretended to be unemployed for 3 years. He had even thoroughly concealed his involvement in such work from his friends. Despite their subtle concerns about whether he should be doing something now, he had cheekily dodged the question, saying he would live off his pension as a lifelong unemployed person. This guy is sinister, isn't he? I'm just a person whose professional ethics involve keeping secrets. Sinister, a man who surprisingly kept secrets well, a man who was even thoroughly meticulous to the point of being creepy. The friends were most shocked by the truth that Kono Lint was not actually a ne'er-do-well. Heinrich sipped champagne and snickered. But the way you were actually caught was very you. What do you mean, like me? What's so like me about it? As Heinrich pressed the panic button, Kono Lint's face turned red, and he let out a suppressed yell. Everyone else snickered, knowing the situation, and Kono Lint bit his lip in anger. Kono Lint, who had hidden his affiliation with the Imperial Intelligence Agency from even his closest friends, was eventually exposed in a rather absurd way. My detective skills shined. Kono Lint, who had been so thorough, was actually exposed as being a member of the intelligence agency by Erich, who had the least functional brain in the group. This was how it went. Erich occasionally visited the unemployed Kono Lint, and then he saw it. Kono Lint on a date with a charming woman from the demon realm. Unable to intervene right away, Erich left in shock and later asked Kono Lint who the woman was, to which Kono Lint briefly replied. His girlfriend. Of course, Erich didn't believe that. Erich sought Cliffman's advice about the urgent and unbelievable fact, was such a thing possible, and he heard it from Liana, who was with them, that it was probably the shape-shifting archdemon Dreadfiend, Sarkigar. And since Sarkigar was part of the intelligence agency, wouldn't Kono Lint be a member as well? So, they weren't on a date but discussing work. In reality, Liana didn't have much connection with the intelligence agency either, and didn't know much. But both Sarkigar and Kono Lint were high-ranking officers of the intelligence agency. The long-kept secret had been exposed all too easily. Of course, it could never be. Though it wasn't exactly a deduction, Erich had unraveled Lint's secret through an absolute faith that such a thing could never happen to his friend. Why? Why couldn't it be me? Why would an ordinary beauty be on a date with you? It could happen. No, unless it's a demon co-worker, there's absolutely no way such a thing could happen. Kerr shook his head, saying it wasn't in Lint's luck. Infuriated, Lint quivered with resentment. Guys, I'm telling you now, it wasn't about work back then. Finally, Lint's words filled with frustration made everyone's expressions become strange. And then Lint, realizing what he had just said, froze. Ah, so is that. Amid the sudden silence, I don't understand. No, it's not. Ah, no, it was about work. Work, trying to recover, but it was too late. Everyone had already heard too much and couldn't find anything to say. Well, as long as you're happy, right? Isn't that right? She's not a bad person. No, not a bad demon, as I've heard. No, does that sound wrong? Heinrich broke into a cold sweat as he spoke, and everyone nodded with a bewildered expression. Erich mumbled blankly. This guy, since marrying a beauty is impossible, he's with a demon who could be any beauty. No, it's not. Just as Lint was about to vehemently deny it. Mr. Lint. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Lint's eyes widened. There, one of the maids in the banquet hall looked at him with a gentle smile. Suddenly, one of the maids who had been quietly observing the banquet, filling glasses and clearing plates, reached out to a guest. Doing such a thing out of the blue meant the maid in front of him had the qualifications to do so. If not, what isn't? Under her gaze, Lint froze with a pained expression, just short of biting his tongue, and everyone else seated also froze. They didn't know what was going on, a situation where they couldn't understand what was going on but inadvertently found out. Again, were you watching me? The reason Lint had been so strict about keeping his secret was not because he was sly and calculating. It was because he couldn't tell when or where Sarkigar, the demon, was watching. I told you, Mr. Lint. The beautiful lips of the maid curved up into a smile. Always watching. Whether it was affection, obsession, or surveillance to ensure he didn't say anything carelessly, no one could tell. You couldn't be careful with your words, so you'll have to be scolded again like last time, right? I'm sorry. But one thing was clear. Sakigar enjoyed Lint's reaction very much. Chapter 689, please stop teasing him. But the reaction is too good, Your Majesty. I can't help myself. Holding the champagne glass brought by the maid, the Emperor sighed deeply after taking a sip. The Emperor was still laughing as he watched Kono Lint and his classmates shivering in the cold. I appreciate the amusement, but at this rate, he might start claiming that he has something embedded in his ear. Something embedded in his ear. I don't understand. Never mind, it's just one of those things. The Emperor sometimes spoke in a way only he understood, and no one could figure out what he meant. After the war, the captain of the newly formed intelligence unit was Rowan. Rowan was appointed captain because there were many others more specialized in fieldwork than her. People like Sarkigar and Kono Lint were more suited for field tasks. That's why they were assigned based on their abilities, not just their merits. Sarkigar seemed to have a great interest in Kono Lint's behavior. He often teased him, but it was evident that he cared for him a lot. The Emperor quietly observed the banquet hall. Numerous people shared countless stories. Without mingling, the Emperor calmly looked down upon the conversations and gatherings. You seem too young to be enjoying alcohol, young lady. The Emperor quietly watched as a middle-aged gentleman approached a silver-haired girl. The middle-aged gentleman tilted his head as he approached the girl, who was wearing a dazzling dress. Oh, what is that wine as red as blood? I've never seen such a brilliant color before. It is blood. Pardon, I said it's blood. As the girl casually swirled her wine glass, the eerie red hue of the liquid confirmed her statement. The girl revealed her chilling fangs as she moistened her lips with the red liquid. Is this your first time seeing a vampire? You don't mean that's human blood, do you? Of course, want a taste? No, no, I'm good, thank you. Really, I could give you a little bite, you know. It might feel surprisingly nice. No, I'm fine, excuse me. The Emperor chuckled as he watched the enchanting smile of the girl and the middle-aged man fleeing in terror. The woman with dark red hair approached the girl as she watched the man run away in astonishment. Lucinil, I always tell you not to scare people like that. It's not my fault, he asked me first. The Emperor quietly watched Elaris and Lucinil bickering. Although many demons joined the Empire, most of the vampires who had been with Edna from the beginning left. Galarush and Luvian led their clans and left the Empire. They were tired of the noise and decided to return to the quiet life with their people. The only ones remaining were Elleris, the head of the Tuesday clan, Lucinil, the head of the Wednesday clan, and the members of the Saturday clan who were left behind due to the disappearance of their leader, Antirianus. Elleris took them in and temporarily acted as their leader. So, Elleris was not only the head of the Tuesday clan, but also responsible for the Saturday clan members in her care. Originally, the Vampire Lord clans did not try to expand their numbers, so there were very few vampires. However, they all played significant roles in the early empire. They even created an institution called the Blood Purchasing Organization for the legitimate existence of vampires. What was absurd, though, was that there were cases where humans, who learned of the existence of vampire lords, were fascinated by the idea of a vampire that could withstand the sun. There were often headaches due to those who outright asked to become vampires. So it wasn't for the humans, but for the vampires that they created territories where they could live quietly, strictly prohibiting the entry of outsiders. There were also those who outright knocked on the door, wanting immortality and eternity. That was always a sweet proposition. During the ongoing raucous banquet, the Emperor saw Empress Louise approaching. "Your Majesty." "Ah, yes, I have something important to discuss with you." "What?" Without even asking for the Emperor's opinion, Empress Louise grabbed his arm with a serious expression and started dragging him somewhere. Heinrich von Schwarz, who witnessed this, stood there with his mouth agape, dumbfounded. The place where the Emperor was led by Empress Louise was an empty guest room somewhere in the Spring Palace. The Emperor's heart was pounding like mad. Had the time come? Was it finally happening like this? But why today of all days? Why now? The Emperor was afraid of many things, but now he feared Louise more than anything else in the world. A fear mixed with guilt. That's why he froze whenever he met her. "Ah, I'm prepared. Teacher, I just need a moment. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please." "No, it's not that I don't want to. Absolutely not. It's okay. Fine, fine. But just for a moment." "Really?" Smack. Ouch. In the end, Louise, who couldn't stand listening to his nonsense, dealt a tremendous blow to the Emperor's head. Louise looked down at the Emperor, whose eyes were spinning with an icy gaze. "Sit down." "Yes." At Louise's concise command, the Emperor immediately sat on the bed. Her gaze became even colder. "Not there here." What Louise pointed to wasn't the bed, but a chair. Only then did the Emperor realize that the situation he had prepared for wasn't happening, and he clumsily got up and sat in the chair. It was only natural that the Emperor's face turned beet red. Only then, having regained some composure, did the Emperor notice that the Empress was not empty-handed, but holding something. Startled, Empress Louise took out the items one by one and set them down. "What is this?" "A book." What was in the case was books, or rather it was more like notebooks, a bundle of tattered and dirty notebooks. It was placed in front of the Emperor. "I think you need to see this." Perplexed, the Emperor carefully opened the notebook, as the Empress suggested. The worn notebooks had frayed edges and were even torn in many places. It wasn't torn on purpose, but rather it showed traces of being torn accidentally. "This is material sent from the Kernstadt Adventurers Guild headquarters." "Is that so?" At first, the Emperor hesitantly opened the notebook, and then he looked puzzled. Most of it contained drawings. "Is this a drawing of a monster?" "Yes, it seems so." "Why would someone draw a monster?" Perhaps there was someone who wanted to record the aesthetic form of monsters as it did exist. In a world with countless variations, it couldn't be said that such a person didn't exist. Louise didn't answer, as if urging him to take a closer look. The drawing wasn't particularly detailed, but it did have intricately drawn characteristic features. It wasn't a very well-drawn picture, but it wasn't excessively crude either. It was a picture drawn quickly and accurately, as if done in one stroke. Each page not only had a drawing of a monster, but also faint writing at the bottom. "Kernstadt, northeastern border area near Aerden, hilly terrain." The Emperor glanced at the memo and frowned. "The location of discovery. Is it? What could be deduced from this? This wasn't a product of imagination or something else. The monsters had been seen and drawn in person. It was an era when money was given by the Adventurers Guild for killing monsters. Isn't there a policy of paying for drawings instead of monster corpses? It's not unheard of, but that's generally the case. Although there were no exceptions, they didn't usually pay for drawings. Therefore, these couldn't be evidence drawn to receive payment. And above all, there was too much content. The Emperor decided to examine the notebook more carefully rather than expressing doubt. He didn't know whose it was, but he cautiously handled the old, worn and dirty notebook, fearing possible damage. There was a conviction that, regardless of their condition, these notebooks were extremely valuable. As the Emperor turned the pages and checked other notebooks, his expression grew more serious. Louise quietly observed the Emperor, who even reopened notebooks he had already seen. What is this? The depicted monsters weren't entirely identical. However, strikingly similar monsters were found multiple times within the notebooks. The locations were all different, and they were discovered in places more than 1,000 kilometers apart. As the Emperor looked through the notebooks, he began to understand why the original owner had drawn these monsters. As the final volume approached, the Emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. Eventually, there were consecutive drawings of monsters that were identical in appearance. The discovery locations were similar as well. When the Emperor saw the last page of the notebooks, his eyes widened. Small monsters were drawn, and there were brief notes written. The once neat handwriting was now quite distorted, as if reflecting the trembling heart of the notebook's author. Definite, immature specimen was under the protection of its mother. Monsters are breeding. Through this case, the possibility that the subspecies of monsters discovered so far are actually the same species, rather than just similar-looking specimens, has increased. A significant number of monsters are likely to have already developed reproductive capabilities. Among the monsters discovered so far, the number of species estimated to have reproductive capabilities is 24. There are likely more. For a while, the Emperor said nothing. Louise, too, watched the Emperor's silence. We need to call everyone. Yes. At the Emperor's words, Louise nodded. Chapter 690, the banquet had not been interrupted. After all, suspending the banquet wouldn't make the situation any better or solve the problem. And nothing was certain yet. They had merely gathered the people who needed to have a quiet discussion. The conference room in the Spring Palace. Scarlet was positioned at the entrance to prevent anyone from entering casually. The 5 empresses and the Emperor were all gathered in one place. The Emperor had waited patiently for everyone to confirm the contents of the notebooks. Their expressions and reactions were not much different from the Emperor's. Some species of monsters were reproducing. It was impossible to know which species, how many, or where they were multiplying. The recovery rate of the entire continent was less than 30% of what it was in the previous era. Thus, eradicating all monsters on the continent was impossible at that stage. They had been postponing that task until they had the resources. However, if this was true, the age of monsters disappearing would never come. Although the situation wasn't as dire as during the gate incident, there would be a perpetual battle against the monsters. There might be a day when they could eradicate the monsters completely, but that day was postponed to a distant future. Dark clouds settled over the faces of those who realized this fact. We can't say it's too late. From the beginning, searching the entire continent to kill all the monsters was an impossible task, Charlotte said. She was right. This was just another disaster that occurred after the initial catastrophe, and there was no way to prepare for it. The fledgling empire, struggling even to stand, couldn't possibly take to the sky. They had prayed that such a thing wouldn't happen, but in the end it had. It was something everyone knew, even if Charlotte didn't say it. They had done their best, but there were things beyond their best efforts. It seems that the monsters have established themselves as a species in the ecosystem of the continent. We can't predict how the changes they cause will affect all of us. We should be more afraid of the unpredictable events that will occur as the ecosystem changes, not just the monsters attacking humans, Charlotte continued. Changes that occurred when a new species appeared in a stable ecosystem. The appearance of monsters had already caused widespread devastation. There were many places that had become barren lands beyond recovery. We need to change the way the Adventurers Guild operates. We should offer greater rewards to those who discover breeding groups of monsters like this. Everyone nodded at Charlotte's words. Regardless of whether they could address the issue immediately, it was crucial information. Knowing that monsters were breeding would help prevent future crises and disasters. Destroying the breeding nests of monsters would eliminate thousands of potential monsters before they were born. They needed to invest more funds in the Adventurers Guild and increase the compensation for adventurers. Even if things were going smoothly, there was an absolute lack of military force to maintain security. The emperor forced a bitter smile. A government that relied on adventurers for maintaining security. He remembered the day when he had scoffed at such a government, questioning its very existence. The Holy Empress, who had been silent, flipped through the notebook. Of course, this is an important issue, and it's a big deal, but... Olivia, holding the notebook, looked at Empress Louise, its source. Empress Louise, you said this information came from the Adventurers Guild. Yes, that's correct. And where is the adventurer now? To reward them for this kind of information, we would have to take away one of the pillars of the empire. Are they waiting patiently? After handing over this information to the Veladosia branch in the northeastern part of Kernstadt, the adventurer disappeared. Olivia, who asked the question, the other empresses, and the emperor, they all knew such an answer would come, but no one had brought it up first. All the place names written in this notebook, they are all areas that we haven't reclaimed yet. They are all records of uninhabited areas. And considering the vast amount of information, it couldn't have been recorded in just a few months. Since the handwriting is the same, it was all recorded by one person. It's clear that this information was recorded over a period of years. Although I've heard that adventurers sometimes hunt monsters in dangerous areas, this must have been recorded by someone who lived in those dangerous areas, right? If such a high-level adventurer was registered with the Adventurers Guild, there's no way we wouldn't know their name. And yet that person handed over such valuable information and disappeared without even waiting for a reward. It must be someone who can't receive a reward. And in that state, that person would have had to be quite a savage to do this sort of thing for several years in an uninhabited area. A normal person wouldn't have the ability nor the reason to do this. Someone who did something that nobody else had a reason to do, but someone had to do it without anyone telling them to. An adventurer who wandered the dangerous, uninhabited areas where people did not live and survived. An adventurer who handed over valuable information that deserved a huge reward and then disappeared. A powerful person who could survive in the land of monsters for such a long time, collecting and recording this information. But even after collecting that information, they simply threw it away and disappeared. It was likely because even the land of humans was a dangerous place for that adventurer. So that person didn't just disappear, that person must have fled. Everyone knew this the moment they saw the notebook. Olivia had just brought it up first. The eyes of the Holy Empress narrowed. It must be Ellen, right? Everyone knew that the author of this notebook was Ellen Artorius. We could do a handwriting comparison. The Archmage carefully spoke to the Emperor. In the temple, there were still items that Ellen used during her time at the temple, including test papers and other documents. So, if they compared the handwriting, they could find out if it was really written by Ellen. Yes, it's better to be sure, so let's do the handwriting comparison. However, both the Archmage who brought up the idea and the Emperor who approved it knew the result without hearing it. They didn't remember the handwriting, but they knew that such neat writing and concise, yet accurate drawings could hardly be anyone else's but Ellen's. Her usually calm demeanor was apparent in her handwriting and drawings. Ellen Artorius must have known that her identity would be discovered, but she had deemed it more important to convey the urgent matter first. The results of the handwriting comparison would come out soon, and for now they had to think about what they should do under the assumption that Ellen was the one who wrote this. The Emperor spoke quietly. She must be on the run. He would never entertain the optimistic thought that her identity would remain hidden. And even if her identity was not exposed, as the most wanted criminal, Ellen had to get out of human territory as quickly as possible. When, where, and how did this information come to light? The Emperor asked, looking at Empress Louise. Last Saturday, these documents arrived in Veladosia, a stronghold city in the northeastern part of Kernstadt. After reviewing the contents of the notebook at the guild, they determined its importance and sent the documents to the Adventurer Guild headquarters in Kiel, the capital of Kernstadt, on Sunday morning. Normally, the documents should have gone to the Adventurer Guild's main headquarters on the imperial capital, but the Kiel Adventurer Guild master, recognizing the urgency of the matter, seems to have reported it directly to the Kernstadt royal family. The documents, which arrived on Saturday, reached the imperial palace on Monday night after passing through Sunday. It was unusual for information from the Adventurers Guild to reach the imperial palace, so they had made a quick decision about its importance. In order to report to the emperor even a little faster, They had ignored the usual chain of command to some extent. The report that should have gone to Heinrich, the king of Kernstadt, came to the regent first. It was not reported to Louise, the regent of Kernstadt, but to Louise, the empress. That was why Louise von Schwarz was the first to obtain the information. As it was an urgent matter, they chose the route that would allow them to report to the emperor as quickly as possible. The response of the Kernstadt Adventurer Guild headquarters could not be considered slow. They had dealt with the situation flexibly. But in the end, there was a 2-day gap. In 2 days, she couldn't have left Kernstadt yet, said Louise. Charlotte nodded at her words. Velodosia is the most important stronghold city for the northeastern reconstruction of Kernstadt. Of course, there are small and medium-sized cities around it, as well as a significant number of strongholds, including forward bases. Since the information could have been discarded or lost if it was handed over to a small local adventurer guild, Ellen had no choice but to enter the stronghold city. Harriet agreed, as if it was certain that Ellen had to take the risk of entering deep into human territory. If it had been a local city's adventurer guild, the information could have been discarded by an official's judgment of low credibility or lost during transfer. She would naturally want to avoid such risks. Regardless of which direction she escapes, 2 days is too short a time. Ellen Artorius is still within the borders of Kernstadt, Your Majesty. I suppose so, the Emperor nodded quietly. Since the gate incident, her whereabouts had been a mystery, and there had been countless sightings due to misconceptions or mistakes. For the first time in such a situation, Ellen's location was almost certainly revealed. If they lost her now, they would not know where she had gone. Even this small trace had only been left because she felt it was necessary to deliver extremely important information herself. The world was too vast. This was essentially their first and last chance. Will anyone else know that these documents were written by Ellen, besides us? The Emperor asked, posing an unexpected question. These notebooks had passed through many hands before reaching this point. The likelihood that others would have the same thoughts as we did was quite high. The information had already been reviewed by countless people. It had undergone verification by many, which allowed it to be presented to the Emperor. From low-ranking officials at local adventurer guilds to high-ranking officials at the headquarters, guild masters, and even the dignitaries of Kernstadt. Only because it had been approved as credible information could it be brought here. Everyone knew that an ordinary person could never gather information of this scale. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce that the person who had submitted this information was the vanished hero Ellen. It was impossible for the people present to be certain, but they could make as many conjectures as they liked. The Emperor felt as if he was already hearing hallucinations. The voices of numerous officials shouting that the hero must be hunted down seemed to echo in his ears. There were tasks that had to be done even when he didn't want to do them. There were tasks he wanted to do but couldn't. This matter would ultimately be forced upon him as well. Find the hero. Kill the hero. The hallucinations that already filled his head told him of the future. Wait, just for a moment. I need to think. The Emperor stood up from his seat. In the dim hallway of the Spring Palace's upper floor, where even the banquet attendees did not venture, only the faint sound of music could be heard from afar. The Emperor stood still, gazing down at the people coming and going in the courtyard. That area was also, of course, bustling with people enjoying the festivities. Under the moonlit night, the Emperor silently watched them. The Emperor was fiddling with something in his grasp, an object he still couldn't let go of. He rolled it quietly in the palm of his hand. Soon, someone approached the Emperor's stiff figure with a rustle of clothing. Reinhardt. Yes, the Archmage, Empress Harriet, stood quietly beside him. Do it. At her simple words, the Emperor remained silent, offering no response. I wish you would. The Emperor did not respond to the Empress's words. No, it was more accurate to say he couldn't. We may never have another opportunity like this. We've prepared so much for this moment, haven't we? The proliferation of monsters was a desperate truth, but the current situation was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They might not get another chance if they let it slip away. The Emperor quietly opened his mouth. I'm sorry. For what? So suddenly? Harriet tilted her head, looking at the suddenly apologetic Emperor. The Empress remained the same. She didn't even know why she was being apologized to. In the end, the Emperor carefully embraced the flustered Empress. I'm sorry for making you say such things. Ah, it wasn't because I needed time to think about it. Within the strong embrace of the emperor, Harriet quietly smiled. I didn't want to hear an apology. Don't make me feel even more sorry. What do you want me to do? The grumbling empress also tightly embraced the emperor. There was no time to hesitate, nor was there much time to ponder. All right, let's do it. However, everyone knew that a moment like this would eventually come, and so they were always prepared. The emperor soon returned to the conference room. His contemplation was over. His resolve was firm. He was ready. The hero was one of the last remaining sources of trouble for the empire. We've left her alone for far too long. The hero was an entity that, if recklessly dealt with, could cause a chain reaction. But now they had reduced the danger significantly. Even if it exploded, it would only emit a brief flash of light. Killing the hero would no longer cause any significant consequences. In the early days of the Empire, when there were many who supported the hero, carelessly killing the hero could have caused an enraged faction to rise up against the Empire. That could have made the establishment of the Empire itself impossible. Therefore, the Empire could not play around with the hero's name. Instead, the Empire relied on the hope of the anti-demon king factions who believed in the vanished hero. Someday, the hero would appear and save us all. In other words, until the hero appeared, they would do nothing. In that situation, if the hero carelessly died or rumors of her death spread, those people would be more likely to explode with anger than to fall into despair. Thus, while those who believed in the hero as their savior wasted their time waiting for the hero who never came, the demon king diligently established the empire. During that time, there were several instances of humanity's resistance against evil, all of which were thoroughly crushed. And now, the anti-demon king factions were still trapped within the fences of their autonomous region, waiting for the hero who never came, clinging to their thread-like hope. The hero's death would bring about complete despair for the autonomous region. Even if they were to become angry, they would now be nothing more than a candle that could be easily snuffed out. In the end, the despairing autonomous region would submit completely. Much time had passed. Through numerous political situations, circumstances, and several wars, a long time had passed. Those who believed in the hero were now like candles in the wind. Even if they were to grow, they could no longer burn with a flame larger than that of a candle. And so now, as of this moment, the northeastern border of Kernstadt will be completely sealed off. The hero could be killed. Chapter 691 that night, the results of the identity verification came out straight away. As everyone had expected, it was Ellen's. However, since action had already been taken, the identity verification results only served to reconfirm the facts. The border closure had already begun, and the emperor had nearly finished preparing for his campaign. The news came as a sudden announcement to the people of the imperial capital, as well as to all the high officials and imperial nobles. The new imperial family confirmed Ellen Artorius' appearance in the northeastern region of Kernstadt. All borders in the northeastern region of Kernstadt were sealed off, and the demon king himself set out to hunt down the hero, a name that was both irritating and an enemy of the empire, the fallen emperor and the hero. The emperor himself declared that he would hunt down one of the two. Indeed, it was a massive movement. All those who could be considered the imperial family's greatest force were summoned, and not only the Kernstadt army, but also the entire standing army of the imperial capital was called upon. Many people watched as the enormous army vanished from the imperial capital in an instant through the grand-scale mass teleportation created by the Archmage, who had become a living legend. Just by witnessing the Archmage's magic with their own eyes, the people were overwhelmed. Naturally, this massive movement not only put the entire imperial capital on edge, but also spread throughout the continent in a flash, thanks to the people traveling through the warp gates installed in the imperial capital. Within a few days, word of the emperor's hunt for the hero had spread across the entire continent. This time, unlike before, the demon king himself took action, something that had never happened before. Therefore, everyone knew that this time it was real. The long and bitter enmity between the two was finally coming to an end. However, something had changed from the past. Nobody thought the emperor would be defeated. The hero, who had nothing. The emperor, who had everything. The outcome of their battle seemed obvious. Naturally, the rumors spread even to the autonomous region. The followers of the hero rejoiced at the news that their vanished hero was still alive, but they also wept. They knew the hero had no chance of victory because they, who hated the Demon King, knew best. They were the ones who had either watched from afar, heard about, or experienced the Demon King's massacre, known as the Godless. A single Demon King had routed armies, which had fled and gathered in the autonomous region. Amid the learned fear and despair, the autonomous region and the believers of the hero religion could not help but acknowledge that without the Demon King's mercy, their existence would have been impossible. So, while they believed in the hero, they ultimately knew that the fortune granted to her by the heavens had reached its end, and they could not help but lament. 10 silver coins. Yes, here. Ellen took an apple from the market and bit into it. With a crisp sound, the sweetness spread. It had been so long since Ellen had tasted sweetness that she shivered and felt goosebumps on her spine. As she walked down the street, she shivered at the sensation she had not felt in so long. Only those who have been away from civilization for a long time know how to appreciate it. Being able to eat an apple that was neither grown nor harvested by oneself. Being able to do so just by paying a few silver coins. One might think about eating an apple in the wild, but actually searching for one would be nothing more than foolishness. Finding a tree or a root to eat would be a blessing, but an apple, that would be absurd. However, in the city, a few copper coins made it possible. Feeling a sudden, unexpected gratitude, Ellen didn't neglect to survey her surroundings. Wearing a hood or hiding her face didn't particularly arouse suspicion. There were many others like her, after all. Compared to the previous era, the new empire was still unstable, and the crime rate was incomparably higher. Consequently, there were many fugitives and people hiding their identities. Ellen was able to enter the city boldly due to the new empire's instability. Of course, if she were stopped for a random check, it would become a big problem. Ellen walked along the edge of the street, crunching on an apple. She had no money, but fortunately, Ellen encountered a thief on the way into the city. For others, it would have been misfortune, but for Ellen, it was a stroke of luck. The thieves who approached her like a windfall handed over their money without knowing who she was. 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins, and 30 copper coins were all the thief had, but they became Ellen's funds. Since the thief had been knocked out without discovering her identity, there was no risk of being exposed. Thus, Ellen could gratefully munch on an apple, which she had bought using the money received from the thief who had attempted to rob her. The reason she had come to the city instead of the outskirts was that she needed information. I heard a hero appeared in the northeast. It's probably another lie. Weren't there 1 or 2 people in this neighborhood who claimed to have seen a hero or the fallen emperor? No, they say it's different this time. It seems even the Demon King has gone on an expedition. The Demon King? Yeah, if the Demon King who never moved before has taken action, something must be going on. What's going to happen then? I don't know. The Royal Knights and the Archmages are all out searching for the hero, Bloodshot-Eyed. They say the entire border has been sealed off. Not even an ant can move. They're conducting thorough searches, of course. Geez, something big must have happened. Still, the hero is a hero, right? She won't be caught so easily, right? The Demon King is a god, you know. Haven't you heard the story of the battle at the Meran Plains? Do you really believe that? It's all lies. Of course it's true. The survivors of that battle can't sleep just by hearing the Demon King's name. You have to make sense, man. No matter how great the Demon King is, how can he wage a war alone? That's why he's the Demon King. Among the numerous stories she heard on the streets, Ellen picked out the information she needed. She had an idea of what her actions would bring about. But even if it gave a hint of her appearance somewhere, she deemed it crucial information that had to be shared urgently. If the nation didn't take measures and establish countermeasures, the situation would undoubtedly worsen beyond control. As a result, the northeastern border of Kernstadt was completely sealed off. She couldn't know how far the Empire's blockade would extend, but it was probably impossible to pass through there. The important thing was that Kernstadt's territory had expanded beyond the Empire's. If the Imperial Army and the Kernstadt Army were deployed, they could establish a complete blockade along the northeastern border. However, Ellen judged that they wouldn't have the capacity beyond that, and it was indeed true. Despite the circumstances, Ellen had entered the city for a reason of her own. It was impossible to gather information in the uninhabited area. She couldn't know whether her true identity had been discovered or learn about the military's movements. Thus, she had to enter the city to assess the situation. And secondly, Ellen wasn't in the northeastern part of Kernstadt. She wasn't trying to leave Kernstadt, but rather she was going deeper into it. She was heading toward the southwestern part, which was the exact opposite of the area with a blockade line and frequent inspections. So, the army was blockading the wrong place. After submitting the information to the Adventurers Guild in Veladosia, Ellen hurriedly left the city, and she ran like mad. Not toward the northeastern direction where she had entered Kernstadt, which was the closest nation to the uninhabited area, but toward the southwest. Anyone could see that the information was suspicious, regardless of its validity. If she clumsily tried to escape through the entrance to Kernstadt, she could get stuck between the blocked borders. Ellen had anticipated this situation. She couldn't be caught now after evading capture for so long, no matter what the intention was behind the pursuit. That's why Ellen chose to go deeper, in the opposite direction of the blockade line. And as a result of risking her life to enter the city, she found out that the blockade line had indeed been set up in the northeastern region, as expected. Of course, if nothing was found at the blockade line for a long time, they might predict that she had actually gone deeper into Kernstadt, so she couldn't rest. She just needed to reach the southwestern border as quickly as possible. That border might have been blocked as well, but she didn't have to cross it. She had obtained the necessary information. There was no need to stay in the city any longer. So Ellen left the city, trying not to look suspicious but moving quickly. And when she finally escaped the city and bit into her last apple, crunch, I should have bought one more, and Ellen regretted it for just a moment. Ellen ran in places where there were few people. Running on the road would obviously be suspicious if anyone saw her, so she ran through the forests and mountains where there were no people. She had no time to spare, and the Empire was no fool. They would surely realize that she wasn't where the blockade line was set up. So she had to move quickly through Kernstadt whenever she could. She was undertaking the incredible task of almost crossing the entire nation to escape, focusing solely on moving, not hunting monsters or evading pursuers. She had to pass through some cities, but there were some she had no choice but to enter. She had to keep track of the Empire's movements, which could be changing in real time. While Ellen fled in the opposite direction, rumors of the hero's appearance had already spread throughout Kernstadt. Not only Kernstadt, but the entire continent was now paying attention to the northeastern part of Kernstadt, whether the hero would be caught or not, whether the Demon King could finally put an end to the tiresome relationship with the hero. Debates raged everywhere. Though within the territory of Kernstadt, there were undoubtedly those who said that this time the Demon King would be killed by the hero. Ellen had no interest in individual opinions, the truth hidden within those opinions. The fact that the Empire was still setting up barricades and the hero was waiting to escape. The fact that she had not yet fully grasped her own location. That was enough for her. Ellen purchased only the minimum amount of food in the city and quickly left after checking the movements of the Imperial Army. Her desire to sleep in a bed was immense, but she could not even attempt such a luxury. She could move without a horse over distances where one would normally need to ride. Even though she couldn't properly sleep, Ellen, the extraordinary among the extraordinary, couldn't afford to let her guard down. If the Imperial Army had discovered her movements, she had to change her escape route now, and she couldn't afford to be negligent in gathering information. Thus, she fled in the opposite direction, passing through the center of Kernstadt, and arrived at a certain city. In that city, Ellen didn't find any frightening information that the Imperial Army had caught onto her movements. However, she obtained completely unexpected information. The hero was caught. That was a story Ellen couldn't have even guessed. The hero had been captured. Ellen, who was the hero herself, couldn't help but be bewildered by this sudden story. I'm here, so who exactly was captured? It could be a misunderstanding, a mistake, or even a false rumor. Many people have picked up false rumors created by individuals and spread them without thought. However, everyone passing by was talking about it. It was an incredible battle, but it seems the hero is still a hero. Moreover, a battle had even taken place. How can anyone stand against the Demon King? Even if she's a hero, she can't reach the Demon King who has the Archmage with him, can she? There's even a rumor that the Archmage is stronger than the Demon King these days. That's true. So it came to this. Some praised the greatness of the Demon King, while others lamented the hero's defeat. Ellen hurriedly left the city. Something was off. The situation was going awry. She was certain she had been heading towards the southwest of Kernstadt, but the hero was captured. An enormous battle had taken place between the Demon King and the hero. Who fought with whom? Ellen had no choice but to visit the city and confirm the situation while speeding up her steps due to the strange rumors. Numerous armies had witnessed the battle between the Demon King and the hero, and they had boldly fought one-on-one. The Archmage hadn't even lent a hand. In the end, the Demon King had forced the hero into submission and sent her to the imperial capital. That's what the story spread. It couldn't be a false rumor. Far too many people were saying the same thing. They even said it was truly Ellen Artorius. That was the word going around. Ellen couldn't understand what had happened. As time passed, and in the next city, she heard discussions about Ellen's fate while she was there. They're going to execute her publicly. People will flock to the imperial capital. They're apparently building a massive execution platform. The hero had been defeated by the Demon King. She was sent to the imperial capital. A public execution was planned. Who was captured and what was the intention? Ellen gave up trying to figure it out. First, she had to get out of Kernstadt. Fortunately, there were no suspicious checkpoints or heightened security anywhere due to the news of the hero's capture. They could safely escape like this. Thus, in the last city, she stopped in before almost reaching their destination. The hero has been executed. Ellen couldn't help but realize that the strange show orchestrated by the Empire had finally reached its conclusion. In the end, the Demon King is victorious. In the midst of these strange circumstances, Ellen walked absent-mindedly through the streets. What was the purpose of all this? Faking the capture of the hero and publicly executing an impostor. But Ellen was still alive. No one would search for a dead hero, so there would be no one left seeking salvation from Ellen. Was it their own kind of consideration? Did they never plan to capture Ellen in the first place? If Ellen were to accidentally reveal herself, it would be exposed that the public execution was a sham. That would be nothing but bad news for the Demon King's empire. The imposter hero's execution might have a powerful effect for now, but Ellen's very existence was a potential threat. Is this telling me to leave where humans live? Forever? It could be both mercy and a warning. They would let Ellen be considered dead as long as Ellen never showed up again. The Emperor's army was initially for the purpose of suppressing and intimidating the fake hero, and even staging the execution as a show. But why now? Why did they remain silent for years and choose to act now of all times? It was the most dangerous timing for the Empire's self-directed play to be exposed. In fact, Ellen was currently within Kernstadt's territory. If Ellen had known what was happening, she would have fled far away from human lands, in case the Empire's fake execution show was exposed. Ellen would have hesitated to hand over the documents she had been recording so far. The exact reason was unknown. What mattered was that the hero was believed to be dead. Though Ellen never intended to reveal herself in the first place, she now had to live even more quietly. She couldn't help the empire that Reinhardt had established, but she also couldn't harm it. Would the empire set Ellen free like this? With that, Ellen walked through the city. This city was her last stop. The border of Kernstadt was still far away, but she would soon arrive at her destination. Ellen was never headed for the border region of Kernstadt in the first place, the southwestern edge of Kernstadt. In such a situation, with only one step left. As Ellen walked the main road, she saw something in an alley, small animals crouching in the warm sunlight. Meow cheap 4 cats were basking in the sun at a corner of the road. In the midst of a series of bizarre and grotesque events, Ellen couldn't help but faintly smile. Cats. At some point, they had become special animals to Ellen, because they were animals that had helped Ellen endure difficult and painful times. Cats were urban animals, so there was no chance of seeing them in the fields. So whenever Ellen rarely visited a city, she could see various cats. Each time, Ellen would involuntarily smile as she remembered those difficult yet oddly comforting times. Was he still doing well? Such worried thoughts naturally surfaced. Ellen hadn't seen him since leaving him at the temple. He would occasionally visit, then disappear. The cat would return just when it seemed he was gone forever. Ellen had never given a name to that black cat. Undoubtedly, his fur had been glossy and black like that. Naturally, among the cats, Ellen's gaze was drawn to the black one. There was something around the black cat's neck. Could it be a domestic cat, or was it abandoned? But what was hanging around the cat's neck was neither a bell nor a collar. Ellen's eyes widened. A round, ivory-white object. It looked like a piece of the moon embedded in the sun. It was unmistakably the same as the amulet Ellen had received from Detamorian. It wasn't just similar. It wasn't just alike. Both the cat and the amulet were the same. The image in Ellen's memory was not even slightly different. Why are you here? Ellen's lips trembled, in an impossible place. An animal that couldn't possibly be there, wearing an impossible necklace, right in front of Ellen. Meow, it cried softly. Chapter 692. If human thoughts were like tangled threads, Ellen's thoughts were now a complete mess, twisted and knotted together. It was impossible to know where the tangle began, and therefore it was impossible to untangle it. She couldn't make sense of anything. There was no way she could understand why the cat, still wearing the necklace she had thrown away, had appeared not in the temple, but in a city thousands of kilometers away in the southwest of Kernstadt. Ellen ran away. She fled without even knowing why. Without thinking, she turned into an alleyway and ran like a madwoman. What had happened? How did everything come to this? She thought about it, but couldn't find any answers. In this state of confusion, Ellen ran aimlessly. She just sprinted through the narrow alleyways. The tangled maze of alleys was exactly like the confusion in Ellen's head. Her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Her breath was labored from the running, which she was painfully accustomed to. Ha, ha! It was terrifying, frightening, eerie. She felt like something had happened to her, like she had been tricked. Even now, she felt the fear of running away from someone's grasp. The cat that had always been with her. The cat that had been her refuge. The cat, which had remained a fond memory from her difficult past, had become the object of her fear in a completely unexpected situation. Running through the alleyways, Ellen no longer knew where she had come from or where she was going. Was she running in circles? Or was she actually getting somewhere? Should she scale the walls and buildings to escape the city quickly? Huff, huff. Hua, overwhelmed by an unknown fear, she glanced behind her, but nothing was following her. She ran without even knowing what she was fleeing from. Though nothing pursued her, the thought that something was chasing her filled her mind. She couldn't tell what it was, but it felt like someone knew everything. She thought she was running away, but in reality she was still in their grasp. There was no other way to explain everything that had happened. Ha, 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 Kang thud. At the end of her aimless escape, stepping on and tripping over garbage and boxes in the alley, Ellen saw the surroundings gradually becoming whiter as she ran through an unfamiliar alley, not knowing where she had gone wrong. What is this? Suddenly there was fog. It was impossible in the bright weather. But unable to stop, Ellen continued running, turning corners in the alley. However, as the fog closed in, Ellen couldn't help but feel the strangeness that had come upon her once again. She had definitely been running through an alley blocked on both sides. But as the fog invaded her space, everything disappeared. Even the walls of the buildings that had been supporting her on either side. Even the ground she had been stepping on was obscured by the fog around her ankles. Fog surrounded her in all directions, and every nearby landmark vanished. No matter where she walked in the open space, she could see or feel nothing other than the fog. A chill crept over her. She couldn't tell what kind of magic had befallen her, if it was magic at all. Although she wasn't immune to it, ordinary magic could neither harm nor interfere with Ellen. But somehow she had fallen into the maze of some unknown magic. Ellen ran, lost and aimless. In a strange space where one couldn't tell whether the end would be visible if they ran, she ran recklessly. Was it going in circles? Was she going anywhere? Ellen couldn't find a way out of this maze, just running vaguely, running and running. Ha, ha, ha. At the moment when the thought of collapsing from the breath that filled her up to her chin came to her mind, whoosh. Hoo. Suddenly the fog cleared. And then Ellen saw it. The tall, burning sun and the bright blue sky. The white sandy beach that appeared out of nowhere. Swoosh and the waves. Splash. Ellen had arrived at a coastline where transparent emerald waves rolled in. What happened? Where was this place? Was it a real place that existed in reality? With those thoughts, Ellen looked at the beach with trembling eyes. There he was, as if by fate. At one corner of the beach, Reinhardt was there. The amulet she once wore, the amulet that had just hung around the neck of a black cat. Have you run away now? Now it hung around Reinhardt's neck. After wandering through an unknown maze, Ellen arrived at a beach. She couldn't help but know everything. What had happened so far? The black cat was Reinhardt. She was not tied down by anything nor restrained. Swoosh the waves that rolled in, and the distant cries of seabirds were the only things that invaded the silence between them. As Reinhardt approached, Ellen could only tremble. All she could do was watch Reinhardt come closer while shaking and slowly back away little by little. Although she couldn't tell where she was, it was clear that he already knew her location. H. How? How? As Ellen's words, scared by the incomprehensible situation, reached him, Reinhardt shrugged his shoulders. You're not a fool. You wouldn't try to escape the same way you entered. He had read her. That place was the last city. He even knew where she would end up. From the moment she entered Kernstadt, he knew she would head southwest. Kernstadt southwest. The last city before entering the Esren Mountains. There was a massive mountain range there. Did you think I wouldn't know that you were trying to go to Rizera, Ellen's hometown? The Demon King knew that Ellen would flee in the direction of Kernstadt's southwest, where her hometown, Rizera, was. He had long known that Ellen wouldn't disappear beyond the southwestern border, but would head to the Esren Mountains. Of course, I thought you'd go that way. Entering from the northeast and heading to the southwest. Once the route was known, it was obvious which cities she would pass through and where she would end up. There was a high possibility that her whereabouts had been known from the middle. While retreating step by step, Ellen eventually cornered herself. The Demon King gripped Ellen's chin and peered into her eyes. Do you think it would have made a difference if you had arrived at Rizera without being detected? You may not know, but I've been there already. What? That was a story Ellen had never heard before. Ellen had only briefly mentioned Rizera to Reinhardt a long time ago, in passing. She hadn't expected him to remember that. That's why she thought he would have no idea at all. But not only did he remember, he had even been to Rizera himself. When exactly? Even if Ellen had finally reached Rizera, Reinhardt could have come to Rizera and found Ellen. From the moment Ellen entered Kernstadt, the Demon King knew where she was heading. Even if she had escaped safely, he could have entered her final destination. Escape had been impossible from the start. Ellen swallowed, her chin held firmly in his grip. In Reinhardt's piercing, scrutinizing gaze, Ellen couldn't even move. She felt a vague fear, a vague pain. Reinhardt released her chin and stepped back. Just moments ago, she had been in a city in Kernstadt, but suddenly she had arrived at a tropical beach. Where? Where is this? Reinhardt shrugged his shoulders, pointing behind Ellen. Not at the beach, but toward the interior of the island. As Ellen turned around, there was a mansion. It was a bizarre sight. A beach out of nowhere, a mansion out of nowhere. The mansion was certainly not present in any of her memories. You really don't know? Reinhardt asked. The scenery was similar to the Grant's Duchy's villa on the Edna archipelago she had visited once, but the mansion was clearly different. Ellen gazed into the distance. A landscape that could only be called a tropical forest stretched out before her. She wondered where such a place could be. There was only one landscape in her memory. Could it be? Here, before? Yes, Reinhardt nodded. The uninhabited island we visited during our group mission in the past. An unknown, uninhabited island. A place where they had once conducted a group mission. It wasn't a place that didn't exist in reality. It was definitely real. But now there was a newly built mansion that hadn't been there before. She didn't know how she had gotten here or what the mansion was. She couldn't even understand why he had brought her here. In that place, which was a pleasant memory from a difficult but ultimately good period, Ellen and Reinhardt had returned. She didn't know why he had brought her here. She didn't know what he wanted to do. Reinhardt offered no explanation. If he were to say something resentful, could she bear it? A traitor? A runaway? In reality, she had no excuse to offer Reinhardt. Without any explanation, she had left for her own reasons. She couldn't refute any sorrow, anger, or resentment she might hear. She didn't have the confidence to persuade him. Fearing what she might hear, Reinhardt said nothing to the trembling Ellen. He simply picked up a thick branch from the scattered branches around them. Swish! Without realizing it, Ellen caught the branch he suddenly threw. I don't know about the rest. Reinhardt also picked up a branch. Let's have a sword fight, like old times. For some reason, Reinhardt wore a playful smile reminiscent of their time at the temple. Holding the branch like a training sword, Reinhardt slowly approached Ellen, aiming at her. However, just thinking about those days made Ellen's heart ache. And so, ah, uh, facing each other like this was overwhelming, and tears burst forth. However, even though Reinhardt's attitude was playful, there was no playfulness in his grip. Tusk, seeing Ellen sobbing, Reinhardt lightly kicked the sand and rushed at her. You're wide open. Smack. Ah! Ow! Distracted by sadness and longing, Ellen was hit on the head by the branch, and she crumpled to the ground. Reinhardt looked down at Ellen, who was crying and collapsed, and laughed. Are you not going to snap out of it? Who do you think you're up against right now? The apostle of the war god, the demon king of flames, the ruler of the continent. She was facing Reinhardt, the great emperor. Of course, he was holding a tree branch at the moment. Get up, we're going again. Sniffling, Ellen staggered to her feet. The tip of the tree branch she was barely holding trembled. What was the point? Would things go back to the way they were if they fought like this with just a branch? So much had changed, and they had spent so much time apart. This wouldn't bring them back, she knew that. What did he want? His heart, his attitude. It was too heartbreaking and sad. Ellen couldn't concentrate. Ellen wanted to go back more than anyone, but she couldn't because she couldn't allow herself, because she was a sinner and she couldn't do it due to her guilt. Reinhardt, I can't do it. So her fingertips trembled. Is that so? Ah, yes, I can't. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Seeing Ellen crying and barely standing, Reinhardt's eyes changed. Then the playfulness disappeared. Aura gathered around the tree branch. Die. It wasn't a light leap. The moment she came to her senses, Reinhardt was already close, and the ordinary tree branch had become an aura blade that pierced Ellen's side. She was going to die. At that moment, swoosh, Ellen's tree branch, also infused with aura, barely deflected the fatal thrust. Ha! 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 Pushed back by the tremendous impact, Ellen took a few steps back, wide-eyed, and caught her breath while looking at Reinhardt. Reinhardt smiled again, draping the aura-infused branch over his shoulder. See, you're doing just fine. Don't make excuses if you can do it. Reinhardt added that and aimed the branch at Ellen again. She didn't know what he wanted, but nothing would end until she fought back without complaint. So Ellen held back her tears and aimed her tree branch at Reinhardt. He smiled, seemingly satisfied with her attitude. Chapter 693, for the two whose bare bodies were weapons. Even a tree branch could become an excellent weapon. The importance of a weapon with aura imbued in it wasn't significant unless it was a relic-level item. As Reinhardt requested, Ellen imbued the tree branch with aura, and sometimes they fought using only the branches. Ellen lost most of the time. It was too difficult for her to compose herself emotionally, and she couldn't concentrate because of the unbearable guilt from just meeting Reinhardt's gaze. So smack, thwack, arg, whack, crash, gasp. She had been hit for a long time. Reinhardt didn't really intend to kill Ellen, but he didn't go easy on her either. Ellen was at her limit, with exhaustion and fatigue from her long escape, and she couldn't even remember the last time she had rested properly. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten properly either. It was nothing short of a one-sided beating. She couldn't control her emotions, and her body had already reached its limit. Her mind felt rather at ease. The pain, the suffering. It was better to be hit like that than to hear verbal criticisms. It seemed like words would hurt more, so being hit like this was less painful. It felt like she was receiving punishment for what she had done up until now. Thinking like that, although it hurt, her heart felt at ease. However, the pain accumulated. Her body and mind had already reached their limits long ago. In the moment when her vision blurred not from sadness, but from the pain and the limits of her consciousness, Reinhardt approached and delivered a knee strike. Thump, Hit by that, Ellen finally lost consciousness. Whoosh. Ellen woke up when the sun had set and night had already fallen on the uninhabited island. Ah! As soon as she regained consciousness, she sat up abruptly, realizing the situation in which she had fainted. Fainting was a rare occurrence for her. Fainting in an uninhabited area was akin to death. Her body had never been pushed to such extreme conditions before. Her entire body ached and hurt. Are you awake? Hearing the voice, she turned her head and saw that Reinhardt was still there. In front of Reinhardt, a campfire was lit. Crackling and something skewered on a stick was being roasted over the campfire. It was a huge lobster. A few shells were scattered around, indicating that some had already been eaten. Chewing on tree roots and eating a proper meal in the city seemed like a distant memory. There was hardly any meat to cook in the monster-infested area. That's why she was always so hungry, not just now. Eat! At his nonchalant attitude, Ellen couldn't help but hesitate. It didn't feel right. It felt like it shouldn't be like this. It seemed wrong to just dismiss everything so casually. Ellen couldn't approach or distance herself from Reinhardt, who frowned at her indecision. Don't make this difficult, just eat. Okay, I'll eat. In the end, fearing Reinhardt's anger, Ellen hesitantly approached the campfire. Ellen couldn't help but be cautious, as if it was only natural. Had he caught it himself? At a glance, his clothes appeared as if they had been soaked and then dried. It was evident that he had caught it himself. It was unknown how long she had been unconscious. But during that time, some vitality had returned to her body. Reinhardt didn't say a word. Ellen tore off a cooked lobster claw, separating its tail as well. It was quite hot to touch with bare hands, but that didn't matter. Somehow, it was a little pathetic. It wasn't sad or desperate. She had failed to escape, even though she had tried. It wasn't a tearful reunion nor listening to criticism. If Ellen had heard resentful words that made her want to die, she wouldn't know. But with no words spoken, it felt like she was going mad. Swinging around a tree branch, she had eventually been struck and lost consciousness. And now she was trying to eat the lobster with her bare hands. Moreover, at the moment, Ellen appeared filthy and disheveled, like a beggar. Looking like a beggar, she had to eat like one. And she had to eat in front of the person she least wanted to see her in this state. But since Reinhardt had prepared it, she couldn't refuse. It might not have been as significant as her previous mistakes, but refusing would also be a mistake, wouldn't it? Even in this state, on this occasion, she was so hungry her tongue strung. This situation, too much, extremely. It wasn't sadness or pain. She was ashamed to the point of wanting to die. What's there to be sorry about? Isn't this too trivial to feel sorry for at this point? As Ellen hesitated, Reinhardt frowned, as if suspecting there was another reason. It wasn't that. It wasn't because she was sorry or sad. It was because she was ashamed. She was too embarrassed to eat. She couldn't possibly say it. No, that's not it. But in this situation, telling someone she was ashamed or embarrassed was too absurd, so the words couldn't escape her lips. Just eat it. In the end, Ellen couldn't resist Reinhardt's urging and bit into the lobster's tender flesh. The moment she took a bite, various thoughts flooded Ellen's mind. It was so delicious she thought her tongue would melt. It was so sweet. Why was it so sweet? It was strange. There shouldn't have been any sugar in it. The sweetness, like her brain melting as it passed her tongue, almost made her lose her reason. She wanted to stuff her mouth with it right away, but doing so would be too embarrassing. However, with the juices from the bites splattering around her mouth, she looked like a beggar no matter how gracefully she tried to eat, and the thought of wanting to eat gracefully was the most pathetic of all. As Ellen stood there, unable to do anything while holding a bitten piece of lobster, Reinhardt quietly observed her. With a sour expression, Reinhardt spoke. From the very beginning, when you didn't even bother to wash properly and roamed around the Kernstadt territory, you were worse than a filthy, wild dog. Just eat comfortably. It wasn't that she didn't know. She knew what he was thinking. In the end, tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't because she was too sad. It was because of the sorrow. Ah, Hick, you're making a fuss. It wasn't that she hadn't washed, but rather that she couldn't wash. She held back the urge to say such words, knowing full well that it was likely intentional. Adding any unnecessary comments wouldn't help the situation anyway. With a heavy heart, Ellen held back tears and ate her food reluctantly. And when it wasn't enough, she went into the sea and caught a few more fish. Reinhardt watched, gritting his teeth and turning his head away with a laugh. It was nice that he laughed, and she was grateful he didn't get angry. But it wasn't a laugh of joy. It was a mocking one. That mocking laugh made Ellen sadder, and she cried a little more. Though she tried her best to eat modestly, it was impossible when she had to eat with her bare hands. Reinhardt looked at Ellen's messy state and distanced himself slightly, as if he was looking at something filthy. It was indeed sorrowful, sad, and depressing. But she never imagined that she would feel such sorrow in this way. She had thought she would receive criticism or blame for running away. Instead, she was treated like a dirty person, someone so filthy it was hard to associate with, and this brought her sadness and sorrow in a different way. It wasn't about blaming her. It was about her being disgusting. Hearing such things made her mind a mess. Worse still, Ellen knew better than anyone how dirty she actually looked, which made her even more upset. Are you done eating? At Reinhardt's question, Ellen cautiously nodded. After putting out the campfire with a few kicks, Reinhardt began walking somewhere. Follow me. As if he wouldn't accept any objections, Ellen hesitantly stood up and cautiously followed him. When Ellen got close enough, Reinhardt suddenly quickened his pace, and then he turned around and laughed slyly. as if he had thought of a mean prank. Ugh. But after seeing Ellen's expression, he closed his mouth. It was because he saw a pitiful expression that made it seem like Ellen would strangle herself and die if he said another word about hygiene. That was how cornered Ellen felt at that moment, in a way she couldn't have predicted. Reinhardt led her to something that didn't originally belong on the deserted island, a mansion. He opened the gate, went inside, and turned on a lantern. You'll find everything you need here. Wash up and rest. Ha! I have a lot to do. I'll come back tomorrow, or maybe the day after. Reinhardt left those words behind and exited the mansion. Wondering what on earth was happening, she opened the door to find that Reinhardt had already disappeared. It felt as if she had been bewitched. What was this mansion? She couldn't even be sure if this was the place they had visited during their group mission on a deserted island. She had no idea what Reinhardt wanted to do, but the important thing was she had been caught. She couldn't run away. Ah, that was it. Ellen realized. This was a deserted island. She couldn't swim from an unknown deserted island to the mainland. With no knowledge of navigation or anything like that, even if she managed to build something like a raft, it would be suicidal to rely on it and head out to the open sea. There was no escape. This place was a prison. Knowing that Ellen couldn't run away, Reinhardt left. So, that's how it is. Ellen realized that she was, in a way, trapped in the largest prison in the world. She could break all the physical iron bars, but the vast natural barrier called the sea was something Ellen couldn't overcome. A deserted island prison. There was no better place to imprison Ellen and make her resign herself to her fate. Ellen cautiously looked around the mansion. Though she couldn't be sure, it seemed to be set up for her to live alone. As if to explain that it wasn't a hastily built mansion, there were magical tools that Ellen had never seen before. Was this really allowed? It didn't seem right. But in the end, the thought that she couldn't escape erased all of Ellen's other concerns. This must have been expected. It seemed that they had anticipated her eventual resignation. Perhaps they had anticipated the day when Ellen would be found and had known that she would try to run away like last time. Was that why such a place was prepared? Regardless of whose plan it was to create this place, Ellen resigned herself, as the planner intended, and headed to the bathroom. Clothes to change into were already prepared. After taking off her dirty clothes, cape, and boots, Ellen washed her body with hot water, meticulously, as if she intended to wash every single strand of hair thoroughly. After spending a long time busily washing, it still wasn't the end. She filled the bathtub with water and immersed her body in it. She wanted to rest. She hadn't had a proper rest in years. Feeling overwhelmed by this extravagant sensation, she wondered if she was allowed to experience it, as strange thoughts engulfed her. She lay down in the bathtub as if she were sinking. She couldn't understand what was happening or how things were turning out. Would it be okay for everything to go by in such a haphazard way? She couldn't reach any conclusions. However, it was too warm, so warm. It was supposed to be a prison, feeling guilty and tormented for receiving such a warm place. Ah, Ellen cried again. Chapter 694. How long had it been since she slept in a bed? How long had it been since she fell asleep without worry of ambush, completely relaxed? When Ellen woke up, she was startled by the sensation of the pillow touching her face and sat up. Her instincts, honed by her lifestyle thus far, made her fear comfort. Chirp. The sound of birds from the jungle beyond the window and the distant sound of waves told her that yesterday's events were not just a dream. Ah, everything had felt surreal since yesterday. From the reunion with the black cat to this very morning, every moment felt like a strange lie. Perhaps it was a dream she had after falling asleep from exhaustion in front of the campfire, or maybe it was a vision right before death due to her body's limits. But no matter how hard she tried to come to her senses, she could only accept it as reality. Usually, she would have been busy packing her things and setting off as soon as she woke up. Walking, sometimes running, killing monsters, chewing on tree roots, sleeping rough, hardly even lying down. Waking up on a soft, fluffy bed after spending such monotonous days felt incredibly unfamiliar. Unfamiliar, but ah! Ellen rolled around in her pajamas, hugging her blanket for quite a while. She felt foolish, but she just couldn't bring herself to get up. Ellen took a shower, feeling grateful for the availability of water wherever and whenever. After changing into a prepared white cotton dress, she sat blankly for a moment. Gurgle, she was hungry. She was always hungry. To be honest, even what she had eaten yesterday hadn't satisfied her completely. The hunger carved into her bones over the years seemed like it would never be filled, no matter how much she ate. Ellen headed to the kitchen. Not only were there plenty of ingredients in the food storeroom, but the kitchen was also fully equipped with all necessary systems and cooking tools. It had been difficult to afford the luxury of cooking food in the field, but she had learned a lot from watching Reinhardt during her time in the temple. Once you know the basics, applying them isn't hard. As long as she had the ingredients, she could cook anytime. For the first time in a long while, Ellen picked up a kitchen knife instead of a combat knife and began to cook. Not that she made anything particularly amazing. She had intended to make the meat stew she used to love. It wasn't anything extraordinary, but she planned to make a lot of it. She wanted to relieve the pent-up frustration from the enforced fasting she had endured. So she made an enormous amount. She made so much that she couldn't possibly finish it all, thinking she'd indulge herself. With that thought, Ellen took out a huge pot from the kitchen and began to prepare the stew. It didn't need to be well made. With her dulled taste buds, anything she ate tasted exquisite. The aroma and flavor of the lobster she had eaten yesterday still seemed to linger on the tip of her tongue. And so, Ellen began to eat almost an entire pot's worth of meat stew. No one was around to judge her for eating so much as she might have yesterday. How long had it been since she lost her self-control like this? She ate for almost 2 hours. Her mind was so focused on eating that she didn't notice anything else until suddenly. Thud! The mansion's door abruptly opened, and Reinhardt entered. Unfortunately, from the door, Reinhardt could see straight into the kitchen. He saw Ellen, without properly setting the table, scooping up the stew straight from the pot beside the table. It was then that Ellen noticed the splattered stew on her white dress, making it slightly dirty. Reinhardt saw her as well. A brief silence passed between them. Ellen then realized that Reinhardt was not empty-handed. It seemed like he had brought something similar to a tray. Judging by its size, it was clear that he had prepared a significant amount, considering how much Ellen would eat. Undoubtedly, Reinhardt had brought her something to eat. However, she couldn't wait and had been scooping up stew from the pot. If she had only been patient, he would have served her a proper meal, but she was hungrily eating away. Ah, Reinhardt sighed. It was not a sigh of contempt, but rather one of sympathy. How hungry must she have been? It was undoubtedly a sigh of sorrow. That sigh pierced her heart deeply. She had thought that when they met, she would cry, because Reinhardt would be afraid, because he would feel sorry, so it seemed like she would cry. However, she wondered why she kept feeling embarrassed, and why crying was the only reaction she could muster. Ellen cried again. Various foods of different dimensions were placed before her. Reinhardt laid out a plethora of food in front of Ellen, who sat with the expression of someone who had been caught rummaging through the kitchen on the first night of their diet. I guess I was a bit harsh yesterday. Huh, what? Out of nowhere, she didn't understand what he was talking about. I told you to wash, not to scrub your skin off. Ah, right. In fact, Ellen's fair skin was still reddened from scrubbing too hard the day before. The visible parts looked like this, but the hidden parts were probably even worse. Despite feeling like she could collapse from exhaustion, she had meticulously cleaned every part of her body, even her nails. It wasn't as if she was preparing for something in particular, but somehow it felt like she was getting ready. She found herself ridiculous and unbelievable, yet she had done so. Ellen, unable to respond, lowered her head as her face turned red for a different reason. Imagining the sobbing Ellen scrubbing herself after hearing that she looked like a stray dog from a slum, Reinhardt offered a subtle smile. How about it? Do you want some noodles? Ah, ah, ah. Sorry, no, hey, I won't do it. Hey, I won't do it. I said I won't. Seeing Ellen on the verge of breaking down in sorrow again, Reinhardt vigorously shook his head. What he really wanted to talk about was not that, but he kept teasing her with completely irrelevant things. His words were so light and trivial, only talking about insignificant matters. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Right now, she wasn't angry at his words. She was so happy, yet so sorry and guilty. It felt as if everything could go back to the way it was before. It seemed as if she only needed to accept it, but she just couldn't. All she felt was sadness and guilt. As if understanding her feelings just from her expression, Reinhardt eventually got up from his seat with a bitter smile. Eat up, I'll be going. Reinhardt, once again showing consideration to not make Ellen miserable, left the mansion. She could not eat. Ellen ate the prepared meal, every last bite. Of course, regardless of her feelings, it was delicious. Such days continued. Reinhardt didn't come every day. He would skip a day, and he wasn't always there. There were many times when he would just show his face and leave. He never really spoke. He didn't get closer than necessary. He simply kept a little distance. It was Ellen who became impatient. She wished he would say something. Would he keep her imprisoned like this forever? Would her acceptance of this life be enough? But she couldn't bring herself to ask. Guilt took precedence over her questions. It was unbearable to keep her mouth shut and meet his gaze, let alone ask anything. She managed to sleep and eat well only for a few days. She stayed awake through the nights. This couldn't be the way to live. She shouldn't be like this, even a little bit. To atone for her sins, to repay even a little of what she had done in the world. She shouldn't be standing still here. Such obsession began to surge. Days were spent in self-reproach and agony. She thought she would settle into it, but she didn't. The self-reproach only grew stronger. The more comfortable she was, the more peaceful, the more painful it became. Her body felt better, but her mind seemed to wear away even more. After about half a month, time passed as Ellen grew impatient and anxious. Naturally, her mental problems were secondary, and it was enough time to wash away years of accumulated fatigue. Her innate resilience and stamina were excellent. Regardless of everything, she ate well and slept well. During those days, on a still sunny day, "Come out," Reinhardt called Ellen outside. Wearing a white dress, Ellen put on sandals and followed Reinhardt to the beach. "By now, you should have returned to your original condition, right?" "Huh. Ah, yes, Then let's really give it a try." Swoosh, in Reinhardt's right hand, a sword appeared instead of a tree branch. Ellen's eyes widened. The sword of the war god, Alspringer. It was in Reinhardt's hand. "Do you think I've been feeding and resting you all this time just to raise a useless pig that won't gain weight no matter how much it eats?" At those harsh words, Ellen nodded her head with a desolate expression. "I guess not." Leaving her alone without saying much up until now was ultimately an extension of the first day. He had left her alone until she recovered her original condition, both mentally and physically, after pushing her to her limits. Half a month. There were days spent with mixed emotions, but it was ultimately enough recovery time for Ellen to be in her best condition. "Lament, do you have it? Do you have it?" Why would he ask that? Had it disappeared? At Reinhardt's strange question, Ellen quietly nodded her head. "Then take it out." As if he wouldn't permit something like a tree branch again, Reinhardt coldly spoke. What would happen if she said no? Hesitating, Ellen cautiously spoke while clutching the hem of her dress as if to protest. "I am wearing a skirt." "So what?" Ellen had no choice but to feel embarrassed in front of Reinhardt, who spoke as if her clothing choice was none of his concern. "I already have 5 wives. Do you think I care about your underwear? Shut up and draw your lament." At his harsh, almost sad words, Ellen quietly held her breath. That's right. She had no right to argue. Though she couldn't do everything, she had to do as much as she could. On the first day, it was hard to bear emotionally, mentally, and physically. And so, she was beaten until she fainted, quite literally. Her sword wavered, and so did her heart. But now, half a month had passed. It was still difficult, but she had grown a little used to seeing Reinhardt's face after 5 years. Her condition had improved. She felt so refreshed, as if the dirt and grime from her body and mind had been stripped away after a long rest. She couldn't remember the last time she had been in such a perfect state. She had rested well. She had rested long. She had eaten well. The lack of conversation was not because of his worry for Ellen or having nothing to say. It was merely his intention not to speak until Ellen had fully recovered. Ellen still didn't know what to do, whether she deserved forgiveness or if she deserved this kind of life. This didn't seem right, but there were still things she could do. Reinhardt wanted to confirm something, and Ellen had now become as prepared as Reinhardt had wished. Then she just had to show him what Reinhardt wanted to confirm. That was obvious, wasn't it? Her confusion and hesitation finally began to subside a little. As her fear, sorrow, and guilt from being trapped on a deserted island subsided, Ellen's expression finally calmed. Ellen carefully removed her sandals. She neatly placed her sandals next to her and stepped onto the white sandy beach with her bare feet. Reinhardt silently watched Ellen. After a moment of deep breathing, Ellen looked at Reinhardt. A calm expression, a serene gaze. She returned to the same expression and gaze she had always shown when facing Reinhardt. "Do you really want to defeat me?" At Ellen's question, Reinhardt nodded. "Isn't that obvious?" On the first day, Ellen had been too weak to be worth fighting. Reinhardt wanted to check how strong had she become. Comparing him to Ellen, how would it be now? He intended to prove it by fighting Ellen in her prime condition. Did he surpass his teacher? If so, she would oblige. Ellen gave a faint smile. There was anger, resentment, and rage. But he had waited, without showing any emotion, until he was at her full strength because he planned to face her with all her might. So, putting the next matter aside for now, she just needed to give it her all. Swish in Ellen's right hand, the moon's sword, Lament, appeared. Ellen couldn't help but notice the change in her divine weapon. At some point, the void sword Lament, which had always been pitch black as if reflecting the night sky, had returned to a cold silver blade. Ah! The void sword was no longer a void sword. Ellen knew that Lament reacted to sorrow. Just by being in the same place as Reinhardt, Lament lost its form as a void sword. Sorrow disappeared all too easily. It disappeared just by being together. Am I no longer sad now? How about that? Your divine weapon seems to be in poor shape. Reinhardt sneered as if he knew it too. And what about Leopold? Reinhardt asked about her not summoning the sun cloak. Ellen smiled brightly, at her best. Is it really necessary? And then she provoked him. How embarrassing would it be to summon it later? That's something for later. Reinhardt aimed Alspringer and slowly measured the distance between him and Ellen. There had always been days like this. It had always been a series of such days. She couldn't know if it was okay. For now, she had decided to give it her all so she wouldn't wait for him to come. So she went first. Swish! With the skirt of her dress flapping roughly, Ellen's eyes widened as she thrust Lament towards Reinhardt's chest. Seeing the sharp gaze and the sword's trajectory, Reinhardt smiled. It was a smile and gaze that seemed to say he wanted this. Clang! As Lament and Alspringer collided, a storm of magical power erupted, and the sand of the white beach was scattered roughly, from bottom to top. I don't know about other things. Ellen pushed up her sword and looked up at Reinhardt with a cold gaze. You've gotten quite arrogant, Reinhardt, Ellen Artorius. The hero, who was already known to the world as dead, pushed aside the Demon King's sword and murmured coldly, I wronged you. I betrayed you. I ran away from you. But your victory over me is an entirely unrelated issue. You wanted the best of me, so I'll show you the best of me. No, it's still okay to give in a little. Ellen Artorius said with just a glance. As he pressed down on the sword with force from below, the Demon King spoke. Isn't this much acceptable? Reinhardt pushed back Ellen's sword and grinned maliciously. Rumble! The storm of magical power exploded, and the two were thrown back as violently as they had clashed. Both of them landed properly on the white beach without rolling around. Clutching Lament, Ellen charged fiercely. Reinhardt also charged in the same manner. The skirt of the hero's white dress and the Demon King's shirt fluttered violently in the wind. Chapter 695. The skirmish was short-lived. It lasted a total of 35 exchanges. As Ellen, holding the Lament, parried Reinhardt's sword with a half-swording technique, she pierced through the gap in his dynamic movements, burying his entire body in the white sand. Thud! With Reinhardt half buried in the sand, Ellen climbed on his chest and ended the fight by placing the blade of Lament against his throat. The blade and their faces were so close, they were almost touching. You're dead. Yes, it seems so. At Ellen's words, Reinhardt nodded. He even smiled, as if he had wanted to hear those words while being overpowered. Though the skirmish was brief, the two combatants, who had already turned into monsters, left the white sands utterly devastated. Are you going to do more? Ellen asked, while keeping Lament pointed at his throat. No. Some things can be known from the moment swords are crossed. Reinhardt hadn't thought he could win from the beginning, and Ellen couldn't help but realize this. Ellen knew it too. 100 times out of 100, she would win. She knew she would prevail. So Reinhardt must have known as well. Ellen got up from Reinhardt's flattened body and helped him to his feet. Sure enough, I can't beat you. Reinhardt couldn't defeat Ellen with the swordsmanship he had learned from her. That much remained unchanged. Do you really need to beat me? Actually, I don't really want to win, Reinhardt laughed. It's just nice like this. Winning and losing don't matter. Reinhardt gazed at the waves rolling in. Waves that surged, broke, retreated, then surged and broke again, only to retreat once more, as he watched the seemingly eternal ebb and flow. What matters is that we can do this. It wasn't about winning or losing. He had wanted the very fact that they could cross swords like this. There would always be a next time, and a time after that. He had yearned for that eternal moment, independent of victory or defeat. That succession of moments, Reinhardt said. Ellen still didn't know how Reinhardt had managed to overpower her. How had he done it? He couldn't even defeat her now. How could he have overpowered and saved her back then when she was stronger, possessed by a vengeful spirit? Ellen still didn't know, and it seemed Reinhardt had no intention of explaining it to her. In the end, Reinhardt had confirmed what he wanted to know. Between Ellen and himself, who was stronger, Ellen was stronger. The gap remained insurmountable. Even if he were to lose eternally, he wished to win just once. He knew that after that single victory, he would return to a continuous string of defeats. You may not know, but you're officially dead. Finally, Reinhardt said what he had wanted to say. Hearing those words, Ellen felt as if her breath had stopped. The thought of the real conversation frightened her. She felt suffocated and scared, not knowing what she would hear. The Demon King had captured the fake hero and executed her. The exact method of the staged play was unknown. However, the hero was dead. It was done. We forcibly brought the autonomous region's representatives and made them watch the public execution. They seemed to enjoy it. Reinhardt chuckled. It was a wicked sense of humor. He couldn't help but think so. He had forced the representatives of the human autonomous region to watch their hope being executed mercilessly. Cruel, but undoubtedly effective. The one who died must have been something like a puppet. Creating such a thing wouldn't be difficult. With this, the annoying hero religion should quiet down, and the autonomous region will slowly dissolve. There won't be anyone left who will project useless hope onto you. You won't have to feel burdened by it anymore. Those who prayed for Ellen to save humanity, groaning under the Demon King's oppression, would disappear. Since the symbol of hope, the hero, had died, such an act was now impossible, even with the slightest hope. Now, you don't exist in the world. There's no one who needs you, and there's no one who will ask you to do impossible tasks. The hero lost to the Demon King and died. That's the end of the story. People will forget you. Reinhardt looked at Ellen. So, what excuse will you use to run away now? Even if you can't escape, you still want to run away. At those words, Ellen bit her lip and bowed her head. Just being with me seems unbearable to you. It was clear from her expression. She didn't need to say it. She was suffering in this very moment. Finally, with those painful words, Ellen couldn't help but open her trembling mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Regardless of the reasons, how justified or necessary it was. It was true that she left without even having a conversation with Reinhardt, who had saved her. It was also true that 5 years had passed since then. That time had changed many things. If you're sorry, can you be with me now? Ellen couldn't bring herself to say it. Is there still a place for me? Is there any part left to spare for me? She wanted to say yes, but she couldn't. It was too shameless. Having left on her own accord and now caught trying to run away again, claiming that everything was resolved and that they could be together now, so casually. To change her attitude as easily as flipping the palm of her hand. To accept everything while trapped in this peaceful prison. Wasn't it too much? Wasn't it too selfish? Can't you do it? Sob. In the end, Ellen began to cry, gritting her teeth. She couldn't say it was possible or impossible. She felt sorry to say it wasn't possible, and she felt guilty to say she wanted it. Making excuses, she had been running away at some point. In the end, she felt pathetic for being caught and only crying. It was too hard. It was too lonely. It was too desolate. She wanted to say that every day had been painful, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Finally, after a fortnight of rest, they had a proper conversation. A conversation filled with nothing but tears. I don't know. I don't think I deserve to be like this. I don't think I can, I don't think I have the right. Who gives such a right anyway? I don't know, but I don't think. I don't think I should be like this. I shouldn't be like this. I did things. To you, to the world. But what right? What audacity do I have? Reinhardt grabbed Ellen's chin as she sobbed, forcing her to look up at the cold eyes. I thought so. In the end, you couldn't bear to be with me. Whether it's guilt or remorse, or the fact that we've been apart for too long. From the beginning, you could have done anything for the reason you left me. The reason you left me 5 years ago was just an excuse. You just couldn't bear it yourself. You didn't leave because you had to. You just left because you wanted to. If you wanted to be by my side, you could have. There were countless ways to do it. You know that. There must have been a way for Ellen to be with him if she wanted. It was just that Ellen couldn't allow herself to do so. That's why she left. Even now, when all the other reasons for leaving had disappeared, wasn't the proof that she didn't allow herself to be together. You just can't allow yourself. You think you're the cause of all this. You think the betrayer, you don't deserve it. Even though you know I don't want that, even though you know I don't blame you, you just can't forgive yourself. That's why you're crying like this. Even now, when it doesn't matter if you're with me, you're just forcing yourself to suffer for vague guilt. Even though you're torturing yourself, nothing gets better. Nothing changes. Where is the reason or inevitability for that? There's none. At Reinhardt's words, Ellen squeezed her eyes shut. I know too. I know that doing this doesn't help anyone or anything. I know it just hurts you and me. I know. I know I'm pathetic, and I know I'm stupid and foolish for doing this. But I don't know. I can't erase the thought that if I had done better back then, if I had believed. I can't forgive myself. So I can't do anything because of my actions. I don't want to forgive myself because of my actions. I don't think I should be with you. I don't know how to break this vicious cycle. I know not everything is my fault, but I can't say it's not either. If I'm even a little comfortable, a little happy, I can't bear myself. I can't even imagine that. I know I'm a fool for feeling this way, I know. I know that nothing can bring back the dead. I know that guilt won't help me live or change anything. But I can't let go. I just can't. I know that the more I feel this way, the more I hurt you. I don't know. I think I've gone mad at some point. I can't think straight. I feel like I'm falling apart. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for running away, for betraying you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. And I'm sorry for wanting to run away again, for not being able to say I want to stay together. But, stop. That's enough. I understand your feelings. Reinhardt held Ellen as she sobbed, spewing guilt-ridden nonsense. Feeling guilty even to meet his gaze, Ellen cried with her eyes tightly closed. The Demon King spoke calmly. Do you know what the meaning of the mansion you were in until today and this uninhabited island is? Yes, a prison created to make escape impossible, placing her in a location where escape was utterly unattainable. I prepared this place because I knew you would be like this. If your mind cannot be changed, I will imprison you in a place where you can never escape. That was the reality of this place. When I found you again, I had all sorts of thoughts on what to do. I knew you would be like this, unable to bear yourself. This is the result. Harriet and I came up with this. At the mention of that name, Ellen shuddered. I'm not a mage, so how could I have sent you here in the first place? The bizarre trap she had fallen into and the undetectable teleportation. Ellen had no choice but to know that it was Harriet's doing. I knew you would say something like this. You would whine and try to run away. That's just the kind of person you are. It may be cruel, but if left alone, you would treat yourself even more cruelly. It seemed like there was no other way. Whatever the reason, Harriet had sensed the moment Ellen left that she would spend the rest of her life running away, and the Demon King knew it too. Even now, she's crying, saying it shouldn't be like this. She's just cruel to herself. How could he offer the choice of happiness to someone who thinks they don't deserve to be happy? The Emperor knew that Ellen would eventually try to run away because her fundamental attitude wouldn't change. So he tried to force her, to imprison her, to confine her, to bind her forcibly in a place where she couldn't escape, and this was the result of that thought. A small island in the vast sea and a mansion. Imprisoning her in a place where she couldn't even tell which direction to run was believed to be the way to stop Ellen's self-deprecation. Essential supplies could be provided, and she would have no choice but to accept this life, even if she couldn't come to terms with it. Eventually, she would accept it out of resignation. Reinhardt, who could clearly see what she was thinking, spoke. She couldn't refute his words that she would keep trying to run away. No matter the reason, Ellen now knew she would always find some excuse to flee. But you know, when I actually tried it, it seems strange. No matter how much I think about it, tying you up like this, imprisoning you, confining you, it shouldn't be like this. So, I created this place and watched you living here. But when it comes to this, with you trapped before my eyes in a place like this, seeing you unable to sleep properly and constantly sobbing, I think this is not right. It shouldn't be this way. In the end, this will only hurt you more. The Demon King released Ellen's chin. Hadn't she been suffering since being put in this environment? He shouldn't accept this. Although she knew she couldn't escape, she was just numb. All she did was suffer. She engaged in another self-deprecation. a foolish self-deprecation that she didn't deserve happiness. Although she would resign herself to being trapped and accept it, it was clear that she would eventually fall ill. The Demon King silently watched Ellen as she cried. If he confined her, he could keep Ellen in this place forever. However, Ellen would fall ill while huddled up, unable to forgive or accept herself. This could be a lesser evil, but it could never be a better option. It was nothing more than a story of caging a bird in a cage, taking it out and touching it whenever needed. Thus, the Demon King couldn't help but come to the conclusion that this wasn't right as he observed the reality that had become as he imagined. After the destruction of Darkland and the death of the previous Demon King, I couldn't live as a demon since arriving in the imperial capital. There were limits to disguising myself with magic. Living as a demon was impossible. To live among humans, I needed a human form, and that's the Reinhardt, you know. So, whoosh on the shore where waves crashed, in a prison named an island made for only one person, the Demon King carefully removed something from his left ring finger. Despite her tears, Ellen stared blankly at his actions. The ring that allowed me to live while blending in with the world is the most important item that made all of this possible. The ring. Ellen had never known that Reinhardt wore such a ring. Since it was a ring for disguise, even its shape could be concealed. Reinhardt, who had returned to his Demon King form, quietly grasped Ellen's left hand. I've created a world where I can live as a demon, so I don't need it anymore. As you know, you can't live anywhere in that form. It's not right for someone who looks exactly like the deceased hero to roam the world. Now that I can live as I am, you can't live as yourself anymore. So, I'll give it to you. From now on, you'll need it more than I do. And I'll send you back. The Demon King carefully slid the ring onto Ellen's left ring finger. The ring, which seemed a bit too large at first, fit perfectly on Ellen's finger. Ellen stared blankly at the Demon King, trembling as she asked, "What is this?" "This is the object that allowed me to become Reinhardt and even a cat. The Ring of Dreadfiend. As the last archdemon, this ring had made everything possible. But now it was no longer needed. So it was given to someone who could not live in the world without it. Having intended to keep her imprisoned for the rest of her life, the Demon King finally admitted that it was a mistake. It's a good thing for me, too. Having someone like you rot away in a place like this is, in a way, a subtle loss. Like this time, informing me of vital information. You'll do something else, something in your own way. It'll be good for both you and me. I won't hold you back, so you're free." He granted her complete freedom, the opposite of imprisonment. He ultimately chose to let go of the opportunity to keep her captive forever. With this, people won't know that you're Ellen Artorius, and you won't have to keep seeking places with no one around. You can just blend in with the world as an ordinary person, living as if nothing ever happened. If she lived as someone else, Ellen would truly disappear from the world. She could stroll through cities as an ordinary person, gain a new identity, and live a completely new life. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ellen stared blankly at the mysterious ring on her finger. If you leave here and want to get away from me, if you want to hide, I'll never be able to find you. If you decide to run away, I won't be able to see you for the rest of my life. The Demon King, who had found the hero, gave her the means to escape from him forever. If Ellen decided to hide, the Demon King would never be able to find the hero again. But at the same time, it's also an object that allows you to find me whenever you want. It was an object that allowed her to escape forever. But used differently, it could also be an object that allowed her to meet Reinhardt whenever she wanted. As Ellen Artorius, it would have been impossible for her to wander the world, but with the power of the ring, it was possible. Whether she used it as an escape route for eternal running away, or as a key to a meeting she could always have, it was entirely up to Ellen. The Demon King gently held the tip of the hero's left finger, which had lost its color. "So, instead of confining you in a place like this, and not forcing anything else on you, I'll give you complete freedom to go where you want and do what you want. Just one favor, once every few months, or once every few years. That's fine. Sometimes, really just sometimes, come to see me. That's enough. That's enough. That's all I need. I won't ask for more. It's not like you and I absolutely have to do something incredible together, like practicing swordsmanship like now, or making something to eat, or just gathering everyone and chatting like before, talking about nothing in particular. Even just doing those simple, trivial things would be fine. Sometimes we can be together, Right, there's no longer any desperate reason not to. You know it too. You know how strange it is. I only ask for that much from you. So, at least allow yourself that much. So, let's stop our mutual torment and self-flagellation. Now, at those words, the tears that had barely stopped began to flow again. Oohoo, hick, sob. That was all he asked for. It wasn't too much to ask. It's not such a difficult request, is it? The Demon King gritted his teeth too. He too held back his anger and passion. With teary eyes, he met Ellen's gaze, both of them straining to see each other. So, will you do it? After finally capturing the hero, he locked her up and then set her free again. He gave her the gift of living freely. He would give her the means to leave forever. He pleaded for her not to leave forever. Instead of holding her, he let her go. They made just one promise, a thread that may not be thick or strong, but wouldn't break. They connected a single thread between them. If facing each other was too difficult and guilt-ridden, they didn't always have to. But sometimes they would meet. Could they not at least allow themselves that much? To not even allow that much would be too cruel to both of them. They didn't need to be that cruel. It was over now. Couldn't they allow themselves that much? That's what the Demon King said. Knowing that if he forcefully embraced her, she would die in his arms, he created an environment where she could live fully in the world. He sent her back to the world, as she had been doing until now, let her live by doing things only she could do. She could find her place for whatever reason, to atone for her sins or anything else. But sometimes, when she was tired or lonely, she could come back and rest. At least allow that much. If she wanted to live with eternal punishment, she could. But moments of atonement would never come. So she could at least allow herself that tiny respite. In front of the Demon King, who had finally chosen to let go despite wanting to hold on to her, she could no longer force herself. With gratitude and appreciation in her heart, she had to answer. So Ellen tried her best to turn her grimace, which had been unbearable up until now, into a smile. Uh, yes. And in the end, her tears and laughter mixed together, leaving her with an even more disheveled expression. On the beach where waves crashed and broke eternally, on a beach where waves would roll in and shatter forever, they promised another eternity. And so, the hero, I will, with the Demon King. Although thin, an unbreakable bond. I will do it. They shared a tiny, eternal covenant. Chapter 696 Epilogue, Beyond civilization at the farthest northern tip of the continent, even further to the west of that remote place. There was an unnamed snowy region that lay beyond a vast mountain range, where no one had lived even before the gate incident occurred. A polar region where no other season existed but winter. Hey, over here, at the sound of the shout somewhere in the blizzard-swept plateau, a group of people hurried towards it. The six tall men soon discovered a fallen beast and the person guarding it in the midst of the blizzard. Phew, this is quite a catch. I haven't seen one this big in 3 years. A massive reindeer lay collapsed, an arrow lodged precisely in its forehead. Let's tie it up quickly. If the snow keeps piling up, we might be stuck in the shelter for days. Everyone began tying ropes around the dead reindeer's body. If the blizzard worsened, they might not be able to return and would have to spend days in the cabin. Even if we're stuck, our friend Betten here will have to go back, even if the snow is taller than him. Of course. I'll go back even if there's an avalanche today. At someone's remark, the others began chuckling and laughing. If you don't want to see Betten frozen to death without even knowing what happened to his child, let's move quickly. The man called Betten smiled at the joke and began tying ropes around the reindeer's body so that everyone could pull it along. All of them were dressed in thick clothing, and each carried a bow. The man who appeared to be the leader of the group playfully patted the back of a blond man who was tying ropes with him. He was the man who had discovered the reindeer and shot it with an arrow. Anyway, Radius, you're a real master archer. Ha ha, you're too kind. It's beyond that, really. You kill the reindeer with a single arrow, and none of us could even see it because of the snow. Honestly, we thought you were just shooting randomly and talking nonsense. No one in the group had even seen the reindeer. However, Radius had aimed his bow somewhere in the blizzard, shot an arrow, and then walked confidently towards his target. At the scene, a reindeer lay collapsed. He had an uncanny ability to find prey, and his arrows always struck vital spots. He's a nobleman, a real nobleman. All the hunters nodded in agreement with the leader's words. Betten, whose wife had begun giving birth, thanked Radius several times. They tied up the reindeer's carcass, and everyone began leading it back. By the way, Radius, hasn't it been a long time for you as well? What do you mean? I mean having a child. Ah, Betten is becoming a father today, but you still haven't had any luck, right? As one person began to tease him, others chimed in. There was a right time for such things, and it could be getting late. It might be fine for his wife, but wouldn't it be difficult for him as he got older? They said it was always best to prepare for anything before one's strength began to wane. Radius, the young man in question, could only offer an awkward smile. By the way, Violet said she's going to help with the birth today, right? I don't know much about it, but she said she'd help as much as she could. He. Radius's wife had volunteered to help Betton's wife with her childbirth that day. However, the man seemed to be in a difficult situation upon hearing the offer. Is there a problem? It's not an ordinary task for delicate people like your wife. Thump, thump, another man patted Radius' shoulder. She must be terrified. Fortunately, you are a steadfast man. How could you bring such a frail wife to a place like this? Upon hearing that, Radius forced an awkward smile with a mixture of irritation. Ahaha, I must have pushed her a bit too hard. Every time Radius heard that, he felt as if a lump had lodged itself in his throat. A place where people didn't live even during the era of a thriving civilization. A remote area, so far removed from civilization that there were no warp gates, and even the monsters of the gates couldn't easily enter. The fallen Emperor Bertus and Seyval Interna lived under new names, beyond the reach of civilization. Therefore, whenever Bertus heard that Seyval Interna, who was pretending to be his wife, was a delicate woman, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable, bizarre emotion. The village in the snowy wasteland wasn't that small. Considering the extreme environment it was situated in, a community of just over 300 households was quite large. 1,000 kilometers in all directions was uninhabited land, and beyond the massive mountain range to the north lay a frozen sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Bertus and Turner had deliberately come to this place. They hadn't initially intended to seek out such an environment. It was impossible to hide in any place where civilization existed. No matter where they went, they were always pursued. Occasionally, they were discovered by adventurers in the poorly hidden deep wilderness. Although they had fled to survive, they didn't want to kill anyone. So they decided to go to a place where the very foundation of civilization couldn't exist, the deep wilderness that even monsters didn't seek, a place where it was difficult for humans, beasts, and monsters alike to survive. Believing that they could hide their bodies there forever, Bertus and Turner crossed over to the far side of civilization, and they reached a place where someone was living in an environment that no human should be able to survive. To the strangers who appeared in an environment where no outsider could come, everyone in the village was kind and warm-hearted. They were astonished at how Bertus and Turner had arrived, but still took care of them. They provided them with a place to sleep, clothes to wear, and food to eat. No one asked them why they had come. To these people, the world was nothing but a snow-covered wasteland. There were no countries, history, or nations. They only knew that strangely shaped beasts had begun to appear at some point. The small but resilient civilization of the snowfield was solid even in the face of the occasional monsters. To them, monsters were treated as inedible things, or things that looked like they would cause trouble if eaten. Thus, Turner and Bertus encountered a very small community that shouldn't have existed in a place devoid of civilization, and they settled down there haphazardly. A harsh but endearing place, cold but not lonely. A place so far removed from the world that nobody knew about it. Bertus learned a lot. How to live and survive in the snowfield. When isolated in the snow, one had to know what to do. How to find the beasts that managed to survive even in this harsh environment. The locations of temporary shacks hidden for the hunters. He had transformed hunting, which had once been a mere hobby, into a genuine skill for making a living. Phew, it was worth moving quickly. We've already arrived. The group, led by a reindeer hunted by Bertus, arrived at the village on the snowy plateau. Of course, one didn't go hunting on a snowy day. The village hunters went out because of the insistent requests that Betten, whose wife was about to give birth, should throw a feast. Elara. As soon as he returned, Betten rushed home, screaming his wife's name. Leaving his wife in labor to go hunting, his worry must have been immense. Radius, will you try this time? Bertus knew what the leader of the hunters meant. Butchering. It was something Bertus still couldn't get used to. so the leader tried to make him do it whenever the opportunity arose. At some point, the leader's ultimate goal became turning the outsider Bertus into a perfect tundra man. Ah, no, I'll leave it to those who have been doing it. Tusk, you're good at everything else, but you just can't seem to get the hang of this. I'm sorry. He had good manual skills, a keen eye, and quick actions. He was almost perfect, but he just couldn't do tasks like butchering or skinning. A man who was almost perfect, but always lacking in something crucial. To the Tundra men, Radius was an unbelievably talented man, but always lacking in strange ways. Haha, I thought we'd see Radius turn pale today, but it's a shame. One of the men holding the rope behind the leader chuckled. Ha ha ha. In truth, he didn't avoid it because he didn't want to do it, but because he tried several times and couldn't. The first time the leader entrusted him with butchering, Bertus, who didn't know any better, grabbed the knife and rushed in, only to see a gruesome sight. Upon seeing the blood spilling out with the innards, Bertus ran out of the butchering area and vomited. He could handle seeing disgusting things, but something so filthy was unbearable for Bertus. Rather, the villagers looked at Bertus and laughed, thinking what a strange man he was. After vomiting, the rumor spread throughout the village. The newcomer had a peculiar constitution that made him vomit at the sight of blood. Of course, that misunderstanding was now gone, but there were still some things Bertus couldn't do. Bertus now knew. In this kind of life, there was no need for one specific overwhelming strength. It wasn't enough to be good at hunting or tracking. One had to be capable of everything. From hunting to butchering, cooking, starting fires, and even gathering firewood in this extreme environment, there was no end to what one had to learn. That's why, initially, he was treated like someone who didn't know anything. Now, Bertus realized he had much to learn from everyone in the village, including men, women, and especially the elderly. Somehow, by capitalizing on his strengths and having others resolve his weaknesses, he was able to accomplish the tasks at hand. Anyway, Betton has gone ahead, but you should hurry as well. Yes. Bertus also headed in the direction of Betton's house, where Betton had rushed off. Thump then, the door to Betton's house opened, and someone came out. It was Saverlyn Turner. In this place, she was known by the name Violet, and she staggered out of the house. Her short hair, which had always been just long enough to reach her neck, had grown past her waist and had to be tied with a hairband. As people said, she now looked just like a frail woman at first glance. Plunk, and then Bertus saw Saverlyn Turner, whose face had turned pale as if her soul had been drained, stagger and collapse onto the snowy ground. It was a delicate and fragile appearance that didn't suit the well-known Saverlyn Turner at all. Had something terrible happened? Violet. Bertus hastily approached the collapsed Turner. Turner looked up at Bertus blankly. Her face was pale beyond white, turning a shade of blue. What happened? No, Yugug. Behind the trembling Turner, the groans of a woman in the throes of childbirth could be heard from Betton's house. Thump, the door to Betton's house opened cautiously, and the midwife poked her head out. It's nothing serious. She's just in shock. Take her home, give her some warm water to drink, and lay her down. Yes. The old woman closed the door after leaving those words. Only then did Bertus notice Saverlyn Turner's pupils shaking violently. What had she seen? That. Violet. The baby. That. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ho how ha. Ha. She seemed to be trying to explain something, but was just trembling, unable to articulate it. Nothing was wrong, but it was clear she had seen something incredibly shocking. Only then did Bertus understand why the other hunters had been more concerned about Violet than Betton's wife, who was giving birth. It was because they knew that witnessing the process of childbirth would leave her in a daze. Just as Bertus had no resistance to blood, Turner had no resistance to certain things. In this place, the hunters were convinced that Violet, who had a somewhat naive image, would surely be like that. I am useless again. In the end, looking at Turner with her head hung low, shivering, Bertus gave a bitter smile. Let's go home first. Yes. Supporting the trembling Saverlyn Turner, Bertus headed for their home. Bertus sat Turner down on the bed and handed her a cup of warm water. He smiled as he watched her sipping the water that wasn't too hot. Not long after Turner and Bertus arrived, the villagers built a house on their own. Despite the scarcity of resources, the people worked diligently to gather materials and quickly constructed a house. Then they pushed the couple inside, telling them to live there. They had never said that they would settle down or even explained why they had come here. Yet, as if everyone already knew without being told, they built a house for them without asking any questions. So Turner and Bertus had no choice but to awkwardly settle down. After that, Bertus tried to help out with various things in the village, only to realize how much he lacked. And what he didn't know, he learned. But in Turner's case, it was worse. She didn't know how to cook, let alone how to handle meat. She couldn't sew or work with leather. She didn't even know how to start a fire. Of course, she had absolutely no idea how to make preserved food, which was most important in such an environment. She couldn't even play with the children. With a troubled smile, she didn't know what to do in front of the children. Even when given menial tasks around the village, she would look tearful, not knowing what to do or how to do it. A beautiful woman with a gentle disposition and demure manners, but utterly useless. Still, people found her adorable and felt a strange sense of satisfaction watching her perplexed expressions. She was an amusing woman to observe. The village women secretly envied her hands, which were excessively fair, clean, and soft, as if she had never experienced hardship. She was confident in her ability to do physical labor, but everyone, young and old, discouraged Turner from trying, because it was clear that someone so delicate would certainly get hurt if they tried to do strenuous work. So, even when she wanted to do what she was good at, they never gave her the opportunity. Due to the accumulated perception, when she said she wanted to be a hunter, people laughed. Everyone waved their hands, telling her not to joke around. In truth, it was only natural. She had spent her entire life holding a sword. Her daily life and everything else had been provided by the imperial court. Everything other than the sword had been taken care of, and it had never been her concern. That's why Turner didn't know anything outside of the sword and had no practical skills. She had spent her life doing only what she was good at and had become a person completed by that. It was fortunate that she didn't cry out in confusion when suddenly asked to do work in an unrelated field. Even when shown a task, she still asked, "What is this?" The same was true even for tasks she had been taught once. Despite being taught, she just couldn't do them well. Turner was much more incompetent than Bertus, who had been the emperor. That was the reality for Savelin Turner, who had once been the empire's strongest knight and the continent's greatest swordsman. "Have you calmed down a bit?" "Yes." This time, facing the major event of childbirth in the village, she had tried to run errands, but after being told to go back and rest by the midwife, she had come outside and sat down hesitantly. She had seen countless deaths and killings and had witnessed innumerable gruesome scenes. But there was no way she could have ever experienced the spectacle of a new life being born and the shock it brought. How? How could it be like this? It was a relief that she didn't faint with her head full of question marks and exclamation points. Bertus didn't say anything as he watched Turner, who was trying to catch her breath, fiddling with a cup of water. Bertus knew better than anyone how much she agonized, realizing how incompetent she was. Bertus smiled faintly as he looked at Turner. "It's not easy." "Yes, it isn't." The villagers always laughed, finding the couple adorable as they addressed each other with respect, even though they were married. No one asked why they were so formal with each other. No one questioned if they were a real couple. At least Bertus was doing his part now, and his hunting skills greatly benefited the village. However, Savelin Turner still didn't know how to do anything, and to people, she was just a fragile and naive woman. Yet, no one excessively criticized Turner's incompetence. Although some teased her playfully, no villager seriously scolded her. That was because everyone had seen them on the day they arrived in the village. Piercing through the harsh snowstorm, barely distinguishable as human or snow, they were on the verge of collapsing. Everyone remembered Savelin Turner's determined expression as she gritted her teeth, eyes wide open, carrying the unconscious Bertus when they arrived. When asked how they had come this far, Turner had said that she had thought there was a village here. She had heard the sounds of people living. However, she had walked for more than 10 days after hearing those sounds. She had heard the inaudible sounds and found her way through the snowstorm to this village. That's why everyone said it. She was naive. She didn't know how to do anything. She caused accidents no matter what she did. But she was a great person. That's why no one could ignore Savelin Turner. Chapter 697. Honestly, it's fun. Fun, you say? At Berta's words, Turner tilted her head, seeing you like this. "Ah, I've never been treated this way in my life." "That's true. But The emotions Turner felt in this village were unlike anything she had experienced in her life. She had always been a person mentioned in the lower ranks of the emperor wherever she went. Moreover, her position was not earned through blood ties or anything else, but through her own skills. That's why she was the farthest from incompetence. Even if there were mistakes in the orders she received, there were never any mistakes in her execution. In fact, she had perfectly executed the impossible orders of the last emperor. Her life had been without failure. But ever since she arrived in this snowy village, she had become a person who failed at everything she did. Now, even the 4-year-old children in the neighborhood would offer to help her when she carried a heavy burden, turn aside. Ah, I think the people in this village are more capable, wise, and versatile than anyone I've ever seen. I feel the same way, sustaining life through one's own power. Those who had once managed the world marveled at the cooperation, self-sufficiency, and survival of a community of just over 300 households in this extreme environment. Each villager knew what they had to do and did it. Someone always had to be able to take on someone else's role. That's why everyone had to know how to do everything. Previously, all Turner had to do was wield a sword. That's why she became fatally incompetent in this small community. If only monsters appeared more frequently, I would have something to do, but that's not the case. Although it's strange to hope for such a thing. It's a good thing. Yes, in reality, monsters were very rare in this remote area. The occasional monster found would be buried in nature as a corpse or hunted by the village's hunters if discovered. In any case, others knew how to exert effort, and there was no need to stand out. To the children, she was a pretty aunt. To the women, she was a naive and innocent neighbor. To the elderly, she was a cute and clumsy young wife. That was Turner's reality. Still, it's hard to bear being treated like a child by children much younger than me. Of course, the hardest part is having nothing to say. In fact, Turner had lived longer than the oldest person in the village. Everyone was like a child to her, but she was treated like a child who didn't know anything by those children. And in reality, she didn't know anything. Because of this discrepancy, Turner's days were filled with sighs. Holding a cup of cooling water, Turner looked out at the falling snow. Still, I'm grateful that a place like this exists. She had tried to avoid people's eyes by living in the extreme wilderness, but still, she lived among people, and she could continue to live. Turner said so with a smile, and Bertus also smiled. The snowy plains, a nameless village. A boy, you say? Oh, that's right. News of a new life had just begun to spread in that place. A healthy baby boy was born, and the mother was well. Betten, in anticipation of his wife's childbirth, had insisted that the hunters go hunting even though it was snowing, all for the sake of holding a feast once the birth had been safely completed. Of course, neither the new mother and child nor Betten, who had been by their side, could attend the feast. At the village's central meeting hall, various meat dishes made from the reindeer that Bertus had hunted were prepared, as well as an array of other dishes to celebrate the village's joyous occasion. It was only natural that Turner and Bertus attended the feast. It should have been a daughter, you know. Why does it have to be a daughter? If it's a son, won't he be just like that reckless Betten? Wouldn't it be better if it's a daughter resembling gentle Ella? They say daughters take after their fathers, so wouldn't she be a reckless daughter like Betten? Oh dear, that would be quite troublesome then. Ha ha ha! People were chattering about the birth of the new life in various ways. Drinking fermented deer's milk, they shared different stories with each other. Though not abundant, it wasn't extremely scarce either. It wasn't a situation where a single feast would deplete their resources, as there were many skilled hunters in the village. So on a happy day like this, they could eat and drink as much as they wanted. Bertus and Turner, being used to rough food, could eat without any burden. However, Turner's expression was not great. It was because, on such a day, she would inevitably hear a certain question. So, what's the plan for your little one? Ah! Today's midwife, an elderly woman, approached Violet with a kind smile and asked, if there was something to ask about their plans on a day like this, it must be about a child. When would you have one? That was the question. Naturally, Turner's face turned pale. Don't be scared because of what you saw today. We've all been through it. It's not a frightening thing. It's a magnificent and sacred event. Ah! Turner was older than the elderly woman. When a younger elder asked her when she was planning to have a baby, Turner could not help but feel as if she was going mad. Turner hesitated and opened her mouth. Well, we're trying our best. Of course, they hadn't even tried yet. He, you two seem like a perfect couple with no problems. Why won't the child come? The elder squinted her eyes and turned to look at Bertus. Are you a sterile pretty boy? What? A pretty boy with no substance? No, we're not. He's fine. He's healthy. Plenty. Every day. A lot. In the end, Turner, who was annoyed, yelled with her face turning red. Her nature was to be more upset about Bertus's story than her own. But once she yelled, she realized what she had said, and her face turned pale. What did she mean by plenty? What do you mean by every day? Ah, incredible. What did she mean by every day, and what was incredible about it? Sit down, honey. Turner, who had unknowingly stood up, sat down as if collapsing when Bertus cautiously pulled her back to her seat. It seems like this side has more energy. Of course, the elderly laughed, as did the others seated at the table. After all, it was amusing to tease this naive and pretty young bride. She knew nothing and always seemed bewildered. What was the harm in that? In this frozen village, she always responded like a flapping fish, no matter the topic of conversation. The mischievous elderly women found one of their greatest joys in life teasing this young bride. Her husband was also amusing, but he was such a well-mannered gentleman that he always responded courteously, no matter what prank was pulled. In a way, he was the model student. He understood and remembered everything he was taught, executed tasks perfectly, and was serious in all matters. He was useful but not fun. In contrast, his wife was clumsy and always tried her best but failed, making her perpetually distressed and uneasy. She was not useful, but she was fun. In their own ways, both had become indispensable to the village. How strong is he on a daily basis? That friend may seem weak, but he's quite the fighter. He once went out alone and carried back an entire bear. Catching it is one thing, but carrying it back requires what kind of strength? Strong bones. Well, of course. Then his back. Right, his back is extraordinary. Heh, I never thought of him that way. Appearances can be deceiving. Whispers and jokes filled the air, and Turner's face turned increasingly red. The polite Bertus's hand holding his glass trembled as well. I'm sorry, honey. It's all right. The fact that they cherished each other so much had already been proven by how far they had come together. However, the sight of them addressing each other so formally made onlookers feel peculiar. It was as if they were a young couple dating rather than married. Everyone had their opinions, but ultimately they were a pleasant sight. That's what everyone thought. The feast continued. Bertus soon saw the village chief, who had been sitting at the head of the table, having a conversation with someone who had entered the hall. The nameless village chief was also the leader of the hunters. He had directed the group that had gone to catch a reindeer just a while ago. After a brief conversation, the village chief left the hall. Although it was a normal occurrence, the chief's expression was slightly unusual, causing Bertus to watch the scene intently. It seemed that Bertus wasn't the only one noticing, as Turner's eyes met his with the same concern. It was a matter they didn't quite understand. Bertus shrugged his shoulders slightly, and Turner smiled softly. The feast continued. After a while, Betton appeared at the hall, saying that his wife had fallen asleep. As the star of the event, he received many congratulations before sitting down next to Bertus. Brother Radius. Yes, Betton. Could you speak more casually? I'm comfortable like this. Congratulations on having a baby boy. At Bertus's congratulatory words, Betton scratched his head. Both Betton and his wife, Ella, were much younger than Bertus. But because of that, Bertus learned more about the village's affairs from Betton than from the older villagers. Bertus had always been grateful to Betton. Yes, he's healthy. We were worried for a while, but Ella seems to be doing well too. By the way, is your wife all right? At that, Turner's face turned red. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Ella must have been worried enough to suggest going to see her helper. Please convey my apologies. The person assisting with the birth was trembling in fear more than the one giving birth, so the midwife had to send the helper away to rest. Anyway, brother. Yes, Betton, our child doesn't have a name yet. With a serious expression, Betton asked Bertus, could you give our child a name? At that question, Bertus couldn't help but be taken aback. Me? Name the child? Yes, I'd really like it if you could name our child. Normally, the village chief would do it, but when I asked, he said it would be fine. It was an absurd request for both Bertus and Turner, who overheard it. Neither of them had ever imagined they would be asked to name someone's child. Besides, they were still practically newcomers to the village. Could they really take on the significant task of naming a child who would become a village resident? Although they had already received permission from the village chief, they couldn't help but be flustered. "I feel something from you, brother." "What is it?" "Well, I can't quite put it into words, but you seem different from people like me. If you were to name my child, I feel his future would be bright." Bertus thought he understood why Betton was saying such things. A fundamentally different person. The atmosphere that couldn't be clearly defined by their speech or behavior. Although Bertus thought he understood what Betton was saying, he still hesitated. Naming someone's child. It may seem like a trivial task, but it determines someone's life. Did he deserve such responsibility? Could he, who had abandoned everything and fled, take on such a task? As he struggled with these thoughts unknown to others, swoosh, a thick hand landed on Berta's shoulder. "Just do it." "Ah, Chief," the leader of the hunters and village chief. With a smile, he had placed his hand on Berta's shoulder, though Bertus didn't know when he had returned. In a village where nothing is new, what could be more special than receiving a name from a newcomer? Since the chief was even suggesting it, refusing without a clear reason would ultimately be disrespectful to the newborn and their new home. "Yes, I'll think about it." "Thank you, brother." Naming someone's child was not a decision to be made lightly, so some thought was necessary. However, even after promising to consider a name, the chief's hand did not withdraw. "Also, come outside for a moment." "Yes, yes." "Violet, could you come outside for a moment as well?" "Ah, yes." Did he have something to say? Following the chief out of the gathering hall, he walked ahead with his back turned, then stopped and spoke quietly. "Someone is looking for you too." At that plain statement, both Bertus and Turner couldn't help but feel their entire bodies freeze. How on earth? Who had come? Had pursuers penetrated this remote area and come all the way here? What should they do then? Although the chief had said it as if it wasn't a big deal, this was no ordinary matter. As Turner and Bertus arrived at this nameless village in the snowfield, it was as if a great event had taken place. Just as they had made their way here, it was by no means an easy task for the guest who sought them to reach this place. "If you need help, let me know. I'll be watching." It seemed that the village chief knew it was no ordinary matter, and so he spoke. It couldn't be helped. Anyone who had come this far must know that the person they sought and the person searching for them were not ordinary people. Could they be of any help? If neither of them could handle the person who came searching, then no one's help would be of any use. While Bertus was one thing, Turner was treated as less than half a penny here. However, the two of them had spent a long time in this nameless village. Because of that, even though they didn't know if it would actually be helpful or not, they had already trusted the enormous back of the village chief, who was also the head hunter. They trusted him without even knowing why. Just as he had taught them hunting, slaughtering, finding their way in the snowfield, and the ways to survive. It seemed like he would show them the way in this uncertain situation as well. Both Turner and Bertus found themselves already trusting the village chief without reason or basis. So the village chief, Turner, and Bertus left the meeting hall together. On a snowy night, the entire village was quiet, save for the bustling sounds coming from the meeting hall as all the villagers were inside. They followed the village chief as he walked towards the outskirts of the village. At the place they reached after clearing the piled snow, there were two people wearing black robes. Two black robes covered in a light layer of snow, perhaps from the falling snowflakes. "Let's have a talk." After leaving those words, the village chief turned around and communicated with his eyes alone. If they needed help, he would provide it in some way or another. The fact that they were waiting like this, rather than ambushing them, meant that they didn't want to harm the village or had some other purpose. The two people in the snowstorm, wearing black robes. The person on the right cautiously removed their hood. You are." Both Bertus and Turner were shocked. Long black hair like darkness itself, and a pale face. "It's been a while." Anna, the disappeared dark mage, Anna de Journa, was there. The person on the left also removed their hood. "Louis." The person on the left was none other than Louis Ancton, who had disappeared along with Anna. The remnants of the long-lost Guardia's empire and its lost civilization reunited on a plateau where civilization had vanished after 5 years. Chapter 698, Anna and Louis had arrived at a place that could not be found. Their connection had ended when the Guardia's empire disappeared. Although former Emperor Bertus was wanted, Anna and Louis were different. All information about individuals related to the immortals had been buried beneath the surface. Hence, Anna and Louis were not wanted. However, it seemed as if they too had vanished from the world. Anna's promise to Bertus had been to kill Christina. They had not spoken of anything beyond that. Bertus had wanted to die but could not. After Anna and Louis disappeared, time passed before they finally found Bertus and Turner hiding in the wilderness. But their reunion could not be simply joyous. Just as a long time had changed Bertus and Turner, they could not know how Anna and Louis had been changed. And they didn't know how they had found their way to such a remote place. Thus, both Turner and Bertus kept their distance, tensely. Neither Anna nor Louis approached carelessly, as if they knew of the other's wariness. However, Anna's expression was calm. No anger, hatred, or sadness was visible. Her intentions were completely unknown. I won't talk for long. I've been gathering the scattered Shanifel and the royal mages of the Guardia's empire. Shanifel and the royal mages. The emperor had disbanded them just before the empire disappeared. Their fate after the final battle in Diane was left to them. None of them had joined the new Demon King's empire. They couldn't have joined in the first place. As the responsibility of the royal family was also theirs, the Demon King could not take them in. The maximum power of the Guardia's royal family was, of course, a group that should have been completely liquidated, along with their empire. So the Shanifel and the royal mages scattered after the battle in Diane. Some would have found their own paths, while others would have hidden their past and lived somewhere. Like Bertus and Turner, living as fugitives. Some of them, after a long time, had even entrusted themselves to the new empire, and some had entrusted themselves to the human autonomous region, which was anti-Demon King. The scattered remnants of the past went their separate ways. However, most of the Shanifel and the royal mages had gone into hiding. Anna said she was now uniting the scattered royal mages and Shanifel. Why are you doing that? Anna silently looked at Bertus in response to his cautious question. I'm creating an organization. What? Like the Black Order or Cantus Magna? I'm trying to create something like that. No, it's already been created. Bertus could not help but widen his eyes. After the empire disappeared, Anna had gathered the scattered Shanifel and royal mages. She had gathered the group disbanded by the emperor, and it had already become an organization that could be called a union. Why are you creating that? What do you want to do? Well, Anna looked at the snowy wilderness on a snowy night. The people who couldn't join the new empire are scattered. People who have too much to do to just live in hiding, they're just holding their breath scattered. That in itself is a loss to humanity. No, to people. Among those people, some were waiting for death in the hopeless, futureless autonomous region, which was a meaningless act. Rather than achieving things individually, there would be more to accomplish together. For now, we've gathered. There must be plenty to do. We may be able to eliminate monsters lurking in places untouched by human hands. Just like the Black Order did, we might be able to achieve things the new empire cannot from the shadows. However, in most situations, we will become bystanders if the task isn't necessary for everyone. In our generation, there's a high probability that we will only form this alliance and pass our work on to the next generation. It would be best if we don't end up doing anything. But just in case, somewhere, at some moment, we might be needed. So we've gathered people. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear whether this is right or not. This was the best I could do. Just like you did your best. That's all we can do. Powerful individuals were stronger together than apart. That's why, although there was no specific purpose for their power, it was a waste for them to live scattered and separate. Anna gathered them. The Black Order was gone, but a new Black Order was created. The knights and mages of the vanished empire became a secret alliance for the new empire. Right or wrong, that was irrelevant, just as Bertus had fled. Anna had done something. Bertus might have been bewildered, but he wasn't angry. The emperor's authority over the Shanifel and the royal wizard corps disappeared when the empire vanished. Their decision to gather around Anna was their choice. Now, Bertus was just curious. So, why did you come looking for me? What reason did they have for seeking the deposed emperor who chose the life of a fugitive? What did they want from someone who had given up everything? Bertus couldn't read Anna's expression, but he had an idea of what she would say. We lack legitimacy. Legitimacy. Yes, legitimacy, Anna said calmly. Most of the scattered people still follow you. They believe that living quietly under the new empire, in accordance with your will, is an act of loyalty to a non-existent country. Some of them have decided to join us, but many more have rejected the idea of forming a group, believing it goes against your will. We know where they are, but there's a significant number who don't want to join us. It was as he expected. If I join you, you'll be able to rally them all, right? Yes, and Lady Turner is here as well. A new alliance was formed, but Anna de Journa lacked legitimacy and qualifications. There were those who shared their cause, but more refused to join, believing Bertus's final command was silence. The vanished emperor of the empire, and the emperor's knights. If the two joined, they could absorb all those hesitating in joining the alliance in one swoop. If the Shanafel and the Royal Mage Corps were reassembled, it would be an immense force. They must already possess a level of power worthy of being called an alliance. But if Bertus joined, someone with both legitimacy and qualifications would be in the alliance, making it easy to gather the scattered individuals. Gathering the loyalists of a ruined nation was the task of a mere magician of the fallen nation. But the emperor of the fallen nation was on an entirely different level. And I don't think I'm suited for this kind of thing. Neither is Louis. Anna had created a new power, but she didn't consider it her own. It's not just cooperation I want. It's not that I need you just for appearances. Take on all of this, please. At those words, Bertus stared at Anna with a stern expression. You want me to become the leader of this sworn group? Yes, we trust your judgment. A lot has gone wrong, but I think you've done your best in your own way. And the fact that it wasn't the worst choice is proven by the world as it is now. Lead us. Anna hadn't set out to create a sworn group just to wield it herself. She had created the group to offer it to the emperor of the fallen nation, for it might be needed someday. She had gathered people who were too valuable to be buried alive and found someone who could do more than just survive. Anna's intended role ended there, gathering the scattered people. She had come to entrust the rest of the matter to Bertus, and she intended to remain as one of the members of the sworn group. Bertus, quietly and unknowingly, gazed at Turner's face. Whether it was due to the cold or fear, her complexion was pale. In her uneasy expression, Turner cautiously and gently gripped Bertus's fingertips. No conversation was exchanged. It was just that the trembling in her fingertips said a lot. Her desperate expression also said a lot. Seeing Turner's expression, Bertus smiled faintly. Anna, I have no intention of blaming you. I don't have the right to do so. You granted my last request. I'm grateful to you for that. In the last moment, kill a friend. Bertus had made a cruel request, and Anna had granted it. It was not a trade. Bertus had nothing to offer. But the thing is, just running away is already cowardly and despicable enough. Turner had thrown herself into it with her one and only request. That request was to live. Seeking personal honor in death is a cowardly act. But why couldn't he make the truly cowardly and despicable choice? A fugitive's life began because he couldn't shake off those words. But that choice was not forced. In the end, Bertus had chosen it himself. He had become a coward on his own. I abandoned everything and fled, so I can't wear the other crown you've created. Leaving aside cowardice and despicableness, it's just petty. From the moment I abandoned all responsibility and ran away, I have no right to anything. No matter who in the world comes to give me any rights or power, I don't intend to accept it, and I can't accept it. The moment I left everything behind, it was already over. He had discarded his responsibility, and he had chosen the life of a fugitive. So in his life, there can be no rights anymore. That's fair. That was Bertus's conclusion for choosing to run away. So I have no responsibility, no rights, and no intention of seeking any honor from now on. Just surviving. Other than that, I have no intention of doing anything. Bertus tightly gripped Turner's hand, which he was holding gently. Turner, startled by Bertus's strong grip, flinched. I'm sorry, Anna. I don't intend to judge whether it's right or wrong, and I don't want any rights or responsibilities related to it. It's irrelevant to my will. You created it, so its rightful owner should be you, not me. It was unclear whether it was criticism that one shouldn't pass something made with their own hands onto someone else, or that even the deed she did should be her own achievement, and therefore the glory and responsibility should be hers. Simply, Bertus had no intention of wearing the crown offered to him. Since she made the non-existent crown, she should wear it. At that remark, both Anna and Louis fell silent. I thought you'd say that. Neither criticizing nor attacking, Anna seemed to have known the outcome of this conversation beforehand, and she simply nodded her head. But are you satisfied with this? Anna pointed to the quiet, snow-covered village asking if this was his sanctuary. "It's more than enough," Bertus replied briefly. "Let's go back, Louis." "Yeah." Louis Acton bowed his head towards Bertus and Turner. Anna turned away without a word. That was the end of the reunion. Anna de Journa became the leader of the new organization. It might have been Anna's plan to create the organization and entrust its leadership to Bertus. But Bertus didn't accept it. Anna would have realized that it was pointless to force it upon an unwilling Bertus. So she left quietly. From then on, Anna had to consider what to do with the new organization, how to lead them and in what manner, somehow managing and resolving internal disagreements and conflicts. She had to lead them in one way or another. The guests who visited the village with no reason to receive visitors had quietly left. Although there was no commotion, Bertus and Turner's expressions were hardened. Anna and Louis had left, but someone had already discovered their whereabouts, so it was inevitable that others would find out too. It was unknown what the other members would say to Anna and Louis, who returned with this result. The two had quietly left for now, but they might return later. And there was no guarantee that they would try to persuade with words like they did now. "We should leave." "Yes, probably." At Bertus's words, Turner nodded sadly. They had to leave in order not to harm the village. There's no place where fugitives can stay forever. They could only stay for a while, not settle down. In the end, this remote place was also within someone's reach. So they had to leave again for a distant place, not knowing where they were heading. The only saving grace was that the visitors who came today were not hostile. For the sake of the kindness this village had shown them so far, the only way to repay it was to disappear as quickly and quietly as possible, ensuring no harm came to them. On their way back from the outskirts of the village, in the snow-covered distance, a massive shadow was waiting for Turner and Bertus. "Chief!" The village chief, who had promised to help them as much as he could, was waiting for them. So who was the visitor? As always, the chief asked with a sly smile. "An old friend," Bertus replied. "A friend, huh? Nice." The chief laughed heartily. The sound of the chief's hearty laughter echoed faintly throughout the snow-covered village, and the noise of the bustling crowd at the ongoing feast in a distant hall could be heard. Leaning back, the chief spoke quietly from a place overlooking the village. "Do you have a story?" Bertus was at a loss for words at the chief's sudden question. During the considerable time they had spent together, neither the chief nor anyone else in the village had ever asked such a question. "I can't say there isn't one." "Yes, I suppose so. How could someone who had to travel beyond this civilization not have a story? And yet, even after coming this far, there was a visitor looking for him. How could there not be a story?" The chief put his hand on Bertus's shoulder. The thick arm of the chief rested on his shoulder, while Turner watched the scene with a slightly anxious expression. "So, does this village not have a story, too?" For those who had fled beyond civilization, there must have inevitably been a story. There was no way a village in the far reaches of the world at the edge of the earth would be without a story. "Just as you didn't ask, neither did we." Bertus and Turner knew the village was strange, but they never asked. The villagers didn't ask them either. "We don't know who you are, but you see." While holding Bertus's shoulder, the chief pointed at the village. "It's not necessary to know exactly who someone is to be their neighbor." Bertus and Turner didn't know what the village was about, but to repay the kindness and goodwill of the villagers, they were planning to leave the village so as not to cause any harm. It was because they considered them their neighbors. Even though they didn't know each other, they had become neighbors. There was a story. It wasn't necessary to know and understand each other's stories to accept them. From the moment Turner had carried a faint Bertus across the snow-covered mountains and arrived here, the villagers had accepted Turner and Bertus as their neighbors without wondering why. They understood Turner's desperation, her urgency. "The reason this village can exist is that we know that the colder it gets, the closer we have to stick together to survive." In the cold, people had to live close to each other to survive. This was such a community. No matter how small this village is, how scarce the food, how harsh the weather, the chief smiled. "We can't turn away a handsome young man and a beautiful old woman whose eyes are suspiciously pretty." "Ha ha ha ha." The chief laughed uproariously, and not just Bertus, but Turner's face turned pale as well. Where on earth was this place? Who were these people? Who on earth was the chief? Although they knew nothing, in the end, just as the chief had never asked anything so far, Bertus never asked anything either. The chief spoke. "So, you don't have to leave." Bertus and Turner felt as if those words were like a promise of divine protection. Yes, Chief. And so they could only answer like that. Turner and Bertus returned home. Anna and Louis had come to visit, and they came to realize that the place they had been staying in was an unknown village. What is this place? Although they had both been curious so far, now the space began to feel mysterious, like some enigma. I don't know. The village chief hadn't told them not to leave. He said they didn't have to leave. Somehow, the chief's words, without any guarantee, reassured both Bertus and Turner that everything would be fine no matter what happened. The chief promised to continue sheltering them, just as he had done so far. An opportunity had come, and Bertus had refused it. Whether that was right or wrong would never be known. They had chosen the life of a fugitive and had been promised protection by someone. So, in some unnamed village of this vast snowy expanse, life here would be what remained for Bertus and Turner. Did he know who I am? I'm not sure. The village chief had long known that Turner was much older than she appeared. Did the other villagers know as well? If the villagers had been playing along knowing this whole time, that would have been a really terrible joke. Turner clenched his teeth, feeling both flustered and wronged. They decided to stay in this village. Honestly, they couldn't say that they hadn't been swayed. Was there another chance? An unexpected opportunity? Just by imagining sitting in a place created by someone, they could plan for decades' worth of things they could do, since they could think of anything as long as they still had things to do. But all those imaginings crumbled in an instant. Turner's trembling fingertips filled with anxiety. The moment she barely touched his own hand, everything disappeared. Some desperate will, asking not to do so, was conveyed through that single tremble. It was no longer his place. It could no longer be his. All the fantasies about it vanished cleanly. He had abandoned everything and left. But there were still things that remained. There was some sanctuary in the place he had arrived at after running away. And he hadn't arrived there alone. There was no reason to fantasize or dream about something new. He had chosen the life of a fugitive, and someone had always been with him along the way. So, rather than putting on a new crown, he should cherish what remains. Spending time with the remaining people and the remaining time was enough, as he had told Anna. Hadn't he answered that it was more than enough when she asked if he was satisfied with this? More than enough. An emperor who had lost everything. The person who stayed by the side of the emperor who had become nothing, together with an overly generous person, in an overly generous place, under the protection of some overly generous being. How could he not feel a sense of excess that went beyond satisfaction, feeling guilty for being permitted such excess? There was no need to hurt the world any further by dreaming of something more. Turner. Yes. As Bertus approached, Turner's eyes filled with confusion, because it was a look he had never seen before. We. From that hesitant approach alone, she understood everything. What he was trying to do, what he wanted. It felt like they knew. Ah, it's not possible. How could I dare? Why not? Well, you compared to someone like me, a much younger, and with such a person. As Turner's face turned pale and she stuttered, Bertus furrowed his brow. Does that make sense? Excuse me. If we're planning to live here for the rest of our lives, we have to pretend to be a married couple anyway. Ah, it wasn't a situation where she could argue that wasn't the case. In this small village, are you suggesting we should have affairs? No, not that. I mean, Bertus quietly sat down in front of Turner. We were asked to live, weren't we? Yes. They had accepted that request, and so they had come this far. Then, can I ask you just one more favor? Why, yes. I'm tired of hearing you say such things. When would they do it? When would it happen? The message was clear enough just by asking those questions. It's not impossible, you know. They had spent years together. Bertus, of course, knew that Turner was in many ways healthy. But and not. Impossible, but I've seen you since you were a baby. How could I? I don't care about that anymore. You can't do this. Please. Turner was on the verge of tears. She couldn't push him away, nor could she not push him away. She just started to choke up with a pale face, if she pushed him away. Since they wouldn't leave the village, they would have to pretend to be a fake married couple for the rest of their lives, and she couldn't force him to live celibate. They said they loved each other. Their love was so strong that those words were unnecessary for both of them. There was no reason not to do it. They had only pretended until now because Turner wanted to keep some sort of conscience intact, and Bertus respected that. But now Bertus didn't want to respect Turner anymore, so in truth it was the end of the story. I don't know, just stay still for now. But that's, after that, like what she had just shouted with a red face at the banquet hall, every day, in large quantities. It was a huge mess. Chapter 699 Epilogue. The edge of the world since the new empire had proclaimed a law recognizing the land ownership of the farmers who had cultivated the ruined land. Groups of pioneers began to leave the city. There were still many vacant lands where wild grasses swayed in the wind, and cautiously growing crops began to raise their heads in small farming villages. While people from the rural areas had reasons to visit the city, there was no reason for city dwellers to visit these small villages. On the southwestern edge of the continent, it was an area that belonged to the safe zone, but it was neither a strategic stronghold nor a hub city. It was a medium-sized city, far from the Empire's gaze, directly under imperial jurisdiction, Leander. In a small village, the residents consumed the crops they grew themselves to sustain their livelihood, and any surplus was sold in Leander. Such villages had sprung up like mushrooms after the war. In a nameless small farming village on the outskirts of Leander, there was a stranger, more of a vagrant than a guest, a certain man. That man had been staying in an abandoned barn, empty ever since a cow raised in the village had died, for quite some time. Beside the rotting straw, leaning against the barn wall, a man lay motionless as if dead. Mister, a girl with long, wavy brown hair came running towards the man. The man slowly lifted his head, like a dying tree, to look at the approaching girl. The girl, who had run all the way, extended her hand towards the man. Mister, you haven't eaten, have you? Here, eat this. Mom said to give it to you. In the girl's hand were 3 cold, steamed potatoes. Mom said to give it to him. That must have been a lie. There was no village that would welcome a stranger like him. The man stared at the girl for a moment and then took a potato and put it in his mouth. Here, I brought some water too. A bite of potato, a sip of water. The man performed these actions slowly and deliberately, as if performing a ritual. The girl watched curiously as the man ate the potato and drank the water. The man, wearing a ragged cloak, ate the potato and drank the water with only his left hand. His empty right shoulder, hidden beneath the tattered cloak, told the story. The man had no right arm. The girl patiently waited for the man to eat the 3 potatoes, one small bite at a time. Thank you. With a brief word of gratitude from him, the girl took the empty water bottle with a bright smile. In the distance, people carrying farming tools looked at the man in the barn and the girl talking to him, clucking their tongues. Tusk, she won't listen no matter how much we talk to her. Shouldn't we give Sandy's mom a good talking to, as if she would listen to any of that? Well, that's true. The muttering of the villagers reached not only the man's ears, but also the girl's. Don't worry about it. Adults are scared of strangers, that's why they act like that. I suppose so. The man responded to the girl's words, which seemed more mature than those of the adults. It was natural for the adults to be afraid. A mysterious vagrant lying in the streets. Sandy had been the one to find the vagrant. She screamed at the top of her lungs, called the adults, and brought him back to the village. The one-armed vagrant. Despite the villagers' various questions, the stranger refused to reveal anything about himself. He moved sluggishly, as if he were dying, or rather, as if he were already dead. His eyes lacked focus as well. He appeared ominous, or perhaps afflicted by some terrible disease. So it was odd for Sandy to approach this menacing drifter. While the village wasn't entirely inhospitable, nobody wanted to get close to the stranger. After regaining consciousness in Sandy's home, the stranger complied with her mother's polite request to leave and took up residence in an abandoned barn on the outskirts of the village, spending his days sitting there. Since then, he had been subsisting on potatoes, sweet potatoes, or pieces of bread that Sandy brought to him in secret. Was he planning to just sit there indefinitely? The villagers cast such glances at the drifter, who sat motionlessly in a corner of the barn. The man barely moved throughout the day. No one visited him except Sandy, and passers-by wondered if he had died in that position. Sandy was certainly an oddity. None of the other children in the village approached the sinister drifter. They speculated that he might be a ghost that devoured humans or even a ghost itself. Despite the children's warnings and the adults' scolding, Sandy continued to care for the stranger. In this way, the stranger had occupied the village's barn for about 2 weeks. By now, the villagers' patience was wearing thin, and they wished he would leave. Of course, Sandy had no interest in such concerns. The stranger, whom people suspected of being mute, had begun to utter very short sentences to Sandy. After finishing her meal, Sandy smiled at the silent stranger and asked, "Do you know, this barn smells like when it used to house cows. Even though there are no cows now, it still has a terrible smell." His disheveled hair and messy beard made it inevitable that he would emit a foul odor, and the barn in which he was staying began to smell as bad as when cows were kept there. "I suppose so." The man responded simply to Sandy's words. "It smells terrible, I see." At this simple exchange, Sandy's eyes widened in surprise. "I meant that you should take a bath. There's a stream nearby." The man didn't respond to all of Sandy's words. By now, Sandy had somewhat understood. The man was nearly deaf. So when Sandy said something, the man would nod or shake his head without fully understanding the meaning of her words. It wasn't just his hearing. Sandy could now see that most of the man's senses were considerably dull. The villagers didn't know. It wasn't just his missing right arm. His missing arm was the most noticeable, but his entire body was plagued by illness. Sandy gripped the man's arm. Their conversation was not hindered by his inability to understand. "Let's go. I'll help you wash." As Sandy pulled him with force, the man rose slowly but steadily from his seat. It wasn't that Sandy had forced him up, but rather he had no choice but to rise. The man was suspicious, silent, and ominous. In truth, upon closer and longer observation, Sandy knew that there was no one who listened as well as this man. Sandy had always been considered an oddball in the village. She would always go to places she was told not to, and do things she was warned against. If she was told she absolutely had to do something, she would refuse to do it. She was like a contrarian frog. The village children would grit their teeth at the mere mention of Sandy, having been victims of her pranks and tricks countless times since they were young. Thus, it was inevitable that Sandy's parents had essentially given up on her. However, this time seemed a bit more dangerous. Sandy couldn't provide any concrete evidence as to why it was dangerous, but she had started to take care of a mysterious wanderer who was undoubtedly a risk. Everyone tried to dissuade Sandy, but as always, her stubbornness only intensified her care for the wanderer. She had even brought him to the riverbank and was washing him vigorously. The wanderer submitted to Sandy's touch without resistance, as if he were an object. She lathered his coarse hair with soap, scrubbing not only his head, but also his face and beard. It was as if a small mother was taking care of a big baby. "Take off your clothes." Seeing Sandy trying to undress the man, a villager intervened, scolding her for going too far. Only then did Sandy stop her outrageous behavior. "Aren't you ashamed, relying on a child to wash you because you can't do it yourself?" the village woman yelled, recognizing that both Sandy and the man had their own issues. "I see." But the wanderer only said that much. "What a nasty fellow." "Leave it, auntie." In the end, the village woman could not continue her scolding and had to leave due to Sandy's persistent cries. The next day, somehow, Sandy saw the man wearing clean, freshly washed clothes. The next morning, the man had washed and hung the dirty clothes out to dry. He was leaning against the wall of the barn. "What, did you do it yourself?" "Yes." At his brief response, Sandy gave a subtle smile. Then she vigorously patted the man's head, as if to praise him. "Good for you, mister, knowing how to wash yourself. Did you not hear me teasing you?" "I can't tell if you can hear me or not." Sandy couldn't figure out what the man was thinking either. Certainly, he had washed his clothes and body somewhere during the night, as the terrible stench was gone. But his worn-out clothes and the unkempt, bothersome hair and beard remained the same. Today, Sandy brought him some thin, baked bread. "Don't hate my mom too much. She's just really scared. Since I'm not the one bringing food, she's even helping with your share, you know." "I see," neither liking it nor disliking it. Everyone has feelings they can't quite put into words. Of course, Sandy's odd behavior and the mysterious wanderer were both disliked and feared. It was pitiable to leave him to starve to death. Sandy's mother couldn't stop her daughter's strange behavior, nor could she let her daughter go without food so she could give it to the vagrant. So, she reluctantly prepared enough food for Sandy to give the vagrant his share. The villagers hoped the vagrant would disappear, but they didn't wish for him to die within the village. So even though they were afraid of the vagrant and disapproved of Sandy's actions, they couldn't help but be impressed. They had thought Sandy was just a reckless troublemaker, but they discovered another side of her, one that was kind and gentle. and Sandy hadn't just brought bread. Suddenly, she took a knife from her pocket. "Sir, hold out your chin." Sandy blinked her eyes and brandished the knife threateningly. "I'll shave that ugly beard for you." Of course, the man didn't seem frightened or flustered. He just stared at Sandy with dull eyes. "I've seen my dad do it often, so I should be able to do it well." Sandy grabbed the tip of the man's chin, and even when she pressed the knife against it, he showed no reaction. "Is this right?" The girl, who had never shaved a beard before, hesitantly tilted her head as she tried to shave the man. The man seemed indifferent or numb, just standing there blankly. "Oh, it seems to be working somehow." Of course, the first time shaving would not be smooth, and the knife was not even meant for shaving, so it was bound to be clumsy. As Sandy approached the man's face to shave his chin and neck, she soon discovered something strange. Ha! It was only then that she noticed something hidden beneath the man's clothes on his neck, a small silver chain connected to a loop. At its center was a necklace with a crimson gemstone embedded. It was clear at first glance that it was not just an ordinary gemstone. Instead of a simple crimson hue, the color swirled like a whirlpool within the gemstone. "Sir, what is this?" Just as Sandy's curiosity led her to reach for the necklace. Thud! Ouch! The man, who had been sluggish like a tortoise until now, roughly grabbed Sandy's wrist. The man's previously blurry eyes found focus, and he stared intently into Sandy's eyes. "Don't touch it." At that near-commanding, powerful warning, Sandy dumbly nodded. Yeah." Even the rebellious Sandy couldn't help but nod furiously under the weight of the pressure in the man's words. The man hid the exposed crimson gemstone necklace back under his clothes. With a shaky feeling, Sandy resumed shaving the silent man's beard. Of course, she was still clumsy. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ah, you startled me." A villager, who had mistaken Sandy holding the knife to the man's neck for something else, shouted in shock. Startled, Sandy accidentally cut the man's cheek with the knife. Sir, I'm sorry." "Ma'am, you scared me." "Sandy, what dangerous thing are you doing? Can't you stop?" Even as blood began to flow from the cut on his cheek, the man seemed to feel nothing, staring blankly into space. In the end, Sandy had to call upon the village elder to disinfect the wanderer's wounds and apply a bandage. She also used a knife to trim his excessively disheveled and tangled hair, tidying it up somewhat. Sandy stared intently at the man after shaving his face and arranging his hair. "You're not an old man, but a younger brother." Seeming amazed, Sandy continued to gaze piercingly at the man's face. However, what was even more astonishing was something else. The man, who had reacted sensitively to the touch of the necklace without even touching it, remained unfazed despite his injuries. What was that necklace? Sandy couldn't help but grow more curious. The man, who appeared to have nothing, wore a necklace that seemed mysterious and precious at a glance. Is that necklace some kind of incredible treasure? At Sandy's question, the man slowly turned his eyes to look at her. No, he didn't entirely ignore her question. Absolutely not. With his eyes closed, the man leaned against the wooden wall of the barn. "But it's more important than anything else in the world." That was the longest answer the man had given Sandy so far. The most important thing in the world. But it wasn't a treasure. Sandy couldn't understand the man's words. How could something be important but not a treasure? If it's not a treasure, why is it the most important thing in the world? Sandy laughed mockingly, with a smile tinged with malice. "Why would someone like you have the most important thing in the world? How could a dying wanderer on the side of the road have such a thing?" Having taken care of the wanderer up until now, Sandy felt entitled to make such a malicious joke. At Sandy's words, the man stared blankly at the sky. "I don't know either." Clearly, the man wore a faint, bitter smile. Although she was taking care of him, she thought he was a very strange person. Thinking this, Sandy gently stroked the man's hair, which appeared somewhat sad. Swoosh, on a day when the world seemed to be submerged in a torrential downpour. There was a dreadful and miserable battle that nobody witnessed. For an old monster like me, this end is fitting. The last monster, his heart pierced by a golden spear, was actually delighted, in the only era when all 5 relics appeared, to die by having my heart pierced by the last relic. What an undeserved conclusion. Ludwig watched the last monster, which seemed happy to be killed, with wide eyes. As he was dying, the old monster crushed his own chest and took something out. The old monster was smiling. "Young man, if you truly wish to become a hero, you must take this. This, if left alone, will bring ruin to the world. But if you bear it, it will only bring ruin to you. As long as you do not fall, as long as you endure, the world will be peaceful. The relic of courage, the relic that is said to grant the power to confront anything, it will grant you the strength to bear it, but it will never bestow upon you the power to surpass it. Perhaps for your entire life, bearing this, that will be the glory you must shoulder. Destruction will befall you, perhaps. Do you understand whether you will find a way to completely annihilate this? But such a day will probably never come. O master of the final relic, O apostle of courage, you have won, but by winning, you are burdened with eternal destruction, carrying the yoke of sins committed by others, sins you have not committed, for your entire life. That will be your fate, and no one will remember you. How can this be? So bittersweet and glorious and miserable of an ending. The last monster vanished, as if melting into the raindrops with a seemingly satisfied smile. He had no choice but to take the crimson jewel that remained in the monster's place, even though he didn't know what it was. The moment he took it, the man had an intuition that bearing this for the rest of his life would be his destiny. He had won, but he knew that there was a price for victory. From then on, every day was hell for the man. Chapter 700. The man awoke from his dream to find the day already bright. He had merely endured. He had lived for 5 years after that time, during which he had to bear the weight of a lifetime. Not crumbling, not falling down. The man, whose life's work had been to never fall, now lived a directionless life within the last mission of never crumbling, not knowing where to go, unable to settle anywhere. He walked an endless path, unsure whether it was flight or advance, a wanderer in search of the unattainable, the eternal wanderer. The role given to the apostle of courage and the owner of the last relic was just that. Although everything was fading away, the flame had not yet been extinguished. As long as it didn't go out, it could burn, holding in his arms the most important and dangerous item in the world, without revealing to anyone that he possessed it. He walked aimlessly and sometimes rested. The man quietly looked up at the sky. Amidst countless hallucinations, he strained his ears to hear what was now barely audible, as if trying to listen to the sound of the world. How much time had passed? Mister, he saw the innocent, mischievous, and gentle girl running towards him. How many days had he been in this nameless village? He couldn't remember clearly. However, it was time to leave the village where the cute, lovable, gentle, and mischievous girl lived. Today I brought sausages too. The girl, with a bright expression, held out a sausage sandwich. The man shook his head. Sandy. Yes. For the first time since he arrived in the village, the man called the girl by her name. The dying man's gaze returned, and the revitalized man stood up from his seat. The man, who had always crouched down, had always been at the same eye level as the girl. But now the difference in height between the standing man and the girl was significant. As the girl straightened her bent back, she looked up at him, mouth agape, surprised by his height. To Sandy, the man seemed to have become an entirely different person. The man looked down at the girl and spoke. Tell the villagers. Tell them. What? She wondered what he meant. Tell them not to come outside until the sun sets, no matter what happens. The man was strange. Sandy knew he was strange. But really, she had no idea just how strange he was. The man began to walk somewhere silently. From somewhere, the sound of horse hooves reached the man's distant ears. Sandy did not know what the man's intentions were when he said those words, but for some reason he seemed serious. Just as she had shouted in all directions when she had to save the fallen man, Sandy shouted the same way this time. Sandy didn't simply tell them, "The wandering man says not to come outside." That would have been just a strange statement, and no one would believe it. So Sandy devised a plan. She said a monster had appeared near the village, and that they shouldn't go outside. She screamed loudly. Fortunately, even the notorious little mischief-maker Sandy had never joked about monsters before. At the mention of a monster, the villagers closed their doors in fear. Some people asked Sandy what kind of monster had appeared. Sandy didn't know exactly, but said it was a terrifying and vicious-looking monster, and they should stay quiet until it passed. However, Sandy's mother and father thought Sandy was playing another cruel prank. At the moment when they were determined to give Sandy a good beating this time. Thump, 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 thump. From afar, an indiscernible thunderous sound began to reach them. They didn't know if it was a monster or not. But knowing that something terrible had happened, Sandy's parents took Sandy and hid inside their house. The villagers didn't know precisely what was happening. However, the thunderous noise grew louder and closer to the village. As it grew closer and closer, from the moment something seemed to have arrived at the village, whinnying, a dying horse's sound. Ugh, what is that thing? The sound of people dying soaked everyone's ears in fear. Around the time the screams had subsided, naturally, it was Sandy who burst out of the house first, pushing past her restraining parents. Night had already fallen. Sandy, who had rushed frantically to the place where the screams and sounds of death had been heard, saw it from the edge of the village, already shrouded in darkness. Dead horses, dead people, and scattered military flags. In between them, a one-armed man stood, bathed in pale moonlight, the golden spear in his left hand. The man, who looked too weak to break even a single tree branch, had killed dozens of mounted soldiers. Mister, even with a strong heart and a high tolerance for unusual things, Sandy couldn't help but collapse upon seeing the scene. At Sandy's call, the golden spear in the man's left hand disappeared like a mirage, as if it had never been there. The man slowly approached Sandy, who was trembling as she sat down. Ah, ah. Then the man crouched down carefully to meet Sandy's eye level. With their eyes locked, the man said, "They were bandits. I saw the village further west from here being plundered by them. Then they brutally killed everyone in the village. Children, the elderly, everyone. I didn't intend to care about it. A bandit's business. It's not my concern. One cannot concern oneself with all the matters of the world. But the man stayed in this village, even when people gave him hints, and sometimes threats, without a word. He sat in the corner of the barn, waiting for something. It wasn't because the man was unable to see the existence of the bandits with his eyes open. Sandy, in goodness, there is no given reward. Living kindly or living virtuously doesn't bring happiness, nor is a reward given. That's why there are more cases of suffering. The man placed his hand on Sandy's head, as Sandy had done occasionally when she felt sorry and pitiful for the man. The hand that seemed like it belonged to a dead person was now so big and warm. Sandy stared blankly at the man. But sometimes there is a reward for being good, for being kind. Sometimes there should be a reward just for that reason, though it's not always given. If you live that way, sometimes there should be good things, so people can, at least a little, affirm goodness. On the road, there lay a dying, filthy beggar. A young girl couldn't bear to watch, and she helped the man. Apparently, that beggar repelled all the thieves who were planning to attack the village. Well, there's no harm in such an unbelievable story. A person who could be ignored. Someone who could be left to die without concern. A girl who couldn't bear to see such a person and went around the neighborhood shouting loudly. And that strange girl took care of the beggar wholeheartedly. She provided him with meals, washed him, shaved his beard, and became a companion to him. It was a repayment for the girl's kindness. The man had no interest in thieves. However, he had no choice but to repay the kindness the girl had shown him with what he was capable of. Knowing that the thieves would come to this place, he did not succumb to the villagers' hints and quietly guarded the stable. In the end, the villagers were also kind. Though they gave hints, they did not chase him away with a club. The heart of everyone in the village that they could not help but feel, and Sandy's mischievous yet gentle kindness. In order to repay her, the beggar stayed in the stable for a long time, without any hint of leaving. Sandy, I'm sorry for making you witness such a horrible scene. That's why I told you not to come out. But there was nothing that could be done about the girl witnessing the scene. The man carefully reached out his hand to Sandy's cheek. Thank you. You don't have to be this kind in the future. But your kindness, it made me feel joy for the first time in a long while. I hope you understand. After caressing her cheek a few times, the man slowly stood up. Sandy still did not know what had happened. She didn't know who the man was, however, because Sandy had saved someone through some people's death. The village was saved. The girl spoke to the back of the wanderer who was about to leave without a word. Mister, at the girl's call, the man stopped. Where are you going? Without turning to the girl's vague question, the man replied. Somewhere he was searching for something. Unable to know where that place was, he wandered aimlessly, a place of eternal rest. And so, while walking, to the most important yet saddest beings in the world, the wanderer of eternity set off to find the land that could provide eternal rest. The eternal wanderer walks aimlessly, searching for the land of rest, without even knowing where it is or if it even exists. In front of the man who started walking out of the village edge without any plan. Under the moonlight there were two shadows, One was standing, and the other was sitting on the edge of a rock. The man stopped quietly in front of those shadows. "It's been a long time, Ludwig." A blurry face seen through the dim sight, a distant voice. Ludwig remembered that face and voice, her red hair even visible in the moonlight. Scarlet! His dear friend was waiting for him under the moonlight, and behind her, a being whose identity could be recognized solely by the pair of horns. "It's been a while." The ruler of the continent, the demon king. Reinhardt, the being with a name that could be heard everywhere, sat on the rock's edge, looking at Ludwig. "What brings you here?" Almost instinctively, a golden spear appeared in Ludwig's left hand. "Is that Alexian?" "Relax your face. Do you think I came here to fight?" The Emperor raised both of his arms to show he had no intention of being hostile. "How did he find me?" Although Ludwig was curious, in reality, it might not have mattered. His opponent was the ruler of the continent. Eventually, whatever he sought would be found. If he spread the chain of coincidences wide enough and waited for someone to get caught in it, he would eventually find what he wanted. In the end, Ludwig was simply caught in that chain. "It was you after all, wasn't it?" The Demon King spoke quietly. More precisely, he was staring intently at the necklace hidden beneath Ludwig's clothes. Ludwig didn't respond, but the opponent's gaze seemed to know everything without even hearing an answer. "Having saved my life, why did you disappear, even if you couldn't show any respect?" "Because I didn't save you because I thought you were right." At Ludwig's words, Reinhardt sighed. "Right, you saved my life, so if I waste it, you'll come back to take it." Suggesting that since he was alive thanks to Ludwig, Ludwig had the right to take his life. Reinhardt added such words. "But can you endure that?" At Reinhardt's words, Ludwig stared at the Emperor with a hardened expression. It had never occurred to him that he could endure it. Every moment was like hell, but he hadn't collapsed. "It seems I should be the one to take it. You have no reason to hold on to it. No matter how I think about it, it's right for me to have it." Someone had to bear the burden of the soul stone, which would turn into a disaster if left alone. Ludwig was constantly fighting against it in real time. It was the heaviest burden in the world. Ludwig was bearing the sins of others. So it was reasonable for the Emperor to argue that he should bear it rather than Ludwig. "I can't let you, whose life is so valuable, have something like this." It wasn't because the Emperor was right that Ludwig had saved him, but he couldn't let the Emperor bear such a burden either, as if knowing that Ludwig would give such an answer. "So, are you going to live like this for the rest of your life, wandering around the world like a nomad and dying? It's none of your business. How about at least giving up this lifestyle? It's not difficult to make your life more comfortable, and if you won't concede that, I wish you'd recognize your own importance." There was no need to wander around. Not too long ago, he had almost died collapsed on the road. At the Emperor's suggestion to live more comfortably, Ludwig shook his head. "I have to search. They are not monsters. They are just sad beings who had no choice but to become monsters. So, I have a duty to find a way to give them rest. And that task is mine to undertake." They were not beings to be exorcised or burdens to be borne by someone else. They were simply pitiful figures who couldn't find rest. He had to find a way to give them rest. That's why Ludwig searched for a place he didn't even know existed. Scarlet sadly looked at Ludwig, tormented by his obsession. The Emperor stared intently at Ludwig. "You're still as stubborn as ever." The Emperor had anticipated Ludwig's rejection of all his suggestions. "Let me make another proposal. I have no intention of accepting anything. Have you ever thought about finding the end of the world?" "What? The end of the world?" Ludwig's eyes widened at the unexpected suggestion. He had no intention of accepting anything, but this was a proposal he never could have imagined. "I'm currently trying to find out the extent of this world. We don't know if this continent is the only one, or if there are others. That's why I've been preparing an expedition for a long time to find out. We're about to set sail. Who knows? Maybe you'll find what you're looking for there. Divinity, magic, and supernatural powers. Beyond those, there may be another power that could make the impossible possible. A land of rest. Would such a place truly exist? Could there be another world beyond this continent?" Having become the ruler of the continent, the Demon King sought to discover if there was another world beyond the known existence. The margins of the story. Just as there had always been margins, something might exist in the margins beyond the ocean of this continent. He wanted to find it. Ludwig stared at the Demon King. As if not expecting an answer, the Demon King took something out of his pocket. It was a magic scroll. Use this if you decide to go. Ludwig couldn't fully understand that the scroll was for teleportation to a specific location. The Demon King looked at Ludwig silently. We don't have the kind of relationship where we enjoy seeing each other's faces. Go. Indeed, they weren't close enough to engage in a lengthy conversation. And if it's really too hard for you to bear, leave it to me. I'm not asking for it forever, just a few months. If you die, it'll be a loss for me, you know. I'll think about it. There had been a purpose. Ludwig received 3 suggestions, 2 of which he refused. Lastly, the Demon King looked at Ludwig with sad eyes. I'm sorry for everything. Ludwig didn't know why the Demon King was apologizing. Shouldn't he be the one to say thank you? Why was he saying sorry? But the Demon King didn't say anything else. Scarlet, with a sad expression, lowered her head as she looked at Ludwig. Flash. With the flash of the teleport, they disappeared as if they had never been there. Ludwig stared blankly at the scroll in his hand. The end of the world. The Demon King was not content and sought to do something. Beyond that, there might be nothing, or there might be something. However, beyond the world known so far, there would be other possibilities. What couldn't be found on this continent might be found beyond the world. It would be better than wandering aimlessly. Ludwig didn't take long to decide. Flash! He unfolded the scroll, and light enveloped his body. When the light disappeared and he opened his eyes, Ludwig found himself on a hill overlooking a massive harbor. Ships were setting sail. It was a fleet heading towards the end of the world, the extent of which was unknown. It was bound to be on a scale never seen before. Among the gigantic ships akin to otherworldly vessels, Ludwig saw mermaids swimming in the sea. And then he saw it, a familiar face, a face he didn't think he'd see again. You've come, Ludwig, the disappeared shaman. Detto Morian. Detto Morian was there. The shaman, whose knowledge and intentions were always inscrutable. It only made sense that a being wielding power beyond the understanding of the world would pave the way, venturing into an unknown place, searching for something unknown, in a direction where an unknown power awaited. To the other side of the world. Detto Morian would go with Ludwig beyond the boundaries of the unknown. Let's go together. Overwhelmed by the vast ocean and the abyss beyond, Ludwig gazed at the massive fleet that would head towards the direction of dawn and dusk. Chapter 701 Epilogue. The Spring Palace. At some point, a cat began to live in the imperial capital. A cat with fur as white as snow. The reason it was known as a cat living in the imperial capital rather than the emperor's pet was that no one in the palace claimed to be raising the cat. There was no dedicated maid to care for the cat, and neither the emperor nor the empress, or anyone else, seemed to be feeding it. Its appearances were unpredictable. Sometimes it would sit on the emperor's lap and yawn, other times it would snuggle in the archmage's arms while strolling through the palace. It was also found dozing on the desk in the minister's study, and even discovered atop the chandelier in the main hall of the central palace's tetra. No one knew how it had gotten up there. The cat was even found in places other than the central palace, such as the Spring Palace and other seasonal palaces. Thus, it was a cat that considered the entire imperial capital its home, though the cat had the considerable privilege of being able to climb onto the emperor's lap whenever it wanted. It was unclear whether the emperor was truly raising the cat. After all, the emperor never gave any specific orders regarding the cat's care. Moreover, the cat appeared very infrequently. Although it clearly lived in the imperial capital, there were times when it would not be seen for days or even months. Since the imperial capital was vast, everyone assumed the cat must be somewhere within its confines and didn't bother to look for it. Then, every few months or even once a year, the cat would reappear. Neither the emperor nor the empresses would search for the cat when it disappeared. That's why it was known as a cat living in the imperial capital, not the emperor's pet. The palace's only wild animal that would disappear and reappear on its own accord. Though it was somewhat of a palace attraction, time passed without it being considered an important creature. During that time, several significant events occurred in the empire. One of the empresses became pregnant and gave birth. With various incidents happening, time passed. As time went by, the famous cat was eventually forgotten. This was because the cat hadn't been seen for almost 4 years. Rumors circulated that it may have died somewhere within the palace or got stuck between buildings or on a rooftop. But since neither the emperor nor the empress ordered anyone to look for the cat, no one searched for it. However, the cat, which had disappeared so suddenly, reappeared once again. The gradually forgotten cat began to roam the palace, looking exactly as people remembered it, leaving everyone wondering where it had been and what it had been doing all that time. Around the same time, the emperor did something strange by bringing home an illegitimate child from somewhere. The palace was briefly abuzz, but the commotion subsided when the archmage willingly accepted the child without any fuss. After that incident, more time passed. "Priscilla, haven't I told you more than once?" Yes, the second princess, Priscilla, was being scolded, and it was her mother, the empress, the archmage, who was doing the scolding. Yet, even as the archmage reprimanded Priscilla, she couldn't help but look at the child sitting beside the princess. The sight only made the archmage's expression more troubled. The child had skin as white as snow, clear eyes, and shimmering, neatly braided black hair. The face was as delicate as porcelain, carefully crafted by a master artisan. Clad in an adorable frilly dress, the figure was so endearing that it became unbearable not to hug it. However, Empress Harriet composed herself. "How many times have I told you? Rune doesn't like this sort of thing." "But still," second Princess Priscilla pouted. Among the Emperor's children, she was known to have inherited his unexpected and stubborn personality the most. Everyone prayed that she would not inherit such traits, but they were in vain. She had inherited that stubbornness that wouldn't be satisfied unless she did what she wanted. "I didn't do anything wrong." "What? What did I do wrong?" second Princess Priscilla. In the end, she pointed to her younger brother, who sat vacantly as if his soul had left him due to their mother's scolding. "It's Rune's fault for being so adorable, even though he's a boy." Without realizing it, the Empress bit her tongue at those unexpected words. Prince Rune merely sat there blankly, as if he was accustomed to his sister's outbursts. In the end, Priscilla had to endure a 3-hour-long scolding from her mother. In the past, Ellen, who had been out of touch for 4 years and whose whereabouts were unknown, entrusted her child to the Emperor. The reason for her absence was that she had returned to her hometown, Rizera, for some time. The Emperor had no choice but to understand the reasons for her return and her silence. After a long-awaited reunion and conversation, the Emperor returned to the palace. "So it's Ellen's child. Of course, it's also mine." The Archmage, surprised by the sudden appearance of the child, couldn't take her eyes off the little one. The child, slightly frightened, huddled up and clung to the Emperor's hem, timidly revealing only the face. The sight was so endearing that she wanted to embrace the child right away. How could she have hidden such a beautiful daughter all this time? "No. You knew. I didn't know. That's not it. If that's not it, then what? It's not a daughter." It was then that the Empress finally understood why the Emperor had such an expression. It was also around that time that the white cat reappeared in the palace. 3 years had passed since the 4-year-old prince arrived at the palace. Empress Harriet, who was also an archmage, accepted Rune, the illegitimate child the Emperor had brought, as her own son. This was not only because she had the most experience in childcare among the royals, but also because she had strongly desired it. However, the problem was with second Princess Priscilla. Everyone thought that she might have issues with her sudden new sibling due to dislike or jealousy, but it was quite the opposite. She adored him too much, which was the problem. However, her way of expressing her affection was quite peculiar. She tried to dress him in girls' clothes whenever she had the chance, and refused to be apart from him all day. Just as Priscilla had inherited her father's eccentricities, Prince Rune had inherited his mother's taciturn nature to an extreme extent. It was clear that he disliked Priscilla's actions, but his expressions were not strong, so Priscilla ended up doing as she pleased. Thus, when the palace's inhabitants took their eyes off them for a moment, Priscilla would transform Prince Rune into a little girl so adorable that anyone would want to hug at first glance. Having been scolded a lot and told not to approach Rune for the entire day, Priscilla, visibly irritated, walked down the corridor of the Spring Palace. Priscilla was in a terrible mood. Since tomorrow was Monday, and she had to go to the temple, the only day she could play with Rune, who was too young to go to the temple, was Sunday. But since her mother would undoubtedly be by Rune's side all day today, she felt utterly defeated. In this disconcerted state, a high, sharp voice pierced Priscilla's ears. "Judging by that scrunched-up face, you must have gotten scolded by the witch again, huh?" A little taller than Priscilla, with dazzling platinum blonde hair and a beautiful face, but an annoying sneer that was far from that beauty. Priscilla's expression filled with irritation. "What do you want? You don't want me to tell the witch again, do you?" The daughter of the Holy Empress and the first princess, Amelia, was there. Amelia sneered at Priscilla, who was clearly in trouble. "You should be careful what you say about my mother, too. What else should I call a witch but a witch?" If there was one thing Priscilla loved more than anything else in the world, it was Rune. The one thing she hated most was Amelia, the wicked woman with a pretty face but a malicious personality. "Why is my mom a witch, you idiotic wench?" "What? Idiotic? And wench? Yeah, you idiotic, empty-headed wench." It was due to their long-standing arguments that Priscilla's language had become so coarse at such a young age. The palace maids passing by didn't even bother to intervene. It was common knowledge in the palace that whenever Priscilla and Rune were together, they'd end up playing dress-up, and whenever Priscilla and Amelia crossed paths, they'd always fight. Here we go again. With that thought, they sighed deeply and continued on their way. But their childish fights were by no means polite. Infuriated by being called an idiotic wench, Amelia rolled up her sleeves. She was the daughter of the Holy Empress. She inherited not only her looks, but also an incredible talent for combat that bordered on ignorance. "You're going down," Amelia charged, and Priscilla gritted her teeth. Thwack. "Ouch. Let go. Will you let go?" Amelia, gripping Priscilla's hair roughly, began to wring her. In a fistfight, Priscilla stood no chance against Amelia. However, she wouldn't give in. Admitting defeat would only lead to that insufferable pretty face being filled with even more mockery and arrogance, which would make her even angrier. "Ah, let go. Let me go, you crazy wench. Call me your sister. Sister. Do it, you insolent wench." "No way. Then suffer. Ah, ah, ouch, ouch." As the daughters of the most respected beings on the continent brawled like street thugs, the passing maids sighed and continued on their way. It was that common an occurrence. "Stop it. Can't you stop?" Finally, the archmage, having heard the commotion, rushed into the corridor, and only then did Amelia let go of Priscilla's hair. "Mom, she did it again. She hit me again." Priscilla hid behind the Empress and cried out, causing Amelia's expression to contort even more. However, Harriet looked at Amelia with a sad expression, biting her lips. "Amelia, I always tell you to get along well with each other." At the Empress's rebuke, Amelia's expression only grew more twisted, and she called Mom a witch again. "Be quiet, Priscilla." One of the main reasons Priscilla hated Amelia was that she was so brazen and called her mother a witch, yet her mother never scolded Amelia. She couldn't understand why. Instead, her mother seemed even sadder when she looked at Amelia. She couldn't tell why, but she felt as if her mother was somehow apologizing. HMPH. In the end, Amelia bit her lip and turned away with those words. Priscilla could think of countless instances of being bullied by Amelia since they were young. That's why Priscilla almost had a fit whenever she saw Amelia, who had been relentlessly tormenting her for reasons she couldn't understand. From a very young age, Amelia would pinch and hit her for no reason, and often blamed Priscilla for her own accidents. Priscilla had always been the victim, but now she could no longer be silent and began to stand up to Amelia and shout, "Priscilla, can't you please get along with Amelia?" Her mother looked at her with a sad expression and said those words. "How can I get along when she starts it, even when I'm just minding my own business?" As Priscilla said, Amelia was the one who always picked fights for no reason. From Priscilla's perspective, the injustice and sorrow she felt was inevitable. The accumulated resentment had led her to pick fights with Amelia as well. Amelia had always tormented her without reason. Not only did Amelia dislike her, but she also showed her dislike for their mother by calling her a witch. While it might be because Amelia resembled her birth mother, the Holy Empress, there were still inexplicable aspects to her behavior. One day, Priscilla had seen it from afar. In a hidden corner of the Spring Palace's garden, Amelia was sobbing while being held by her mother. Even then, just as now, her mother, with a sad expression, held the weeping Amelia in her arms. Priscilla couldn't understand why Amelia behaved that way, or why her mother was so tender toward the insolent Amelia. There were two ways to keep Priscilla from tormenting Rune. Either someone was always by Rune's side, or someone was always by Priscilla's side. The Archmage took a walk to soothe the angry Priscilla, and naturally, Prince Rune became free. A total of 4 people lived in the Spring Palace, which had become the Archmage's residence. The owner of the palace, the Archmage, Empress Harriet, and all the emperor's children. Amelia, who stayed in the imperial capital instead of the Holy Empire due to the temple, Priscilla, and Rune, who had become Harriet's son, all lived together in the Spring Palace. That's why the Spring Palace was bustling every day. Prince Rune sat at a table in the peaceful tea-time hall of the palace, without his sister around. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in drinking tea. Meow. However, Rune simply sat at the table, his face close to the white cat, gently stroking its back. The cat, as white as snow and quite pretty, basked in the sunlight, slowly swishing its tail with its eyes closed. And Rune absent-mindedly petted the cat. Since the white cat had reappeared, it had often been by Rune's side, who had appeared around the same time. First, Prince Rune had always kept the cat with him, as if it were family. During this leisurely time, a voice from behind made Rune slowly turn his head. First, Princess Amelia, her arms folded, gazed at Rune. What brat! Although she had been the one to look at him first, Amelia responded grumpily to Rune's gaze. Rune, without saying a word, turned his head back towards the cat. Amelia quarreled constantly with Priscilla, who, in turn, followed Rune around, doing all sorts of bizarre things. Amelia didn't particularly torment first Prince Rune, nor did she follow him around like Priscilla. Amelia acted as if she didn't pay much attention to first Prince Rune, treating him as if he were nothing more than a chicken or a cow, neither acting as if she disliked nor liked him. However, Amelia approached Rune, who was preoccupied with the cat, and sat down in front of him. Then she looked around, as if checking to see if anyone was nearby. Upon confirming that no one was passing by, Amelia quietly grabbed Rune's hand. Come here. Amelia sat Rune on her lap and embraced him tightly. You're good, yeah. Then she said nothing more, as if just doing that was enough, with a faint smile on her lips. Rune, as if accustomed to it, continued to stroke the cat while embraced, neither striking up a conversation nor engaging in one. Amelia, who wasn't expressive, adored the first prince very much. She was just clumsy in showing it. The first prince, who was naturally quiet. The first princess, who didn't know how to properly express her affection. Priscilla kept Amelia from getting close to Rune. Worried that Amelia might torment him as she had done to her, Priscilla sought to protect Rune. And Amelia didn't force herself to take Rune away from Priscilla, who blocked her as if trying to protect him. Priscilla growled whenever Amelia passed by, unable to bear the thought of Rune suffering like she had. Because she hated seeing that, Amelia avoided getting close to Rune when Priscilla was around. She had no intention of tormenting such a cute and lovable youngest sibling. However, when the second princess wasn't around, Amelia expressed her affection for her youngest sibling in her own way. Embracing Rune, Amelia wore a happy smile on her face. The white cat watched them quietly, swishing its tail. Just then, Amelia sensed someone's presence and carefully detached Rune from her embrace. She couldn't understand why, but she found the scene too embarrassing for someone else to witness. In front of others, she treated him like a mere chicken or cow. Amelia's expression couldn't help but harden upon seeing the person who entered the tea-time hall. Amelia, your Highness, Amelia's mother, the ruler of the Holy Empire, Empress Olivia. Dressed in her priestess attire, Olivia exuded an air of sacred authority. Although Priscilla and the Archmage were strikingly similar, Amelia and Olivia resembled each other as if cut from the same cloth. Shall we have a talk? Yes. Hesitantly, Amelia followed her mother at a slow pace. Her steps felt unusually heavy, and Rune quietly watched Amelia's retreating footsteps as if being pulled away. Can't everyone get along? Meow. At Rune's murmur, the white cat swished its tail quietly. Chapter 702. Empress Harriet walked the palace grounds with Priscilla, having left the Spring Palace. Indeed, Priscilla was a troublemaker, but the root cause was the persistent torment she suffered at the hands of Amelia since her early childhood. It doesn't make sense in the first place. If she hates Mom and me so much, why doesn't she just stay at the temple dormitory or live with her mother in the Holy Empire? As Priscilla pointed out, it was Amelia's choice to live in the Spring Palace, even though she always claimed she couldn't stand the sight of them. There were plenty of places to avoid them if she didn't want to see them. Therefore, Priscilla could only think that Amelia was staying in the Spring Palace solely to torment her, nothing more, nothing less. Listening to her daughter's complaints, the Archmage silently gazed at the distant sky. Priscilla, what? Do you remember when Rune first arrived? Yeah. Prince Rune was the Archmage's daughter, but in reality he was the Emperor's illegitimate child brought in. However, the Archmage accepted Rune without question or hesitation. At the time, Priscilla was 7 years old. I'm glad that you adored Rune, but has there ever been a time when you were upset with him, even just once? Priscilla had been both surprised and delighted by her sudden new sibling, finding him utterly adorable from the start. He was simply too lovable to hate. But was there never a time she felt even a little jealous? Watching her mother constantly following Rune, taking care of him, paying attention to him, and doting on him. Could she truly say that she never felt a strange sense of unease? I guess I did feel a bit like that. How so? Priscilla quietly looked up at her mother. She didn't want to admit it, but she had no choice but to accept a certain kind of bitterness, akin to sorrow. I felt like Mom was stolen away from me. I see. Empress Harriet smiled faintly and gently stroked her daughter's head. Thank you for enduring it so well until now. At the sudden praise, Priscilla's face turned red. But what does that have to do with Amelia? How did her jealousy towards Rune have anything to do with Amelia? Priscilla pouted her lips, and Harriet carefully knelt down to be at eye level with Priscilla. You see, when the Holy Empress gave birth to Amelia, she was so busy with many tasks that she couldn't raise the child herself. So, for a while, I raised Amelia. Only then did Priscilla understand what her mother was saying, and her eyes widened in realization. As the Holy Empress of the Holy Empire, Olivia had far too many responsibilities. Not only did she feel threatened for her own safety, but she also struggled to raise her child properly amidst her numerous duties. That's why Amelia was raised not in the Holy Empire's central palace, but in the safest place, the Imperial Palace by Harriet. So, in fact, Amelia has two mothers, the Holy Empress and me. When Amelia turned 3 years old, I became pregnant with you. Harriet gently caressed Priscilla's cheek with a sad expression. After giving birth to you, the Holy Empress finally had some free time and took Amelia back to the Holy Empire. As Harriet's expression turned sorrowful, recalling that time, Priscilla felt an indescribable heaviness. It's not your fault, but Amelia must have felt that you had taken her mother from her. Olivia had longed to spend time with the daughter she couldn't raise herself. After giving birth, Harriet couldn't bear to be apart from Priscilla. However, from Amelia's perspective, she had suddenly been separated from the mother who had raised her. That's why Amelia couldn't help but think that Priscilla had stolen her mother from her. There had been a reason for Amelia's tormenting of Priscilla since the days she couldn't remember. It wasn't Priscilla's fault, but Amelia couldn't help but resent her. Amelia was young and still quite immature. She couldn't let go of that resentment. Then why does call Mom a witch? It's because she feels left out. It's not that she hates me, she just loves me too much. If she did that, she would get attention, because she would be noticed. Finally, Priscilla seemed to understand, at least to some extent, why Amelia had been sobbing in her mother's arms, pretending to hate her so much. So, don't take Amelia's words about Mom too seriously. Amelia doesn't hate Mom. In the end, Priscilla discovered the reason Amelia stayed in the Spring Palace. She couldn't help but find out why she didn't live in the Holy Empire and why she stayed in the Spring Palace instead of the Temple dormitory. She didn't want to be apart. I don't know, I want to get along, but she started it first, so I don't know what to do. Just knowing the reason for hatred doesn't mean it can be resolved. That's why Harriet could only smile sadly. And when Mom and the Holy Empress finally meet, you two always fight. Priscilla's sharp observation made Harriet's expression contort with discomfort. In reality, although they respected each other when apart, when they met, they still bickered constantly. While it didn't go as far as the petty squabbles between Amelia and Priscilla, their relationship was similarly inherited. Is that so? Mom, are you telling us to get along when you can't even get along with each other? I'll try to get along too, then it'll be fine. And I want to get along, but the Holy Empress always acts like that. What can I do? That's what I just said, but try to get along anyway. How are you going to get along with the Holy Empress? Do you know, Mom? Harriet's face turned beet red and began to tremble. Why don't you take after your father and not speak a word? What? In the end, the mother, like her daughter, exploded with a bang. At the same time, Holy Empress Olivia sat side by side with her daughter in the Spring Palace's garden. Are you getting along well? Yes. Amelia sat beside her mother, fidgeting restlessly. Olivia looked at her daughter, who couldn't sit still. Do you still fight these days? It was obvious who she was asking about. Well, she started it. Is that so? At the Holy Empress questioning, which seemed to know everything, Amelia eventually bowed her head. Why do you hate Priscilla so much? Amelia couldn't answer, but even without saying it, she already knew why she hated her so much. However, she couldn't blame her daughter, knowing that it was her own fault for not being able to be with her when she needed her most during her childhood. In fact, after returning to the Holy Empire, Amelia cried every day. She wanted to see her mother. She wanted her mother to take her back. And so, the Empress reluctantly had to bring Amelia to the Spring Palace from time to time. When that happened, the same situation would unfold. She didn't want to go back to the Holy Empire. With a newborn Priscilla in her arms, Empress Harriet didn't know what to do, and Olivia couldn't help but be dismayed. As they repeated these unwanted goodbyes, Amelia came to believe that Priscilla was the cause of everything. She began to believe that none of this would have happened if it weren't for Priscilla. Priscilla is your family, too. Even if you can't cherish her, you shouldn't hurt her. She's not my family. My father is the only connection we have. Why is she my family? I see, so that's how you think. At Amelia's words, Olivia gave a bitter smile. She didn't even consider Priscilla her family. No, she was envious of Priscilla, because Priscilla was the true daughter of the Archmage. That's what she envied. Is it because I'm not your real daughter? So now that you have a real daughter, you don't like me? It's not like that, Amelia. It's not. I'm sorry. But if you act like this, if I act like this, I will be sad. Amelia, Olivia had seen her crying in Harriet's arms, shouting these words from afar. As she cried and didn't know what to do, Olivia could only watch from a distance. And still, Amelia did not call Olivia mother. It was as if the word just wouldn't stick to her tongue. When she finally managed to utter it, her own face would contort with discomfort. Having spent such crucial time apart, there was a part of Olivia that she couldn't make up for. And so, both mother and daughter found each other difficult. They didn't want this, but it happened. That's why, when her daughter said she wanted to go to the temple and live in the imperial capital, Olivia reluctantly agreed, knowing that Amelia's true desire was to stay in the Spring Palace, not to go to the temple. Still, now that they knew why things had turned out this way, Amelia also felt guilt and remorse towards Olivia. That's why Amelia froze like this whenever Olivia came to visit. Their relationship was filled with nothing but guilt and remorse for each other. Olivia didn't scold or blame Amelia. Olivia stared at her stiff daughter's face and gave a sad smile. Actually, even if you had always been with me in the Holy Empire, I don't think things would have been any better than they are now. What? Just, that's what I think. Olivia looked up at the sky quietly. Due to circumstances, Olivia had no choice but to leave her daughter in Harriet's care. But would everything have been fine if she hadn't? Olivia sometimes thought about it, but now she was more pessimistic. Do you know that the Archmage is from the noble family of the Duchy of St. Owen? Ah, yes, I heard she was from a famous noble family. And what about your mother's background? Amelia couldn't answer her mother's question. It wasn't that she didn't know, she just couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. You know, your mom was an orphan. I was adopted by a foster father when I was young, but he wasn't a good person. He was someone who tried to accomplish something great by using me. I always had to live up to his expectations. I always had to be kind, gentle, and exceptional. It felt like I was living a life that was forced upon me without reason. Amelia didn't understand why her mother was telling her this story. So, I don't really know what a warm family is like or the proper behavior parents should have towards their children. Somehow, Olivia smiled like an innocent child. So, even if you had spent your childhood with me, there's no guarantee that it would have been better. I might have treated you terribly or failed to do the things I should have. You might have hated me even more than you do now. I, I don't hate you, Your Highness. Really, that's a relief. Maybe we managed this much because we lived apart, hee hee. Olivia laughed mischievously. Without realizing it, Amelia's mind wandered as she looked at her mother's face. She was the most difficult person in the world. But Amelia often thought her mother was also the most beautiful. Anyway, unlike me, an orphan, the Archmage was the youngest daughter of a great and noble family. A good father, a kind mother, and she had 3 older brothers who adored her. So I heard she used to be a very arrogant, ill-mannered, and haughty child. Well, she eventually learned, you see, what good parents are, how good parents should behave, what a good mother is, you know. I tried studying and learning about it, but I could never truly understand. But she knows. So she, the Archmage, was probably a much better mother than me. That's why you cried and wailed for days, wanting to go back to her. At Olivia's sad words, tears welled up in Amelia's eyes. I'm sorry. Amelia knew her mother hadn't done anything wrong. That's why, looking back on her own words and actions, she couldn't help but feel guilty. No, it's because the Archmage cared for you and loved you so much. I'm grateful for that. Why would I resent her or you? Did you think you were the only one crying? She cried a lot, too. She said it felt like she was forcibly taking someone else's daughter away, watching her cry. Anyway, that much. She must have loved you like her own daughter. She's a very grateful person. How much did she cherish you that my own daughter treated her real mother worse than a stranger? Ha! At the teasing words, Amelia finally began to shed tears. If I had raised her from the beginning, she had thought about it countless times, but now it seemed ridiculous. Not even knowing what a good parent was, if she had raised Amelia herself, things might have turned out even worse. That's what she had come to think. I'm sorry, I was wrong. As Amelia began to cry, realizing that she was causing her mother the greatest pain, Olivia silently watched her daughter. At the point of feeling apologetic, she already knew what had gone wrong. Olivia knew that was enough. While talking about someone's tears, more than you cried, more than Archmage cried, she wouldn't say that she cried the most. In places where no one could see, she cried alone, because such words would not make anyone happy. I'm not scolding you, Amelia. I don't want to say I'm hurt either. I mean, I haven't exactly been great to you either. Olivia looked up at the sky. Do you appreciate Archmage? You should. I do appreciate her. Despite her almost tantrum-like remarks, and even betraying her by calling her a witch, Harriet couldn't do anything but smile awkwardly and sadly. On the days when Amelia would explode, she would, without Priscilla's knowledge, secretly come to her at night and stroke her hair until she fell asleep. But it wasn't enough, and it was still sad. Amelia had never been sincerely scolded or reprimanded for her constant tantrums and making life difficult for her own daughter. She knew she should be grateful for that alone. It's just that it hadn't been expressed in actions and words. Archmage loved you like that, even though you're not her real daughter, right? Yes, she loved you, who's not even her family, that much. If Priscilla, who only shared a father with her, wasn't family, then naturally, Harriet and Amelia weren't family either. She wasn't her real mother either, yet she loved her like a real daughter. So, Amelia, you have to return the love you received to Priscilla, because she received that kind of love. Instead of trying to repay Archmage for her love, loving Archmage's daughter as a real sister was the repayment. Then she will love you even more than she does now. She would love her even more. She would smile not because she was thankful and happy, but because she was really happy, and so she would love her even more. However, in the end, it was the Holy Empress herself who spoke the sad words. While hiding her own feelings, Olivia playfully smiled and patted her daughter's head. I'm not asking you to love me, but if you want the love of the woman you consider your mother, will you refuse my request? At Olivia's mischievous and sorrowful question, Amelia finally wiped the corners of her eyes. It wasn't a demand to love her. If you want the love of the person you consider your mother, you must do as she says. In the end, Amelia knew too. Even though they hadn't spent much time together, her mother truly loved her very much. I'm sorry, I'll do as you say. So Amelia forced her trembling lips to move and speak. I'll do as you say, mother. At those words, Olivia smiled brightly as if satisfied. Good, that's my daughter. Olivia carefully embraced Amelia. But, you know, if we don't kill off the temper now, it might crawl back later, just like someone. So don't let your guard down too much. Because she's your sister. You have to treat your sister properly, right? At the Holy Empress's words, which were spoken with a playful laugh, Amelia couldn't help but feel taken aback. Yes, be affectionate most of the time, but if she's acting up, scold her. You must establish a clear hierarchy. It was impossible to tell whether she was saying to scold or not to scold. Understood. Ah, yes. She knew that she herself was a bit strange, but Amelia couldn't help but think that her mother was truly an odd person. One more chapter, chapter 703 that evening, at the Central Palace Tetra. The Emperor, who had been more active outdoors lately, had returned from a long overdue inspection of the continent. Leaving most of the state affairs to Empress Charlotte, he had been roaming around outside. On his way back, the Emperor called all of his children for dinner. It was a simple meal with his 3 children, without their mothers. A solemn silence flowed through the dining hall. Prince Rune was naturally quiet, and Amelia and Priscilla merely exchanged glances as they had heard something earlier that day. The Emperor cut a few pieces of steak and put them in his mouth, quietly observing the silent atmosphere. My precious little ones, judging by the ominous atmosphere here today. Again, it seems like you've been fighting quite a bit. Amelia, is it you again? HMPH. Amelia pursed her lips at the look. The Emperor glanced at Priscilla's hair. Priscilla, you've been bitten quite hard again. No, not too much. For some reason, when Priscilla spoke hesitantly, the Emperor widened his eyes in confusion. Wasn't it your turn to say that your hair was almost ripped out? No, it wasn't that bad. Somehow, Priscilla seemed more docile than usual today. Watching her, not only was the Emperor flustered, but Amelia too looked at Priscilla with confusion. She wasn't usually like this. On a normal day, she would immediately run to the Emperor's side, crying and complaining. It was a daily occurrence for her to exaggerate that, even when her toes were stepped on, she'd act as if a wild boar had broken her foot. But today, she was unusually quiet. The Emperor observed Rune, who was silently enjoying his meal with a fork and knife. The youngest son, who was the only one among the children who didn't cause trouble. However, his future was a great concern. Since trouble-free individuals usually end up causing significant issues later, the Emperor was more worried about his quiet and gentle son than his 2 daughters, who already showed rowdy tendencies. Rowdy tendencies could be corrected over time, but a late-learned thievery could be frightening. It seemed like he would end up causing significant trouble. In other words, a too pretty youngest son. At his father's intense gaze, the prince tilted his head, looking at the Emperor. The Emperor's feelings were a mixture of love, adoration, and an urge to go crazy in various ways. Sigh, not knowing what to worry about, but feeling extremely worried, the Emperor sighed deeply. The prince continued to eat his meal while also cutting small pieces of meat to feed the cat. However, that was a matter for later. The Emperor looked at his 2 daughters. Anyway, my precious daughters, I called you because I have a request that I hope you'll listen to. A favor. What is it? I know that you two leak secrets like a sieve. Whose daughters are you? Of course you do, and it can't be helped. You must have taken after me. I know that even if I leave you alone, you both leak secrets separately, but when you're together, it's not just leaking, it's completely shattered. Amelia, because of the life and death separation she experienced in her childhood. Priscilla, because of Amelia. Both of their personalities had become severely twisted. It's understandable for princesses to fight with each other, grabbing each other's hair. After all, children grow up by fighting. It seemed a bit excessive for such a thing, but anyway, I'm saying it's all right. If we're inside the palace, we can manage our mouths. Everyone seems to accept that now. But, please just, is it necessary to fight in the temple? It's not like I'm asking you to hold hands and pretend to get along. Can't you just ignore each other like watching cows and chickens? What's with the constant stories of you two fighting in the temple, crossing the boundaries of different school years? How do you keep running into each other? Rumors are spreading throughout the empire that the two of you, grabbing each other by the hair, on such bad terms that you fight. Rumor has it that the first Princess Amelia is a madwoman who beats her younger sister like a rat, and the second Princess Priscilla is rumored to have a sharp tongue when speaking to her elder sister. Now, it's even spreading across the continent. Is it all right that every time I meet someone, I hear rumors about how troubled my children are? Everyone says that. This wretched father is so ashamed that he can hardly bear it. As both your father and the Emperor, I implore you, to my precious and noble princesses, my daughters, I beg you, please, don't fight outside. If you must fight, do it inside. The Emperor trembled with anger. The 2 princesses remained silent with their mouths tightly shut at his words. In truth, anyone could see that if they happened to run into each other at the temple, their arguments would escalate into full-fledged fights. Furthermore, Amelia, it's not just the two of you. You go around hitting other children, don't you? They deserved it, I guess. You did hit them, after all. And Priscilla, you keep forcing strange medicines on your classmates, don't you? It's good for the body. How can you be so sure? You can't give them that. It's illegal. Father, you used to make your friends create such things without any issue back in the day. That was different. The Emperor looked at his troublemaking daughters with a drained expression. There were so many sins committed that he couldn't persuade them even when he was right. Anyway, I don't ask for anything else, just behave inside the palace. Let's not advertise that the imperial family is in shambles by fighting in the temple. Is that too difficult a request? The emperor knew that saying it wouldn't help. His words fell on deaf ears. It wasn't the first time he had said such things. Priscilla pursed her lips. What right does a father, who isn't even our mother, have to say such things? Amelia also let out a hollow laugh, as if she couldn't believe it. Father, you used to beat up kids when you attended the temple, didn't you? And you said it wasn't even comparable to what I do. The only perfect exception was the first prince. The emperor was not an exception either. No, in fact, it was even worse. I did, but your father had reasons for it back then. I had reasons for hitting them too. Why do you think I didn't? That is. I also made sure the things I gave them were harmless, you know. The daughters were aware that the scolding was baseless and showed no understanding of the situation. So, why did you beat up the kids when you were at the temple? And I heard that those who got hit by you back then are now all successful in various places. Right, I'm curious. Just how much did you beat them up for you to become a legend in the temple? You didn't even graduate. I even heard you hit your seniors too. At the mention of the emperor, the two sisters who didn't get along united in a rare display of camaraderie. Yeah, Mom told me. She said you even tried to hit her when you were at the temple. I heard it all. Upon hearing this, not only the emperor but also Amelia's face turned pale. What? You tried to hit the witch? I mean the archmage. Yeah, for real. You can ask her later. You tried to slap her cheek. Amelia was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide. How could you try to hit such a kind person? I didn't hit her. I didn't, so you're admitting that you tried to hit her? Well, Amelia, there was a situation. It was the turbulent times, at that age. It seems true. How could you? That's too much. No, why did you marry her? Amelia's eyes were unfocused, and she mumbled to herself. In fact, it was no lie. He had actually threatened to slap her cheek if she said something wrong. Hey, kids, that's not the kind of story I wanted to tell. Just mind your own business. What are you talking about? So, the emperor tried to admonish them, but ended up being verbally beaten by his daughters. The emperor was actually not to be trifled with, but what could he do? Emperor Reinhardt was not treated like a proper father. Nyang Nyang, the white cat, was eating the meat that Rune cut for it. Its softly swaying tail seemed to be finding something very amusing. The emperor tried to scold his daughters without knowing the subject and was pushed out. It happened all the time, but he couldn't just leave his daughter's misbehavior unchecked, so he repeatedly mentioned it, only to receive an upshot and say nothing more than to mind his own business. On their way back after finishing their meal, the emperor's three children were riding a magic tram heading to the Spring Palace. As always, Priscilla had Prince Rune sitting on her lap, tightly hugging him, and Rune was hugging the cat just the same. Amelia was sitting on the opposite side, looking out the window. Although they would bicker every time they met and eventually end up in a fistfight, today neither of them had such thoughts. After hearing about Amelia's childhood experiences, Priscilla realized that there was a reason for her previous misbehavior, even though she couldn't fully understand Amelia. Amelia felt the same way. She knew that what she had done so far only worsened the situation. Her mother had made such a request, and she knew that making the situation worse would not make anyone happy. In the end, Amelia knew she was wrong. So Amelia decided to do something she had never done before in her life. Hey, what? You didn't whine as much as I thought you would when you got hurt. It didn't hurt that much, you know. Do you think I always just make a fuss? Amelia held back the response that naturally tried to come out, agreeing with her sister. What? Well, thank you. Priscilla's eyes widened at Amelia's words. She had never imagined hearing such words from Amelia's mouth. What did you just say? Do you really want me to repeat it? Amelia averted her gaze. Priscilla could be sure she hadn't misheard by Amelia's slightly reddened face. However, their long-standing emotional baggage led to misunderstandings in this situation. Did she take some kind of drug? One couldn't help but wonder why Amelia would suddenly act like this. What are you thinking? I'm not thinking about anything. In the midst of an awkward silence, the tram slowly moved along. Priscilla gave up on trying to understand. Amelia was as fickle as she was crazy, so Priscilla simply assumed Amelia felt like acting this way today. If she continued to behave like this, getting along wouldn't be so difficult. Lost in her thoughts, Priscilla looked at Rune, who was nestled in her arms. Although Amelia was trying to avoid looking at Rune by staring out the window, she couldn't help but glance over, as this was the first time she had ever said such a thing. And of course she saw it. Priscilla's expression as she smirked, looking at Rune. It was clear that she was indulging in some perverted thoughts. Admittedly, Rune was cute and pretty, and even Amelia's heart would flutter when seeing Rune dressed up like that. But when it came to Priscilla, she was undoubtedly insane. Rune was so quiet and timid, it was obvious that he didn't like Priscilla's behavior. Hey, what now? Everything about you is fine, but can't you stop dressing up the kid in those weird clothes? At Amelia's words, Priscilla's brows furrowed. What's with you? You didn't care before, so why pretend to care now? No, the kid obviously dislikes it. Amelia found Rune adorable, but when she tried to increase her affection for Priscilla, it waned whenever she saw her engaging in such antics. How would you know? As if to say, don't interfere. Priscilla pulled Rune closer to her. How would she know? It was clear just by looking. Hey, kid. If you don't like it, say so. Your silence is making her think you enjoy it. What? Why are you suddenly talking to Rune instead of me? Don't speak to him. Ignoring the increasingly irate Priscilla, Amelia looked at Rune and asked. Amelia was partly to blame for this situation. Priscilla forced Rune into such ridiculous acts because he always remained meek and submissive. Kid, if you don't like it, say so. If you like it, say so. What do you think? Priscilla swallowed hard. Rune had never once openly said he didn't like it, even though he clearly didn't enjoy it. Encouraged by Amelia, Rune hesitantly spoke. I don't like it. See, he doesn't like it. At Rune's small reply, Priscilla couldn't help but bite her lip. However, Rune's answer wasn't the end of it. But if sister likes it, then I like it too. What? Amelia couldn't help but be taken aback by Rune's response. Neither could Priscilla. He didn't like it. Although he clearly disliked it, the reason he kept silent was not that he was a man of few words or expressed little emotion. He was just being well-behaved because his older sister liked it. No, if his older sister liked it, then he liked it too. Amelia and Priscilla could not help but be taken aback by the unexpected response. What a deep and lovely child he was. Amelia's face flushed, her lips trembling sweetly. She wanted to hug him right away, as if she couldn't bear it. On the other hand, Priscilla became triumphant. See, it's fine. It's good that he likes it. You understand, don't you? You crazy girl. Even after hearing that answer, you still plan to do that nonsense in the future. I don't like it, but it's okay because my sister likes it. Shouldn't that be enough to make her stop? Amelia's expression couldn't help but contort at Priscilla's response, which implied she would continue because he liked it. Human beings were truly disgusting. As expected, she was not wrong. It was impossible not to think that the second princess, Priscilla, was a vile person. What? I won't do it anymore. That's good enough, right? It's funny that you pretend to know without knowing. Of course, naturally, Priscilla was also moved by Rune's words and had no intention of forcing him in the future. In reality, Priscilla did more than just torment Rune as she hung around with him. It was quite significant that she always stayed with Rune, whose reputation was inevitably bad because he was a bastard. She taught him about life in the palace and always played with him. After Empress Harriet, it was Priscilla who helped Rune adapt well to the palace. So it was absurd for Amelia to act like this now. When Rune found the palace unfamiliar and scary, she had done nothing. This was outrageous. Amelia's attitude, pretending to care for Rune now after never having shown concern before, was infuriating. Humans were truly disgusting. As expected, she was not wrong. Regardless of her circumstances, the first Princess Amelia was always like that. From the beginning, Rune never had any interest in you. It's too late for you to pretend to care now. What did you say? Am I wrong? The friendly intentions of the two were bound to crumble after just a few words. Rune, it's funny, don't you think? What does she think she's doing, pretending to be a sister? HMPH. As Priscilla asked a question, seemingly looking for an answer, Rune hesitated and opened his mouth. I like my elder sister. At that single sentence, Priscilla's eyes lost focus. What did you say? What did she ever do for you up until now? Naturally, Amelia only expressed her affection for Rune when they were alone, so Priscilla had no way of knowing. Amelia laughed at Priscilla's reaction. Her flustered appearance was delightful, very delightful. Where on earth did you get the confidence that he would only like you? Ha! On what basis? You tormented him by putting him in strange dresses. He was just being kind and patient, but in reality he probably doesn't like you that much. Is that true, Rune? Priscilla looked at Rune with a pale face. Is it, really, that you don't like me? You like her more. He had just been kind and patient until now. Had he been fed up all along? Both, I like. Both. Upon hearing Rune's words, Priscilla felt as if her fallen heart had been reattached, but she was still angry. He liked that one too. Amelia smiled with interest at his words. She then stood up from her seat and approached Rune, sitting down in front of him. It seemed like a wicked question had come to her mind. The corners of Amelia's mouth curved up maliciously. Tell me, little one. Ha! Do you prefer me or her? What kind of question is that? It was a ridiculous question. Surely it was obvious that he would choose her. She had taken care of him so much. But the fact that she was forcing Rune to do something he disliked didn't change. That's why Amelia thought it was a gamble worth trying. If Rune preferred her, who had done nothing, Priscilla's soul would crumble to dust and disappear. How satisfying that would be. Of course, it's me. Well, I don't know what the little one will answer. Amelia didn't mind if Priscilla were to be chosen, as long as he was honest. After all, she felt happy that Rune had told her he liked her too, even though she had only occasionally hugged him. It made her want to hug him so much that it was unbearable. Amelia's deep blue eyes stared intently at Rune. Quickly, who is it? Amelia grinned wickedly as she looked at Rune, while Priscilla watched Rune with desperate eyes, hoping he would choose her. In the end, as was always the case with such questions, sob, Rune. The young prince couldn't bear the situation and burst into tears. Sob sniff. As the youngest sibling shed tearful pearls, the two sisters were at a loss for different reasons. Priscilla's brow furrowed. Hey, your stupid question made Rune cry. Ah, no, I didn't. Amelia didn't know what to do, as she hadn't expected the child to cry. While Priscilla and Amelia were at a loss for how to console the sobbing youngest sibling, he muttered through his tearful voice, I like both of my sisters. Sob, why can't you get along? Ha! Do you have to fight? Upon hearing his heartfelt words, Amelia and Priscilla stared blankly at each other. What were they doing in front of a child? It was a young sibling pleading for his sisters to stop fighting, even going so far as to make him cry with a question about who he liked more. Was this really right? Was this what a person should do? Both Amelia and Priscilla thought to themselves. They didn't know about the other, but for now it seemed like neither of them were human. Both had the same thoughts. Ah, we won't fight. We won't, yeah. Priscilla hastily spoke and glared at Amelia. Ah, little one, we won't fight. We should get along. Then hold hands. At Rune's words, the two instantly grabbed each other's hands. Holding hands awkwardly, they vigorously shook them as if showing Rune. We'll get along from now on, right? That's enough, right? Why, yes, of course, we'll try, yeah. Rune, I'm sorry. As the two of them awkwardly held hands and forced a smile, Rune wiped the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. Then he smiled brightly, as if he had never cried. We should continue getting along like this, right? Seeing his smile, the sisters thought to themselves. Whatever else might be uncertain, if they could see Rune's smile like this every day by just getting along, of course. Absolutely. They could get along well even with a distance of 1,000 miles between them. The tram arrived at the Spring Palace, and Run walked a little behind his sisters, who had moved ahead. The two of them were still holding hands as they walked toward the palace. Seemingly unable to bear it any longer, they glanced back, trembling. They were checking on their youngest sibling, with Rune's watchful gaze on them, making sure they held hands until they entered the palace. The two sisters finally resigned themselves to walking hand in hand. Rune watched them until the very end, as they let go of each other's hands and went their separate ways the moment they entered the palace. Rune hugged the white cat and smiled quietly. You're right, mother. Meow, it's incredibly easy. Meow, as if to praise him, the cat licked Rune's cheek a few times. Why couldn't they get along? To answer his question, the cat, who had transformed back into his mother, cautiously embraced her son and whispered, Rune. Yes, mother. If they ever fight in front of you again, just cry. Then everything will be resolved. Rune didn't understand why crying would resolve everything. Why should I cry? Unable to comprehend his mother's question, his mother replied, Rune's sisters may be very different from each other, but they have one thing in common. The same thing. They both love Rune very much. Seeing Rune cry will hurt their hearts, so they won't fight anymore. It was a simple answer, and Rune couldn't understand his mother's words. And Rune is adorable. What does that have to do with it? Responding to Rune's question, the cat who had become his mother stroked his head and said, "Sometimes just that alone can solve problems in the world." Rune didn't know what his mother was talking about. However, just as his mother had said, the situation was resolved when he simply cried. From then on, if it seemed like they would not get along, he could just cry. Whether or not they understood each other, the youngest's tears resolved everything and would continue to do so. Being cute is a good thing. However, the youngest prince discovered that he could use his cuteness as a weapon. Meow. The white cat felt a chill as it seemed to see a shadow flickering in the prince's smile. Right, mother. Meow, perhaps she had taught her son something she should never have taught him. The white cat couldn't help but tremble in fear in her son's arms. No one knew what would happen later. Nevertheless, the spring palace, which used to echo with the sound of the sisters fighting, pulling each other's hair, was undoubtedly going to be peaceful for the time being.